In the spring of 1966, Lila, in a state of great agitation, entrusted to me a metal box that contained 8 notebooks. She said that she could no longer keep them at home. She was afraid her husband might read them. I carried off the box without comment, apart from some ironic allusions to the excessive amount of string she had tied around it. At that time, our relationship was terrible, but it seemed that only I considered it that way. The rare times we saw each other, she showed no embarrassment, only affection. A hostile word never slipped out. When she asked me to swear that I wouldn't open the box for any reason, I swore. But as soon as I was on the train, I untied the string, took out the notebooks, began to read. It wasn't a diary, although there were detailed accounts of the events of her life, starting with the end of elementary school. Rather, it seemed evidence of a stubborn self-discipline in writing. The pages were full of descriptions: the branch of a tree, the ponds, a stone, a leaf with its white veinings, the pots in the kitchen, the various parts of a coffee maker, the brazier, the coal and bits of coal, a highly detailed map of the courtyard, the broad avenue of Stradone, the rusting iron structure beyond the ponds, the gardens and the church, the cut of the vegetation alongside the railway, the new buildings, her parents' house, the tools her father and her brother used to repair shoes, their gestures when they worked, and above all, colors, the colors of every object at different times of the day. But there were not only pages of description. Isolated words appeared, in dialect and in Italian, sometimes circled, without comment, and Latin and Greek translation exercises, and entire passages in English on the neighborhood shops and their wares, on the cart loaded with fruit and vegetables that Enzo Scano took through the streets every day, leading the mule by the halter, and many observations on the books she read, the films she saw in the church hall, and many of the ideas that she had asserted in the discussions with Pasquale, in the talks she and I used to have. Of course, the progress was sporadic, but whatever Lila captured in writing assumed importance, so that even in the pages written when she was 11 or 12, there was not a single line that sounded childish. Usually, the sentences were extremely precise, the punctuation meticulous, the handwriting elegant, just as Maestra Oliviero had taught us. But at times, as if a drug had flooded her veins, Lila seemed unable to bear the order she had imposed on herself. Everything then became breathless. The sentences took on an overexcited rhythm. The punctuation disappeared. In general, it didn't take long for her to return to a clear, easy pace. But it might also happen that she broke off abruptly and filled the rest of the page with little drawings of twisted trees, humped, smoking mountains, grim faces. I was entranced by both the order and the disorder, and the more I read, the more deceived I felt. How much practice there was behind the letter she had sent me on Ischia years earlier. That was why it was so well written. I put everything back in the box, promising myself not to become inquisitive again. But I soon gave in. The notebooks exuded the force of seduction that Lila had given off since she was a child. She had treated the neighborhood, her family, the Solaras, Stefano, every person or thing with ruthless accuracy. And what to say of the liberty she had taken with me, with what I said, with what I thought, with the people I loved, with my very physical appearance. She had fixed moments that were decisive for her without worrying about anything or anyone. Here, vividly, was the pleasure she had felt when at 10 she wrote her story, The Blue Fairy. Here, just as vivid, was what she had suffered when our teacher, Maestra Oliviero, hadn't deigned to say a single word about that story, in fact had ignored it. Here was the suffering and the fury, because I had gone to middle school, neglecting her, abandoning her. Here, the excitement with which she had learned to repair shoes, the desire to prove herself that had induced her to design new shoes, and the pleasure of completing the first pair with her brother Reno. Here, the pain when Fernando, her father, had said that the shoes weren't well made. There was everything in those pages, but especially hatred for the Solara brothers. The fierce determination with which she had rejected the love of the older, Marcello, and the moment when she had decided, instead, to marry the gentle Stefano Caracci, the grocer, who out of love had wanted to buy the first pair of shoes she had made, vowing that he would keep them forever. Ah, the wonderful moment when, at 15, she had felt herself a rich and elegant lady, on the arm of her fiancé, who, all because he loved her, had invested a lot of money in her father and brother's shoe business, Cerullo Shoes. And how much satisfaction she had felt. The shoes of her imagination in large part realized. A house in the new neighborhood. Marriage at 16. And what a lavish wedding. How happy she was. Then Marcello Solara, with his brother Michele, had appeared in the middle of the festivities, wearing on his feet the very shoes that her husband had said were so dear to him. Her husband. What sort of man had she married? Now, when it was all over, would the false face be torn off, revealing the horribly true one underneath? Questions, and the facts, without embellishment, of our poverty. I devoted myself to those pages. For days, for weeks, I studied them. I ended up learning by heart the passages I liked, the ones that thrilled me, the ones that hypnotized me, the ones that humiliated me. Behind their naturalness was surely some artifice, but I couldn't discover what it was. Finally, one evening in November, exasperated, I went out carrying the box. I couldn't stand feeling Lila on me and in me, even now that I was esteemed myself, even now that I had a life outside of Naples. I stopped on the Solferino Bridge to look at the lights filtered through a cold mist. I placed the box on the parapet and pushed it slowly, a little at a time, until it fell into the river, as if it were her, Lila in person, plummeting, with her thoughts, words, the malice with which she struck back at anyone, the way she appropriated me, as she did every person or thing or event or thought that touched her. Books and shoes, sweetness and violence, the marriage and the wedding night, the return to the neighborhood in the new role of Signora Raffaella Caracci. 2. I couldn't believe that Stefano, so kind, so in love, had given Marcello Solara the vestige of the child Lila, the evidence of her work on the shoes she had designed. I forgot about Alfonso and Marisa, who, sitting at the table, were talking to each other, eyes shining. I paid no more attention to my mother's drunken laughter. The music faded, along with the voice of the singer, the dancing couples, and Antonio, who had gone out to the terrace and, overwhelmed by jealousy, was standing outside the glass door, staring at the violet city, the sea. Even the image of Nino, who had just left the room like an archangel without annunciations, grew faint. Now I saw only Lila, speaking animatedly into Stefano's ear. She, very pale in her wedding dress. He, unsmiling, a white patch of unease running over his flushed face from his forehead to his eyes like a carnival mask. What was happening? What would happen? My friend tugged her husband's arm with both hands. She used all her strength, and I, who knew her thoroughly, felt that if she could, she would have wrenched it from his body, crossed the room, holding it high above her head, blood dripping in her train, and she would have used it as a club or a donkey's jawbone to crush Marcello's face with a solid blow. Ah, yes, she would have done it. And at the idea, my heart pounded furiously. My throat became dry. Then she would have dug out the eyes of both men. She would have torn the flesh from the bones of their faces. She would have bitten them. Yes, I felt that I wanted that. I wanted it to happen. An end of love and of that intolerable celebration. No embraces in a bed in Amalfi. Immediately shatter everything and every person in the neighborhood. Tear them to pieces. Lila and I go and live far away, light-heartedly descending together all the steps of humiliation, alone, in unknown cities. It seemed to me the just conclusion to that day. If nothing could save us, not money, not a male body, and not even studying, we might as well destroy everything immediately. Her rage expanded in my breast, a force that was mine and not mine, filling me with the pleasure of losing myself. I wished that that force would overflow. But I realized that I was also afraid of it. I understood only later that I can be quietly unhappy, because I'm incapable of violent reactions. I fear them. I prefer to be still, cultivating resentment. Not Lila. When she left her seat, she got up so decisively that the table shook, along with the silverware on the dirty plates. A glass was overturned. As Stefano hurried mechanically to cut off the tongue of wine that was heading toward Signora Salada's dress, Lila went out quickly through a side door, jerking her dress away whenever it got caught. I thought of running after her, grabbing her hand, whispering to her, "Let's get out of here, out of here." But I didn't move. Stefano moved after a moment of uncertainty, and making his way among the dancing couples, joined her. I looked around. Everyone realized that something had upset the bride. But Marcello continued to chat in a conspiratorial way with Reno, as if it were normal for him to have those shoes on his feet. The increasingly lewd toasts of the metal merchant continued. Those who felt at the bottom of the hierarchy of tables and guests went on struggling to put a good face on things. In other words, no one except me seemed to realize that the marriage that had just been celebrated, and that would probably last until the death of the spouses, among the births of many children, many more grandchildren, joys and sorrows, silver and gold wedding anniversaries, that for Lila, no matter what her husband did in his attempt to be forgiven, that marriage was already over. 3. At first, the events disappointed me. I sat with Alfonso and Marisa, paying no attention to their conversation. I waited for signs of revolt, but nothing happened. To be inside Lila's head was, as usual, difficult. I didn't hear her shouting. I didn't hear her threatening. Stefano reappeared half an hour later, very friendly. He had changed his clothes. The white patch on his forehead and around his eyes had vanished. He strolled about among friends and relatives, waiting for his wife to arrive. And when she returned to the hall, not in her wedding dress, but in her traveling outfit, a pastel blue suit with very pale buttons and a blue hat, he joined her immediately. Lila distributed sugared almonds to the children, taking them from a crystal bowl with a silver spoon. Then she moved among the tables, handing out the wedding favors, first to her relatives, then to Stefano's. She ignored the entire Salata family and even her brother Reno, who asked her with an anxious half-smile, "Don't you love me anymore?" She didn't answer, but gave the wedding favor to Pinuccia. She had an absent gaze. Her cheekbones appeared more prominent than usual. When she got to me, she distractedly handed me, without even a smile of complicity, the white, tulle-wrapped ceramic basket full of sugared almonds. The Salatas were irritated by that discourtesy, but Stefano made up for it, embracing them one by one, with a pleasant, soothing expression, and murmuring, "She's tired. Be patient." He kissed Reno, too, on the cheeks, but his brother-in-law gave a sign of displeasure, and I heard him say, "It's not tiredness, Stay. She was born twisted, and I'm sorry for you." Stefano answered seriously, "Twisted things get straightened out." Afterward, I saw him hurry after his wife, who was already at the door, while the orchestra spewed drunken sounds and people crowded around for the final goodbyes. No rupture, then. We would not run away together through the streets of the world. I imagined the newlyweds, handsome, elegant, getting into the convertible. Soon they would be on the Amalfi Coast, in a luxurious hotel, and every blood-curdling insult would have changed into a bad mood that was easily erased. No second thoughts. Lila had detached herself from me definitively, and, it suddenly seemed to me, the distance was in fact greater than I had imagined. She wasn't only married. Her submission to conjugal rights would not be limited merely to sleeping with a man every night. There was something I hadn't understood, which at that moment seemed to me obvious. Lila, bowing to the fact that some business arrangement or other between her husband and Marcello had been sealed by her girlish labors, had admitted that she cared about him more than any other person or thing. If she had already yielded, if she had already swallowed that insult, her bond with Stefano must truly be strong. She loved him. She loved him like the girls in the photo novels. For her whole life she would sacrifice to him every quality of her own, and he wouldn't even be aware of the sacrifice. He would be surrounded by the wealth of feeling, intelligence, imagination that were hers. Without knowing what to do with them, he would ruin them. I thought, am not capable of loving anyone like that. Not even Nino. All I know is how to get along with books. And for a fraction of a second, I saw myself identical to a dented bowl in which my sister Elisa used to feed a stray cat until he disappeared, and the bowl stood empty, gathering dust on the landing. At that point, with a sharp sense of anguish, I felt sure that I had ventured too far. I must go back, I said to myself. I should be like Carmela, Ada, Gigliola, Lila herself. Accept the neighborhood, expel pride, punish presumption, stop humiliating the people who love me. When Alfonso and Marisa went off to meet Nino, I, making a large detour to avoid my mother, joined my boyfriend on the terrace. My dress was too light. The sun had gone. It was beginning to get cold. As soon as he saw me, Antonio lit a cigarette and pretended to look at the sea again. "Let's go," I said. "Go yourself, with Saratore's son." "I want to go with you." "You're a liar." "Why?" "Because if he wanted you, you would leave me here without so much as a goodbye." It was true, but it enraged me that he said it so openly, heedless of the words. I hissed, "If you don't understand that I'm here, running the risk that at any moment my mother might show up and start hitting me because of you, then it means that you're thinking only of yourself, that I don't matter to you at all." He heard scarcely any dialect in my voice. He noted the long sentence, the subjunctives, and he lost his temper. He threw away the cigarette, grabbed me by the wrist with a barely controlled force, and cried, a cry locked in his throat, that he was there for me, only for me, that it was I who had told him to stay near me in the church and at the celebration. Yes, I. "And you made me swear," he gasped. "Swear, you said, that you won't ever leave me alone, and so I had a suit made, and I'm deep in debt to Signora Solata, and to please you, to do as you asked, I didn't spend even a minute with my mother or my sisters and brothers. And what is my reward? My reward is that you treat me like shit. You talk the whole time to the poet's son and humiliate me in front of my friends. You make me look ridiculous, because to you I'm no one. Because you're so educated and I'm not. Because I don't understand the things you say. And it's true. It's very true that I don't understand you. But God damn it, Lenu, look at me. Look me in the face. You think you can order me around. You think I'm not capable of saying that's enough. And yet, you're wrong. You know everything. But you don't know that if you go out of that door with me now, if now I tell you, okay, and we go out, but then I discover that you see that jerk Nino Sarratore at school, and who knows where else, I'll kill you, Lenu. So think about it. Leave me here this minute." He said in despair, "Leave me, because it's better for you." And meanwhile he looked at me, his eyes red and very large, and uttered the words with his mouth wide open, shouting at me without shouting, his nostrils flaring, black, and in his face such suffering that I thought, maybe he's hurting himself inside, because the words, shouted in his throat like that, in his chest, but without exploding in the air, are like bits of sharp iron piercing his lungs and his pharynx. I had a confused need for that aggression. The vice on my wrist, the fear that he would hit me, that river of painful words ended by consoling me. It seemed to me that at least he valued me. "You're hurting me," I muttered. He slowly relaxed his grip, but remained staring at me with his mouth open. The skin of my wrist was turning purple, giving him weight and authority, anchoring me to him. "What do you choose?" he asked. "I want to stay with you," I said, but sullenly. He closed his mouth, his eyes filled with tears. He looked at the sea to give himself time to suppress them. Soon afterward, we were in the street. We didn't wait for Pasquale, Enzo, the girls. We didn't say goodbye to anyone. The most important thing was not to be seen by my mother, so we slipped away on foot. By now it was dark. For a while, we walked beside each other without touching. Then Antonio hesitantly put an arm around my shoulders. He wanted me to understand that he expected to be forgiven, as if he were the guilty one. Because he loved me, he had decided to consider the hours that, right before his eyes, I had spent with Nino, seducing and seduced, a time of hallucinations. "Did I leave a bruise?" he asked, trying to take my wrist. I didn't answer. He grasped my shoulder with his broad hand. I made a movement of annoyance that immediately caused him to relax his grip. He waited. I waited. When he tried again to send out that signal of surrender, I put an arm around his waist. 4. We kissed without stopping, behind a tree, in the doorway of a building, along dark alleys. We took a bus, then another, and reached the station. We went toward the ponds on foot, still kissing each other on the nearly deserted street that skirted the railroad tracks. I was hot, even though my dress was light and the cold of the evening pierced the heat of my skin with sudden shivers. Every so often, Antonio clung to me in the shadows, embracing me with such ardor that it hurt. His lips were burning, and the heat of his mouth kindled my thoughts and my imagination. Maybe Lila and Stefano, I said to myself, are already in the hotel. Maybe they're having dinner. Maybe they're getting ready for the night. To sleep next to a man, not to be cold. I felt Antonio's tongue moving around my mouth, and while he pressed my breasts through the material of my dress, I touched his sex through the pocket of his pants. The black sky was stained with pale clouds of stars. The pond's odor of moss and putrid earth was yielding to the sweeter sense of spring. The grass was wet, the water abruptly hiccuped, as if an acorn had fallen in it, a rock, a frog. We took a path we knew well, which led to a stand of dead trees, with slender trunks and broken branches. A little farther on was the old canning factory, with its caved-in roof, all iron beams and fragments of metal. I felt an urgency of pleasure, something that drew me from inside, like a smooth strip of velvet. I wanted desire to find a violent satisfaction, capable of shattering that whole day. I felt it rubbing, caressing and pricking at the base of my stomach, stronger than it had ever been. Antonio spoke words of love in dialect. He spoke them in my mouth, on my neck, insisting. I was silent. I was always silent during those encounters. I only sighed. "Tell me you love me," he begged. "Yes." "Tell me." "Yes." I said nothing else. I embraced him. I clasped him to me with all my strength. I would have liked to be caressed and kissed over every inch of my body. I felt the need to be rubbed, bitten. I wanted my breath to fail. He pushed me a little away from him and slid a hand into my bra as he continued to kiss me. But it wasn't enough for me. That night it was too little. All the contact that we had had up to that minute, that he had imposed on me with caution, and that I had accepted with equal caution, now seemed to me inadequate, uncomfortable, too quick. Yet I didn't know how to tell him that I wanted more. I didn't have the words. In each of our secret meetings, we celebrated a silent rite, stage by stage. He caressed my breasts. He lifted my skirt. He touched me between the legs, and meanwhile he pushed against me, like a signal, the convulsion of tender flesh and cartilage and veins and blood that vibrated in his pants. But that night I delayed pulling out his sex. I knew that as soon as I did, he would forget about me. He would stop touching me. Breasts, hips, bottom, pubis would no longer occupy him. He would be concentrated only on my hand. In fact, he would tighten his around it to encourage me to move it with the right rhythm. Then he would get out his handkerchief and keep it ready for the moment when a light rattling sound would come from his mouth, and from his penis, his dangerous liquid. Finally, he would draw back, slightly dazed, perhaps embarrassed, and we would go home. A habitual conclusion, which I now felt a confused need to change. I didn't care about being pregnant without being married. I didn't care about the sin, the divine overseers nesting in the cosmos above us, the Holy Spirit, or any of his stand-ins. And Antonio felt this and was disoriented. While he kissed me, with growing agitation, he tried repeatedly to bring my hand down, but I pulled it away. I pushed my pubis against his fingers. I pushed hard and repeatedly, with drawn-out sighs. Then he withdrew his hand. He tried to unbutton his pants. "Wait," I said. I drew him toward the skeleton of the canning factory. It was darker there, more sheltered, but I could hear the wary rustling of scampering mice. My heart began to beat hard. I was afraid of the place, of myself, of the craving that possessed me to obliterate from my manners and from my voice the sense of alienation that I had discovered a few hours earlier. I wanted to return and sink into that neighborhood, to be as I had been. I wanted to throw away studying, the notebooks full of exercises. Exercising for what, after all? What I could become outside of Lila's shadow counted for nothing. What was I compared with her in her wedding dress, with her in the convertible, the blue hat and the pastel suit? What was I, here with Antonio, secretly, in this rusting ruin, with the scurrying rats, my skirt raised over my hips, my underpants lowered, yearning and anguished and guilty, while she lay naked, with languid detachment on linen sheets, in a hotel that looked out on the sea, and let Stefano violate her, enter her completely, give her his seed, impregnate her legitimately and without fear. What was I as Antonio fumbled with his pants and placed his gross male flesh between my legs, against my naked sex, and clutching my buttocks rubbed against me, moving back and forth, panting? I didn't know. I knew only that I was not what I wanted at that moment. It wasn't enough for him to rub against me. I wanted to be penetrated. I wanted to tell Lila when she returned, "I'm not a virgin either. What you do, I do. You can't leave me behind." So I held Antonio tight around his neck and kissed him. I stood on tiptoe. I sought his sex with mine. I sought it wordlessly, by trial and error. He realized it and helped me with his hand. I felt him entering just a little. I trembled with curiosity and fear, but I also felt the effort he was making to stop, to keep from pushing with all the violence that had been smoldering for an entire afternoon, and surely was still. He was about to stop, I realized, and I pressed against him to persuade him to continue. But with a deep breath, Antonio pushed me away and said in dialect, "No, Lenu, I want to do it the way it's done with a wife, not like this." He grabbed my right hand, brought it to his sex with a kind of repressed sob, and I resigned myself to masturbating him. Afterward, as we were leaving the ponds, he said uneasily that he respected me and didn't want to make me do something that I would later regret. Not in that place, not in that dirty and careless way. He spoke as if it were he who had gone too far, and maybe he believed that. I didn't utter a single word the whole way, and said goodbye with relief. When I knocked on the door, my mother opened it and, in vain restrained by my brothers and sister, without yelling, without a word of reproach, began hitting me. My glasses flew to the floor, and immediately I shouted with bitter joy and not a hint of dialect, "See what you've done? You've broken my glasses, and now, because of you, I can't study. I'm not going to school anymore." My mother froze. Even the hand she had struck me with remained still in the air, like the blade of an axe. Elisa, my little sister, picked up the glasses and said softly, "Here, Lenu, they're not broken." 5. I was overcome by an exhaustion that, no matter how much I rested, wouldn't go away. For the first time, I skipped school. I was absent, I think, for some 2 weeks, and not even to Antonio did I say that I couldn't stand it anymore. I wanted to stop. I left home at the usual time and wandered all morning through the city. I learned a lot about Naples in that period. I rummaged among the used books in the stalls of Port Alba, unwillingly absorbing titles and authors' names, and continued toward Toledo and the sea. Or I climbed the Vomero on Via Salvatore Rosa, went up to San Martino, came back down by the Petraio. Or I explored the Doganella, went to the cemetery, wandered on the silent paths, read the names of the dead. Sometimes idle young men, stupid old men, even respectable middle-aged men pursued me with obscene offers. I quickened my pace. Eyes lowered, I escaped, sensing danger, but didn't stop. In fact, the more I skipped school, the bigger the hole that those long mornings of wandering made in the net of scholastic obligations that had imprisoned me since I was 6 years old. At the proper time, I went home, and no one suspected that I had not gone to school. I spent the afternoon reading novels. Then I hurried to the ponds, to Antonio, who was very happy that I was so available. He would have liked to ask if I had seen Saratore's son. I read the question in his eyes, but he didn't dare ask. He was afraid of a quarrel. He was afraid that I would get angry and deny him those few minutes of pleasure. He embraced me, to feel me compliant against his body, to chase away any doubt. At those moments, he dismissed the possibility that I could insult him by also seeing that other. He was wrong. In reality, although I felt guilty, I thought only of Nino. I wanted to see him, talk to him, and on the other hand, I was afraid to. I was afraid that he would humiliate me with his superiority. I was afraid that one way or another, he would return to the reasons that the article about my quarrel with the religion teacher hadn't been published. I was afraid that he would report to me the cruel judgments of the editors. I couldn't have borne it. While I drifted through the city, and at night in bed, when I couldn't sleep and felt my inadequacy with utter clarity, I preferred to believe that my text had been rejected for pure and simple lack of space. Let it diminish, fade. But it was hard. I hadn't been equal to Nino's brilliance, and so I couldn't stay with him, be listened to, tell him my thoughts. What thoughts, after all? I didn't have any. Better to eliminate myself. No more books, grades, praise. I hoped to forget everything, slowly. The notions that crowded my head, the languages, living and dead, Italian itself that rose now to my lips, even with my sisters and brothers. It's Lila's fault, I thought. If I started down this path, I have to forget her too. Lila always knew what she wanted and got it. I don't want anything. I'm made of nothing. I hoped to wake in the morning without desires. Once I was emptied, I imagined. The affection of Antonio, my affection for him, will be enough. Then one day, on the way home, I met Pinuccia, Stefano's sister. I learned from her that Lila had returned from her honeymoon and had had a big lunch to celebrate the engagement of her sister-in-law and her brother. "You and Reno are engaged?" I asked, feigning surprise. "Yes," she said, radiant, and showed me the ring he had given her. I remember that while Pinuccia was talking, I had a single, twisted thought. Lila had a party at her new house and didn't invite me. But it's better that way. I'm glad. Stop comparing myself to her. I don't want to see her anymore. Only when every detail of the engagement had been examined did I ask, hesitantly, about my friend. With a treacherous half-smile, Pinuccia offered a formula in dialect. She's learning. I didn't ask what. When I got home, I slept for the whole afternoon. The next morning, I went out at 7 as usual to go to school, or rather to pretend to go to school. I had just crossed the stradone when I saw Lila get out of the convertible and enter our courtyard without even turning to say goodbye to Stefano, who was at the wheel. She had dressed with care and wore large, dark glasses, even though there was no sun. I was struck by a scarf of blue voile that she had knotted in such a way that it covered her lips, too. I thought resentfully that this was her new style. Not Jackie Kennedy, but, rather, the mysterious lady we had imagined we would become ever since we were children. I kept going without calling to her. After a few steps, however, I turned back, not with a clear intention, but because I couldn't help it. My heart was pounding. My feelings were confused. Maybe I wanted to ask her to tell me to my face that our friendship was over. Maybe I wanted to cry out that I, too, had decided to stop studying and get married, to go and live at Antonio's house with his mother and his brothers and sisters, wash the stairs like Melina the madwoman. I crossed the courtyard quickly. I saw her go in the entranceway that led to her mother-in-law's apartment. I started up the stairs, the same ones we had climbed together as children when we went to ask Don Achille to give us our dolls. I called her. She turned. "You're back," I said. "Yes." "Why didn't you tell me?" "I didn't want you to see me." "Others can see you, and not me?" "I don't care about others. I do care about you." I looked at her uncertainly. What was I not supposed to see? I climbed the stairs that separated us and delicately pulled aside the scarf, raised the sunglasses. 6. I do it again now, in my imagination, as I begin to tell the story of her honeymoon, not only as she told it to me there on the landing, but as I read it later in her notebooks. I had been unjust to her. I had wished to believe in an easy surrender on her part, to be able to humiliate her as I felt humiliated when Nino left the reception. I had wished to diminish her in order not to feel her loss. There she is, instead, the reception now over, shut up in the convertible, the blue hat, the pastel suit. Her eyes were burning with rage, and as soon as the car started, she blasted Stefano with the most intolerable words and phrases of our neighborhood. He swallowed the insults in his usual way, with a faint smile, not saying a word, and finally she was silent. But the silence didn't last. Lila started again calmly, but panting slightly. She told him that she wouldn't stay in that car a minute longer, that it disgusted her to breathe the air that he breathed, that she wanted to get out immediately. Stefano saw the disgust in her face, yet he continued to drive, without saying anything. So she raised her voice again to make him stop. Then he pulled over, but when Lila tried to open the door, he grabbed her firmly by the wrist. "Now listen to me," he said softly. "There are serious reasons for what happened." He explained to her in placid tones how it went. To keep the shoe factory from closing down before it even opened its doors, he had found it necessary to enter into a partnership with Silvio Solata and his sons, who alone could ensure not only that the shoes were placed in the best shops in the city, but that in the fall a shop selling Cerullo shoes exclusively would open in Piazza dei Martiri. "What do I care about your necessities?" Lila interrupted him, struggling to get free. "My necessities are yours. You're my wife." I'm nothing to you, nor are you to me. Let go of my arm." Stefano let go of her arm. "Your father and brother are nothing either?" "Wash your mouth out when you talk about them. You're not fit to even mention their names." But Stefano did mention their names. He said that it was Francesco himself who had wanted to make the agreement with Silvio Solata. He said that the biggest obstacle had been Marcello, who was extremely angry at Lila, at the whole Cerullo family, and especially at Pasquale, Antonio, and Enzo, who had smashed his car and beaten him up. He said that Rino had calmed him down, that it had taken a lot of patience, and so when Marcello had said, "Then I want the shoes that Lina made," Rino had said, "Okay. Take the shoes." It was a bad moment. Lila felt as if she'd been stabbed in the chest. But just the same, she cried, "And you? What did you do?" Stefano had a moment of embarrassment. "What was I supposed to do? Fight with your brother? Ruin your family? Start a war against your friends? Lose all the money I invested?" To Lila, every word, in both tone and content, seemed a hypocritical admission of guilt. She didn't even let him finish, but began hitting him on the shoulder with her fists, yelling, "So even you said okay. You went and got the shoes? You gave them to him?" Stefano let her go on, but when she tried again to open the door and escape, he said to her coldly, "Calm down." Lila turned suddenly. Calm down after he had thrown the blame on her father and brother. Calm down when all three had treated her like an old rag, a rag for wiping up the floor. "I don't want to calm down," she shouted. "You piece of shit, take me home right now. Repeat what you just said in front of those two other shit men." And only when she uttered that expression in dialect, shit men, uomini merde, did she notice that she had broken the barrier of her husband's measured tones. A second afterward, Stefano struck her in the face with his strong hand, a violent slap that seemed to her an explosion of truce. She winced, startled by the painful burning of her cheek. She looked at him, incredulous, while he started the car, and said, in a voice that for the first time since he had begun to court her was not calm, that in fact trembled, "See what you've made me do? See how you go too far?" "We've been wrong about everything," she murmured. But Stefano denied it decisively, as if he refused even to consider that possibility, and he made a long speech, part threatening, part didactic, part pathetic. He said, more or less, "We haven't been wrong about anything, Lina. We just have to get a few things straight. Your name is no longer Cerullo. You are Signora Caracci, and you must do as I say. I know you're not practical. You don't know what business is. You think I find money lying on the ground, but it's not like that. I have to make money every day. I have to put it where it can grow. You designed the shoes. Your father and brother are good workers. But the three of you together aren't capable of making money grow. The Saladas are. And so, please listen to me. I don't give a damn if you don't like those people. Marcello is repulsive to me, too. And when he looks at you, even so much as out of the corner of his eye, when I think of the things he said about you, I feel like sticking a knife in his stomach. But if he is useful for making money, then he becomes my best friend. And you know why? Because if we don't make money, we don't have this car. I can't buy you that dress. We lose the house with everything in it. In the end, you can't act the lady, and our children grow up like the children of beggars. So just try saying again what you said tonight, and I will ruin that beautiful face of yours so that you can't go out of the house. You understand? Answer me." Lila's eyes narrowed to cracks. Her cheek had turned purple, but otherwise she was very pale. She didn't answer him. 7. They reached Amalfi in the evening. Neither had ever been to a hotel, and they were embarrassed and ill at ease. Stefano was especially intimidated by the vaguely mocking tones of the receptionist, and, without meaning to, assumed a subservient attitude. When he realized it, he covered his discomfiture with brusque manners, and his ears flushed merely at the request to show his documents. Meanwhile, the porter appeared, a man in his 50s with a thin mustache. But Stefano refused his help, as if he were a thief. Then, thinking better of it, disdainfully gave him a large tip, even though he didn't take advantage of his services. Lila followed her husband as he carried the suitcases up the stairs and, she told me, for the first time had the impression that somewhere along the way she had lost the youth she had married that morning, and was in the company of a stranger. Was Stefano really so broad? His legs short and fat, his arms long, his knuckles white? To whom had she bound herself forever? The rage that had overwhelmed her during the journey gave way to anxiety. Once they were in the room, he made an effort to be affectionate again, but he was tired and still unnerved by the slap he had had to give her. He assumed an artificial tone. He praised the room. It was very spacious. Opened the French window, went out on the balcony, said to her, "Come and smell the fragrant air. Look how the sea sparkles." But she was seeking a way out of that trap, and, distracted, shook her head no. She was cold. Stefano immediately closed the window, and remarked that if they wanted to take a walk and eat outside, they'd better put on something warmer, saying, "Just in case, get me a vest." As if they had already been living together for many years, and she knew how to dig expertly in the suitcases, to pull out a vest for him exactly as she would have found a sweater for herself. Lila seemed to agree, but in fact she didn't open the suitcases. She took out neither sweater nor vest. She immediately went out into the corridor. She didn't want to stay in the room a minute longer. He followed her, muttering, "I'm also fine like this, but I'm worried about you. You'll catch cold." They wandered around Amalfi, to the cathedral, up the steps and back down again, to the fountain. Stefano now tried to amuse her, but being amusing had never been his strong point. Sentimental tones suited him better, or the sententious phrases of the mature man who knows what he wants. Lila barely responded, and in the end, her husband confined himself to pointing out this and that, exclaiming, "Look." But she, who in other times would have appreciated every stone, wasn't interested in the beauty of the narrow streets, or the sense of the gardens, or the art and history of Amalfi, or, especially, the voice of her husband, who kept saying, tiresomely, "Beautiful, isn't it?" Soon Lila began to tremble, but not because she was particularly cold. It was nerves. He realized it and proposed that they return to the hotel, even venturing a remark like, "Then we can hug each other and get warm." But she wanted to keep walking, on and on, until, overcome by weariness, and though she wasn't at all hungry, she entered a restaurant without consulting him. Stefano followed her patiently. They ordered all kinds of things, ate almost nothing, drank a lot of wine. At a certain point he could no longer hold back and asked if she was still angry. Lila shook her head no, and it was true. At that question, she herself was amazed not to feel the least rancor toward the Saladas, or her father and brother, or Stefano. Everything had rapidly changed in her mind. Suddenly, she didn't care at all about the shoes. In fact, she couldn't understand why she had been so enraged at seeing them on Marcello's feet. Now, instead, the broad wedding band that gleamed on her ring finger frightened and distressed her. In disbelief, she retraced the day, the church, the ceremony, the celebration. "What have I done?" she thought, dazed by wine. "And what is this gold circle, this glittering zero I've stuck my finger in?" Stefano had one too, and it shone amid the black hairs, hairy fingers, as the books said. She remembered him in his bathing suit, as she had seen him at the beach, the broad chest, the large kneecaps, like overturned pots. There was not the smallest detail that, once recalled, revealed to her any charm. He was a being, now, with whom she felt she could share nothing, and yet there he was, in his jacket and tie. He moved his fat lips and scratched the fleshy lobe of an ear, and kept sticking his fork in something on her plate to taste it. He had little or nothing to do with the seller of cured meats who had attracted her, with the ambitious, self-confident, but well-mannered youth, with the bridegroom of that morning in church. He revealed white jaws, a red tongue in the dark hole of his mouth. Something in and around him had broken. At that table, amid the coming and going of the waiters, everything that had brought her here to Amalfi seemed without any logical coherence, and yet unbearably real. Thus, while the face of that unrecognizable being lighted up at the idea that the storm had passed, that she had understood his reasons, that she had accepted them, that he could finally talk to her about his big plans, she suddenly had the idea of stealing a knife from the table to stick in his throat when, in the room, he tried to deflower her. In the end, she didn't do it, since in that restaurant, at that table, to her wine-fogged mind, her entire marriage, from the wedding dress to the ring, had turned out to make no sense. It also seemed to her that any possible sexual demand on Stefano's part would make no sense, above all to him. So at first she contemplated how to get the knife. She took the napkin off her lap, covered the knife with it, placed both back on her lap, prepared to drop the knife in her purse, and put the napkin back on the table. Then she gave it up. The screws holding together her new condition of wife, the restaurant, Amalfi, seemed to her so loose that at the end of dinner, Stefano's voice no longer reached her. In her ears there was only a clamor of objects, living beings and thoughts, without definition. On the street, he started talking again about the good side of these saladas. They knew, he told her, important people in the city government. They had ties to the parties, the monarchists, the fascists. He liked to speak as if he really understood something about the Salada's dealings. He took a knowing tone. He said emphatically, "Politics is ugly, but it's important for making money." Lila remembered the discussions she had had with Pasquale in earlier times, and even the ones she'd had with Stefano during their engagement. The plan to separate themselves completely from their parents, from the abuses and hypocrisies and cruelties of the past. He said yes, she thought. He said he agreed. But he wasn't listening to me. Who did I talk to? I don't know this person. I don't know who he is. And yet, when he took her hand and whispered that he loved her, she didn't pull away. Maybe she planned to make him think that everything was in order, that they really were bride and groom on their honeymoon, in order to wound him more profoundly when she told him, with all the disgust she felt in her stomach, "To get into bed with the hotel porter, or with you both have smoke-yellowed fingers. It's the same revolting thing to me." Or maybe, and this I think is more likely, she was too frightened, and by now was striving to delay every reaction. As soon as they were in the room, he tried to kiss her, and she recoiled. Gravely, she opened the suitcase, took out her nightgown, gave her husband his pajamas. That attention made him smile happily at her, and he tried again to grab her. But she shut herself in the bathroom. Alone, she washed her face for a long time to get rid of the stupor from the wine, the impression of a world that had lost its contours. She didn't succeed. Rather, the feeling that her very gestures lacked coordination intensified. What can I do? She thought. Stay locked in here all night? And then she was sorry that she hadn't taken the knife. For a moment, in fact, she believed that she had, then was forced to admit she hadn't. Sitting on the edge of the bathtub, she compared it appreciatively with the one in the new house, thinking that hers was nicer. Her towels, too, were of a higher quality. Hers? To whom, in fact, did the towels, the tub, everything belong? She was bothered by the idea that the ownership of the nice new things was guaranteed by the last name of that particular individual who was waiting for her out there. Karachi's possessions. She, too, was Karachi's possession. Stefano knocked on the door. "What are you doing? Do you feel all right?" She didn't answer. Her husband waited a little and knocked again. When nothing happened, he twisted the handle nervously and said in a tone of feigned amusement, "Do I have to break down the door?" Lila didn't doubt that he would have been capable of it. The stranger who waited for her outside was capable of anything. I too, she thought, am capable of anything. She undressed, she washed, she put on the nightgown, despising herself for the care with which she had chosen it months earlier. Stefano, purely a name that no longer coincided with the habits and affections of a few hours earlier, was sitting on the edge of the bed in his pajamas, and he jumped to his feet as soon as she appeared. "You took your time." "The time needed. You look beautiful." "I'm very tired. I want to sleep." "We'll sleep later." "Now. You on your side, I on mine." "Okay. Come here." "I'm serious." "I am too." Stefano uttered a little laugh, tried to take her by the hand. She drew back. He darkened. "What's wrong with you?" Lila hesitated. She sought the right expression, said softly, "I don't want you." Stefano shook his head uncertainly, as if the 3 words were in a foreign language. He murmured that he had been waiting so long for that moment, day and night. "Please," he said in a pleading tone, and, with an expression almost of dejection, he pointed to his wine-colored pajama pants and mumbled with a crooked smile, "See what happens to me just when I look at you?" She looked without wanting to, and, with a spasm of disgust, averted her gaze. At that point, Stefano realized that she was about to lock herself in the bathroom again, and with an animal leap, he grabbed her by the waist, picked her up, and threw her on the bed. What was happening? It was clear that he didn't want to understand. He thought they had made peace at the restaurant. Now he was wondering, why is Lena behaving like this? She's too young. In fact, he was laughing, on top of her, trying to soothe her. "It's a beautiful thing," he said. "You mustn't be afraid. I love you more than my mother and my sister." But no, she was already pulling herself up to get away from him. How difficult it is to keep up with this girl. She says yes and means no. She says no and means yes. Stefano muttered, "No more of these whims." And he stopped her again, sat astride her, pinned her wrists against the bedspread. "You said that we should wait, and we waited," he said, "even though being near you without touching you was terrible and I suffered. But we're married now. Behave yourself. Don't worry." He leaned over to kiss her on the mouth, but she avoided him, turning her face forcefully to right and left, struggling, twisting, as she repeated, "Leave me alone. I don't want you. I don't want you. I don't want you." At that point, almost against his will, the tone of Stefano's voice rose. "Now you're really pissing me off, Lena." He repeated that remark 2 or 3 times, each time louder, as if to assimilate fully an order that was coming to him from very far away, perhaps even from before he was born. The order was, "Be a man, Stay. Either you subdue her now, or you'll never subdue her. Your wife has to learn right away that she is the female and you're the male, and therefore she has to obey." And Lila, hearing him, "You're pissing me off, you're pissing me off, you're pissing me off," and seeing him, broad, heavy above her narrow pelvis, his sex erect, holding up the material of his pajamas like a tent support, remembered when, years before, he had wanted to grab her tongue with his fingers and prick it with a pin, because she had dared to humiliate Alfonso in a school competition. He was never Stefano, she seemed to discover suddenly. He was always the oldest son of Don Achille. And that thought immediately brought to the young face of her husband, like a revival, features that until that moment had remained prudently hidden in his blood, but that had always been there, waiting for their moment. Oh, yes, to please the neighborhood, to please her, Stefano had striven to be someone else, softening his features with courteousness, adapting his gaze to meekness, modeling his voice on the tones of conciliation. His fingers, his hands, his whole body had learned to restrain their force. But now the limits that he had imposed for so long were about to give way, and Lila was seized by a childish terror, greater than when we had to go down into the cellar to get our dolls. Don Achille was rising from the muck of the neighborhood, feeding on the living matter of his son. The father was cracking his skin, changing his gaze, exploding out of his body. And in fact, look at him. He tore the nightgown off her chest, bared her breasts, clasped her fiercely, leaned over to bite her nipples. And when she, as she had always been able to do, repressed her horror and tried to tear him off her by pulling his hair, groping with her mouth as she sought to bite him until he bled, he drew back, seized her arms, pinned them under his huge bent legs, said to her contemptuously, "What are you doing? Be quiet. You're just a twig. If I want to break you, I'll break you." But Lila wouldn't calm down. She bit the air. She arched to get his weight off of her. In vain. He now had his hands free, and leaning over her, he slapped her lightly with the tips of his fingers, and kept telling her, pressing her, "See how big it is? Say yes, say yes, say yes," until he took out of his pajamas his stubby sacks that, extended over her, seemed like a puppet without arms or legs, congested by mute stirrings, in a frenzy to uproot itself from that other, bigger puppet that was saying hoarsely, "Now I'll make you feel it, Lena. Look how nice it is. Nobody's got one like this." And since she was still writhing, he hit her twice, first with the palm of his hand, then with the back, and so hard that she understood that if she continued to resist, he would certainly kill her. Or at least Don Achille would, who frightened the neighborhood because you knew that with his strength he could hurl you against a wall or a tree. And she emptied herself of all rebellion, yielding to a soundless terror, while he drew back, pulled up her nightgown, whispered in her ear, "You don't realize how much I love you, but you will know. And tomorrow it will be you asking me to love you as I am now, and more. In fact, you will go down on your knees and beg me, and I will say, 'Yes, but only if you are obedient.' And you will be obedient." When, after some awkward attempts, he tore her flesh with passionate brutality, Lila was absent. The night, the room, the bed, his kisses, his hands on her body. Every sensation was absorbed by a single feeling. She hated Stefano Carracci. She hated his strength, She hated his weight on her. She hated his name and his surname. 8. They returned to the neighborhood 4 days later. That same evening, Stefano invited his parents-in-law and his brother-in-law to the new house. With a humbler expression than usual, he asked Fernando to tell Lila what had happened with Silvio Solara. Fernando confirmed to his daughter, in unhappy, disjointed sentences, Stefano's version. As for Rino, Karachi asked him right afterward to tell why, in the end, they had made the mutual but painful decision to give Marcello the shoes he insisted on. Rino, in the manner of a man who knows what's what, declared pompously, "There are situations in which certain choices are obligatory." Then he started in with the serious trouble Pasquale, Antonio, and Enzo had got into when they beat up the Solara brothers and wrecked their car. "You know who was more at risk?" he said, leaning toward his sister and raising his voice. "Them, your friends, those knights in shining armor. Marcello recognized them and was convinced that you had sent them. Stefano and I, what were we supposed to do? You wanted those 3 idiots to get a beating a lot worse than the one they gave? You wanted to ruin them? And for what, anyway? For a pair of size 43 shoes that your husband can't wear because they're too narrow for him? And when it rains, the water gets in? We made peace, and since those shoes were so important to Marcello, we gave them to him." Words. With them you can do and undo as you please. Lila had always been good with words, but on that occasion, contrary to expectations, she didn't open her mouth. Relieved, Reno reminded her spitefully that it was she who, ever since she was a child, had been harassing him, telling him they had to get rich. Then, she said, laughing, "Make us rich without complicating our life, which is already too complicated." At that point, a surprise for the mistress of the house, though certainly not for the others, the doorbell rang, and Pinuccia, Alfonso, and their mother Maria appeared, with a tray of pastries freshly made by Spagnuolo himself, the Solara's pastry maker. At first it seemed that they had come to celebrate the newlyweds' return from their honeymoon, since Stefano passed around the wedding pictures, which he had just picked up from the photographer. For the movie, he explained, it would take a little longer. But it soon became clear that the wedding of Stefano and Lila was already old news. The pastries were intended to mark a new happy event, the engagement of Rino and Pinuccia. All the tension was set aside. Rino replaced the violent tones of a few minutes earlier with tender modulations and dialect, exaggerated pronouncements of love, the wonderful idea of having the engagement party right away, in his sister's lovely house. Then, with a theatrical gesture, he took a package out of his pocket. The package, when it was unwrapped, revealed a dark, rounded case, and the case, when it was opened, revealed a diamond ring. Lila noted that it wasn't that different from the one she wore on her finger next to the wedding ring, and wondered where her brother had got the money. There were hugs and kisses. There was a lot of talk of the future, speculation about who would manage the Cerullo shoe store in Piazza dei Martiri when the Solaras opened it in the fall. Rino supposed that Pinuccia would manage it, maybe by herself, maybe with Gigliola Spagnuolo, who was officially engaged to Michele and so was making claims. The family reunion became livelier and full of hope. Lila remained standing most of the time. It hurt to sit down. No one, not even her mother, who was silent during the entire visit, seemed to notice her swollen black right eye, the cut on her lower lip, the bruises on her arms. 9. She was still in that state when, there on the stairs that led to the house of her mother-in-law, I took off her glasses, unwound her scarf. The skin around her eye had a yellowish color, and her lower lip was a purple stain with fiery red stripes. To her friends and relatives, she said that she had fallen on the rocks in Amalfi on a beautiful sunny morning, when she and her husband had taken a boat to a beach just at the foot of a yellow wall. During the engagement lunch for her brother and Pinuccia, she had used, in telling that lie, a sarcastic tone, and they had all sarcastically believed her, especially the women, who knew what had to be said when the men who loved them and whom they loved beat them severely. Besides, there was no one in the neighborhood, especially of the female sex, who did not think that she had needed a good thrashing for a long time. So the beatings did not cause outrage, and in fact, sympathy and respect for Stefano increased. There was someone who knew how to be a man. But when I saw her so battered, my heart leaped to my throat. I embraced her. And when she said she hadn't come to visit because she didn't want me to see her in that state, tears came to my eyes. The story of her honeymoon, as the photo novels put it, although stripped down, almost cold, made me angry, pained me. And yet, I have to admit, I also felt a tenuous pleasure. I was content to discover that Lila now needed help, maybe protection, and that admission of fragility, not toward the neighborhood, but toward me, moved me. I felt that the distances had unexpectedly gotten shorter again, and I was tempted to tell her right away that I had decided to quit school, that school was useless, that I didn't have the right qualities. It seemed to me that the news would comfort her. But her mother-in-law looked out over the banister on the top floor and called her. Lila ended her story with a few hurried sentences. She said that Stefano had tricked her, that he was just like his father. "You remember that Don Achille gave us money instead of the dolls?" she asked. "Yes. We shouldn't have taken it. We bought Little Women. We were wrong. Ever since that moment, I've been wrong about everything." She wasn't upset. She was sad. She put her dark glasses back on. She re-knotted the scarf. I was pleased about that we. We shouldn't have taken it. We were wrong. But the abrupt transition to the I annoyed me. I have been wrong about everything. We, I would have liked to correct her. Always we. But I didn't. It seemed to me that she was trying to comprehend her new condition, and that she urgently needed to know what she could hold on to in order to confront it. Before starting up the flight of stairs, she asked, "Would you like to come and study at my house?" "When?" "This afternoon? Tomorrow? Every day." "Stefano will be annoyed. If he is the master, I am the master's wife." "I don't know, Lila. I'll give you a room. I'll shut you in." "What's the point?" She shrugged. "To know that you're there." I didn't say yes or no. I went off and wandered through the city as usual. Lila was sure that I would never quit school. She had assigned me the role of the friend with glasses and pimples, always bent over her books, smart in school, and she couldn't even imagine that I might change. But I didn't want that role anymore. It seemed to me that, thanks to the humiliation of the unpublished article, I had thoroughly understood my inadequacy. Even though Nino was born and had grown up like Lila and me in that wretched outlying neighborhood, he was able to use school with intelligence. I was not. So stop deluding myself. Stop striving. Accept your lot, as Carmela, Ada, Gigliola, and, in her way, Lila herself have long since done. I didn't go to her house that afternoon or the following ones, and I continued to skip school, tormenting myself. One morning I went wandering not far from the school, along Via Veterinaria, behind the Botanic Garden. I thought of the conversations I had had recently with Antonio. He was hoping to avoid military service. As the son of a widowed mother and the sole support of the family, he wanted to ask for a raise in the shop, and also save so that he could take over the management of a gas pump along the Stradone. We would get married. I would help out at the pump. The choice of a simple life. My mother would approve. I can't always please Lila, I said to myself. But how hard it was to erase from my mind the ambitions inspired by school. At the time when classes were over, I went, almost without intending it, to the neighborhood of the school and walked around there. I was afraid of being seen by the teachers, and yet, I realized, I wished them to see me. I wanted to be either branded irremediably as a no longer model student or recaptured by the rhythms of school and submit to the obligation to go back. The first groups of students appeared. I heard someone calling me. It was Alfonso. He was waiting for Marisa, but she was late. "Are you going together?" I asked, teasing. "No, she's the one who's got a crush." "Liar." "You're the liar, telling me you were sick, and look at you. You're fine. Professor Galliani is always asking about you. I told her you had a bad fever." "I did, in fact." "Obviously." He was carrying his books, tied up with elastic under his arm. His face was strained by the tension of the hours of school. Did Alfonso also conceal Don Achille, his father, in his breast, despite his delicate appearance? Is it possible that our parents never die, that every child inevitably conceals them in himself? Would my mother truly emerge from me, with her limping gait, as my destiny? I asked him, "Did you see what your brother did to Lena?" Alfonso was embarrassed. "Yes." "And you didn't say anything to him?" "You have to see what Lena did to him." "Would you be able to act the same way with Marisa?" He laughed timidly. "No." "You're sure?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because I know you. Because we talk. Because we go to school together." At the moment, I didn't understand. What did "I know you" mean? What did "we talk" and "we go to school together" mean? I saw Marisa at the end of the street. She was running because she was late. "Your girlfriend's coming," I said. He didn't turn. He shrugged. He mumbled, "Come back to school, please." "I'm sick," I repeated, and left. I didn't want to exchange even a hello with Nino's sister. Any sign that evoked him made me anxious. But Alfonso's obscure words did me good. I turned them over in my mind as I walked. He had said that because he knew me, We talked to each other. We sat at the same desk. He would never impose his authority on a possible wife by beating her. He had expressed himself with a frank sincerity. He wasn't afraid of attributing to me, even if in a confused way, the capacity to influence him, a male, to change his behavior. I was grateful to him for that tangled message, which consoled me and set in motion a reconciliation between me and myself. It doesn't take much for a conviction that has become fragile to weaken to the point of giving way. The next day, I forged my mother's signature and returned to school. That evening, at the ponds, clinging to Antonio to escape the cold, I promised him, "I'll finish this school year and we'll get married." 10. But I had a hard time making up the ground I had lost, especially in science, and I tried to reduce my meetings with Antonio so that I could concentrate on my books. When I missed a date because I had to study, he became gloomy. He asked me, in alarm, "Is something wrong?" "I've got a lot of homework." "How is it that all of a sudden you've got more homework?" "I've always had a lot." "Before you didn't have any." "It was a coincidence." "What are you hiding from me, Lenu?" "Nothing. Do you still love me?" I reassured him, but meanwhile the time moved quickly by us, and I went home angry at myself because I still had so much studying to do. Antonio's fixation was always the same, Saratore's son. He was afraid that I would talk to him, even that I would see him. Naturally, to prevent him from suffering, I concealed the fact that I ran into Nino entering school, coming out, in the corridors. Nothing particular happened. At most, we exchanged a nod of greeting and went on our way. I could have talked to my boyfriend about it without any problems if he had been a reasonable person. But Antonio was not reasonable, and in truth, I wasn't either. Although Nino gave me no encouragement, a mere glimpse of him left me distracted during class. His presence a few classrooms away, real, alive, better educated than the professors, and courageous, and disobedient, drained meaning from the teacher's lectures, the pages of the books, the plans for marriage, the gas pump on the stradone. Even at home I couldn't study. Added to my confusing thoughts about Antonio, about Nino, about the future of my mother's irritability as she yelled at me to do this or that, and my siblings, who came one by one to have me look at their homework. That permanent turmoil wasn't new. I had always studied in disorder. But the old determination that had allowed me to do my best, even in those conditions, seemed to be used up. I couldn't or didn't want to reconcile school with everyone's needs anymore. So I would let the afternoon go by helping my mother, correcting my sisters' and brothers' exercises, and studying little or not at all for myself. And if once I had sacrificed sleep to books, now, since I was still exhausted and sleep seemed to me a respite, at night I forgot about homework and went to bed. And so I began to show up in class not only inattentive, but unprepared, and I lived in fear that the teachers would call on me, which soon happened. Once, in the same day, I got low marks in chemistry, art history, and philosophy, and my nerves were so frayed that right after the last bad grade I burst into tears in front of everyone. It was a terrible moment. I felt the horror and the pleasure of losing myself, the fear and the pride in going off the rails. As we were leaving school, Alfonso told me that his sister-in-law had asked him to tell me to go and see her. "Go on," he urged me anxiously. Surely you'll study better there than at your house." So that afternoon I made up my mind and walked to the new neighborhood. But I didn't go to Lila's house to find a solution to my problems with school. I took it for granted that we would talk the whole time, and that my situation as a former model student would get even worse. I said to myself, rather, better to go off the rails talking to Lila than in the midst of my mother's yelling, the petulant demands of my siblings, the yearnings for Nino, Antonio's recriminations. At least I would learn something about married life, a life that soon, I now assumed, would be mine. Lila greeted me with obvious pleasure. Her eye was no longer swollen, her lip was healing. She was nicely dressed. Her hair was carefully combed. She wore lipstick. Yet she moved through the apartment as if her house were alien to her, and she herself felt like a visitor. The wedding presents were still piled up near the door. The rooms had a smell of plaster and fresh paint, mixed with the vaguely alcoholic scent that emanated from the new furniture in the dining room. The table, the sideboard with a mirror framed by dark wood foliage, the silver chest full of silver, the plates, glasses, and bottles of colored liquors. Lila made coffee. It was pleasant to sit with her in the spacious kitchen and play at being ladies, as we had done as children in front of the cellar air vent. It's relaxing, I thought. I was wrong not to come sooner. I had a friend of my age with her own house, full of opulent, orderly things. That friend, who had nothing to do all day, seemed happy for my company. Although we had changed, and the changes were still occurring, the warmth between us endured intact. Why then not give in to it? For the first time since her wedding day, I felt at ease. "How's it going with Stefano?" I asked. "Fine. You've cleared things up?" She smiled in amusement. "Yes, it's all clear." "And so?" "Disgusting." "The same as Amalfi?" "Yes." "Did he beat you again?" She touched her face. "No, this is old stuff." "Then?" "It's the humiliation." "And you?" "I do what he wants." I thought for a moment. I asked her suggestively, "But at least when you sleep together, isn't it nice?" She made a grimace of discomfort, became serious. She began to speak of her husband with a sort of loathing acceptance. It wasn't hostility. It wasn't a need for retaliation. It wasn't even disgust. But a placid disdain, a contempt that invested Stefano's entire person like polluted water in the ground. I listened. I understood, and I didn't understand. Long ago she had threatened Marcello with the shoemaker's knife simply because he had dared to grab my wrist and break the bracelet. From that point on, I was sure that if Marcello had just brushed against her, she would have killed him. But toward Stefano, now she showed no explicit aggression. Of course, the explanation was simple. We had seen our fathers beat our mothers from childhood. We had grown up thinking that a stranger must not even touch us, but that our father, our boyfriend, and our husband could hit us when they liked, out of love, to educate us, to re-educate us. As a result, since Stefano was not the hateful Marcello, but the young man to whom she had declared her love, whom she had married, and with whom she had decided to live forever, she assumed complete responsibility for her choice. And yet it didn't add up. In my eyes, Lila was Lila, not an ordinary girl of the neighborhood. Our mothers, after they were slapped by their husbands, did not have that expression of calm disdain. They despaired. They wept. They confronted their man sullenly. They criticized him behind his back. And yet, more and less, they continued to respect him. My mother, for example, plainly admired my father's devious deals. Lila instead displayed an acquiescence without respect. I said, I feel comfortable with Antonio, even though I don't love him. And I hoped that, in accord with our old habits, she would be able to grasp in that statement a series of hidden questions. Although I love Nino, I was saying without saying it, I feel pleasantly excited just thinking of Antonio, of our kisses, of holding and touching each other at the ponds. Love, in my case, is not indispensable to pleasure, nor is respect. Is it possible, therefore, that the disgust, the humiliation, begin afterward? When a man subdues you and violates you at his pleasure solely because you now belong to him, love or not, respect or not? What happens when you're in a bed, crushed by a man? She had experienced that, and I would have liked her to talk about it. Instead, she confined herself to saying, sarcastically, "Better for you if you're comfortable," and she led me to a small room that looked out onto the railroad tracks. It was a bare space. There was only a desk, a chair, a cot, nothing on the walls. "Do you like it here?" "Yes." "Then study." She left, closing the door behind her. The room smelled of damp plaster more than the rest of the house. I looked out the window. I would have preferred to go on talking. But it was immediately clear to me that Alfonso had told her about my absence from school, maybe even about my bad grades, and that she wanted to restore to me the wisdom she had always attributed to me, even at the cost of imposing it on me. Better that way. I heard her moving through the house, making a phone call. It struck me that she didn't say, "Hello, it's Lena," or, I don't know, "It's Lena Cerullo," but, "Hello, this is Signora Caracci." I sat down at the desk, opened my history book, and forced myself to study. 11. The close of this school year was inauspicious. The building that housed the high school was crumbling. Rain leaked into the classrooms. After one violent storm, a street nearby caved in. There followed a period when we went to school on alternate days. Homework began to count more than the normal lessons. The teachers loaded it on to the point where it was unbearable. Despite my mother's protests, I got in the habit of going to Lila's right after school. I arrived at 2 in the afternoon. I dropped my book somewhere. She made me a sandwich with prosciutto, cheese, salami, anything I wanted. Such abundance was never seen at my parents' house. How good the smell of fresh bread was, and the taste of the fillings, especially the prosciutto, bright red, edged with white. I ate greedily, and Lila made me coffee. After we'd had some intense conversation, she closed me in the little room and seldom looked in, except to bring me a snack and to eat or drink with me. Since I had no wish to run into Stefano, who generally returned from the grocery around 8 at night, I always left right at 7. I became familiar with the apartment, with its light, with the sounds that came from the railroad. Every space, everything was new and clean, but especially the bathroom, which had a sink, a bidet, a bathtub. One afternoon, when I felt particularly lazy, I asked Lila if I could have a bath, I, who still washed under the tap or in a copper tub. She said I could do what I wanted and went to bring me towels. The water came out hot from the tap, and I let it run. I undressed, I sank in up to my neck. That warmth was an unexpected pleasure. After a while, I tried out the numerous little bottles that crowded the corners of the tub. A steamy foam arose, as if from my body, and almost overflowed. Ah, how many wonderful things Lila possessed. It was no longer just a matter of a clean body. It was play. It was abandon. I discovered the lipsticks, the makeup, the wide mirror that reflected an image without deformities, the hairdryer. Afterward, my skin was smoother than I had ever felt it, and my hair was full, luminous, blonder. Maybe the wealth we wanted as children is this, I thought. Not strong boxes full of diamonds and gold coins, but a bathtub. To immerse yourself like this every day, to eat bread, salami, prosciutto, to have a lot of space even in the bathroom, to have a telephone, a pantry and icebox full of food, a photograph in a silver frame on the sideboard that shows you in your wedding dress, to have this entire house with the kitchen, the bedroom, the dining room, the 2 balconies, and the little room where I am studying, and where, even though Lila hasn't said so, soon, when it comes, a baby will sleep. That evening I hurried to the ponds. I couldn't wait for Antonio to caress me, smell me, marvel, enjoy that luxurious cleanliness that highlighted beauty. It was a gift that I wanted to give him, but he had his anxieties. He said, "I'll never be able to offer you these things." And I answered, "Who says that I want them?" And he replied, "You always want to do what Lila does." I was offended. We quarreled. I was independent. I did only what I liked. I did what he and Lila didn't and couldn't do. I went to school. I studied hard, was going blind over my books. I cried that he didn't understand me, that all he did was disparage and insult me, and I ran away. But Antonio understood me too well. Day by day, my friend's house charmed me more. It became a magical place where I could have everything, far from the wretched gray of the old buildings where we had grown up, the flaking walls, the scratched doors, the same objects always, dented and chipped. Lila was careful not to disturb me. I would call out, "I'm thirsty. I'm kind of hungry. Let's turn on the television. Can I see this? Can I see that?" I was bored by studying. I struggled. Sometimes I asked her to listen to me while I repeated the lessons aloud. She sat on the cot, I at the desk. I showed her the pages I had to repeat. I recited. Lila checked me line for line. It was on those occasions that I realized how her relationship with books had changed. Now she was intimidated by them. She no longer wanted to impose on me an order, her own rhythm, as if just a few sentences were enough to get a picture of the whole and master it so that she could tell me, "This is the important concept, start here." When, following me in the textbook, she had the impression that I was mistaken, she corrected me with 1,000 apologies, such as, "Maybe I didn't understand it. Maybe you should check." She seemed not to realize that her capacity to learn effortlessly remained intact. But I knew. I saw, for example, that chemistry, so boring for me, provoked in her that narrow look, and her few observations awakened me from my apathy, excited me. I saw that after half a page of the philosophy textbook, she was able to find surprising connections between Anaxagoras, the order that the intellect imposes on the chaos of things, and Mendeleev's tables. But more often I had the impression that she was aware of the inadequacy of her tools, of the naivete of her observations, and she restrained herself on purpose. As soon as she realized that she had let herself get too involved, she retreated as if before a trap, and mumbled, "Lucky you who understand. I don't know what you're talking about." Once, she closed the book abruptly and said with annoyance, "That's enough." "Why?" "Because I've had it. It's always the same story. Inside something small, there's something even smaller that wants to leap out. And outside something large, there's always something larger that wants to keep it a prisoner. I'm going to cook." And yet I wasn't studying anything that had to do in an obvious way with the small and the large. Her own capacity to learn had irritated her, or perhaps frightened her, and she had retreated. Where? To make dinner, to clean the house, to watch television with the volume low in order not to disturb me, to look at the tracks, the train traffic, the fleeting outline of Vesuvius, the streets of the new neighborhood, still without trees and without shops, the rare car traffic, the women with their shopping bags, small children attached to their skirts. Occasionally, and only on Stefano's orders, or because he asked her to go with him, she went out to the place. It was less than 500 meters from the house, once I went with her, where the new grocery was to be built. There she took measurements with a carpenter's measuring tape to plan shelves and furnishings. That was it. She had nothing else to do. I soon realized that, being married, she was more alone than before. I sometimes went out with Carmela, with Ada, even with Gigliola, and at school I had made friends with girls in my class and other classes, so that sometimes I met them for ice cream on Via Furia. But she saw only Pinuccia, her sister-in-law. As for the boys, if during the period of her engagement they still stopped to exchange a few words, now, after her marriage, they gave a nod of greeting at most when they met on the street. And yet she was beautiful, and she dressed like the pictures in the women's magazines that she bought in great numbers. But the condition of wife had enclosed her in a sort of glass container, like a sailboat sailing with sails unfurled in an inaccessible place without the sea. Pasquale, Enzo, Antonio himself would never have ventured onto the unshaded white streets of newly built houses, to her doorway, to her apartment, to talk a little or invite her to take a walk. And even the telephone, a black object attached to the kitchen wall, seemed a useless ornament. The whole time I studied at her house, it seldom rang, and when it did, it was usually Stefano, who had put one in the grocery as well, to take orders from customers. Their conversations as newlyweds were brief. She answered listlessly, "Yes, no." She used the telephone mainly for making purchases. In that period, she hardly ever went out of the house, as she waited for the signs of the beating to completely disappear from her face. But she bought things just the same. For example, after my joyous bath, after my enthusiasm about the way my hair had turned out, I heard her order a new hairdryer, and when it was delivered, she wanted to give it to me. She uttered that sort of magic formula, "Hello, this is Signora Caracci," and then she negotiated, discussed, gave up, bought. She didn't pay. The shopkeepers were all from the neighborhood. They knew Stefano well. She merely signed Lina Caracci, name and last name, as Maestra Oliviero had taught us. And she wrote the signature as if it were an assignment, with an intent half-smile, never even checking the merchandise, as if those marks on paper mattered more to her than the objects that were being delivered. She also bought some big albums with green covers decorated with floral motifs, in which she arranged the wedding photographs. She had printed just for me copies of I don't know how many of them, all the ones in which I, my parents, my sister and brothers, even Antonio appeared. She telephoned and ordered the photographs. I found one in which Nino could be seen. There was Alfonso, there was Marisa, and he was at the right, cut off by the edge of the frame. Only his hair, his nose, his mouth. "Can I have this one too?" I asked, without much enthusiasm. "You're not in it." "I'm here, from the back." "All right. If you want it, I'll have it printed for you." I abruptly changed my mind. "No, forget it." "Really? Go ahead." "No." But the acquisition that most impressed me was the projector. The movie of the wedding had finally been developed. The photographer came one night to show it to the newlyweds and their relatives. Lila found out how much the machine cost. She had one delivered to her house and invited me to watch the film. She put the projector on the dining room table, took a painting of a stormy sea off the wall, expertly inserted the film, lowered the blinds, and the images began to flow over the white wall. It was a marvel. The movie was in color, just a few minutes long. I was astonished. Again, I saw her enter the church on Fernando's arm, come out into the church square with Stefano, their happy walk through the Parco delle Rimembranze, ending with a long kiss, the entrance into the restaurant, the dance that followed, the relatives eating or dancing, the cutting of the cake, the handing out of the favors, the goodbyes addressed to the lens. Stefano happy, she grim, both in their traveling clothes. The first time I saw it, I was struck most of all by myself. I appeared twice, first in the church square beside Antonio. I looked awkward, nervous, my face taken up by my glasses. The second time, I was sitting at the table with Nino and was barely recognizable. I was laughing, hands and arms moved with casual elegance. I adjusted my hair, toyed with my mother's bracelet. I seemed to myself refined and beautiful. Lila, in fact, exclaimed, "Look how well you came out." "Not really," I lied. "You look the way you do when you're happy." The second time we watched, I said to her, "Play it again." She didn't have to be asked twice. What struck me instead was the Solara's entrance into the restaurant. The cameraman had caught the moment that had registered most profoundly in me. The moment Nino left the room and Marcello and Michele burst in. The two brothers entered side by side, in their dress clothes. They were tall and muscular, thanks to the time they spent in the gym lifting weights. Meanwhile, Nino, slipping out, head lowered, just bumped Marcello's arm. And as Marcello abruptly turned, with a mean, bullying look, he vanished, indifferent, without looking back. The contrast seemed violent. It wasn't so much the poverty of Nino's clothes, which clashed with the opulence of the Solaras, with the gold they wore on their necks and their wrists and their fingers. It wasn't even his extreme thinness, which was accentuated by his height. He was at least 3 inches taller than the brothers, who were tall too, and which suggested a fragility opposed to the virile strength that Marcello and Michele displayed with smug satisfaction. Rather, it was the indifference. While the Solara's arrogance could be considered normal, the haughty carelessness with which Nino had bumped into Marcello and kept going was not at all normal. Even those who detested the Solaras, like Pasquale, Enzo, or Antonio, had, one way or another, to reckon with them. Nino, on the other hand, not only didn't apologize, but didn't so much as glance at Marcello. The scene provided documentary proof of what I had intuited as I was experiencing it in reality. In that sequence, Saratore's son, who had grown up in the run-down buildings of the old neighborhood just like us, and who had seemed so frightened when it came to defeating Alfonso in the school competitions, now appeared completely outside the scale of values at whose peak stood the Solaras. It was a hierarchy that visibly did not interest him, that perhaps he no longer understood. Looking at him, I was seduced. He seemed to me an ascetic prince who could intimidate Michele and Marcello merely by means of a gaze that didn't see them. And for an instant I hoped that now, in the image, he would do what he had not done in reality: take me away. Lila noticed Nino only then, and said, curious, "Is that the same person you sat with at the table with Alfonso?" "Yes. Didn't you recognize him? It's Nino, the oldest son of Sarratore." "He's the one who you kissed when you were on Ischia." "It was nothing." "Just as well." "Why just as well?" "He's a person who thinks he's somebody." As if to excuse that impression, I said, "This year he graduates, and he's the best in the whole school." "You like him because of that?" "No." "Forget him, Lenu. Antonio is better." "You think?" "Yes. He's skinny, ugly, and most of all, really arrogant." I heard the three adjectives like an insult and was on the point of saying, "It's not true. He's handsome, his eyes sparkle, and I'm sorry you don't realize it, because a boy like that doesn't exist in the movies or on television or even in novels, and I'm happy that I've loved him since I was little. And even if he's out of my reach, even if I'm going to marry Antonio and spend my life pumping gas, I will love him more than myself. I'll love him forever." Instead, unhappy again, I said, "I used to like him in elementary school. I don't anymore." 12. The months that followed were packed with small events that tormented me a great deal, and even today I find it difficult to put them in order. Although I imposed on myself an appearance of self-assurance and iron discipline, I gave in continuously, with painful pleasure, to waves of unhappiness. Everything seemed to be against me. At school, I couldn't get the grades I used to, even though I had begun to study again. The days passed without even a moment during which I felt alive. The road to school, the one to Lila's house, the one to the ponds, were colorless backdrops. Tense, discouraged, I ended up, almost without realizing it, blaming Antonio for a good part of my troubles. He too was very upset. He wanted to see me continuously. Sometimes he left work, and I found him waiting for me, self-conscious, on the sidewalk across from the school entrance. He was worried about the crazy behavior of his mother, Melina, and was frightened by the possibility that he wouldn't be exempted from military service. He had submitted, in time, application after application to the recruiting office documenting the death of his father, the condition of his mother's health, his role as the sole support of his family, and it seemed that the army, overwhelmed by the papers, had decided to forget about him. But now he had learned that Enzo Scano was to leave in the autumn, and he was afraid that his turn would come too. I can't leave my mother and Ada and the other children with no money and no protection," he said in despair. One day he appeared at school out of breath. He had learned that the carabinieri had come to get information about him. "Ask Lena," he said anxiously. "Ask her if Stefano had an exemption because his mother is widowed, or for some other reason." I soothed him, tried to distract him. I organized an evening for him at the pizzeria with Pasquale and Enzo and their girlfriends, Ada and Carmela. I hoped that, seeing his friends, he would calm down, but it didn't help. Enzo, as usual, showed not the least emotion about his departure. He was sorry only because, while he was in the army, his father would have to go back to walking the streets with the cart, and his health wasn't good. As for Pasquale, he revealed somewhat morosely that he had been rejected for military service because of an old tubercular infection. But he said that he regretted it. One ought to be a soldier, though not to serve the country. "People like us," he muttered, "have a duty to learn to use weapons, because soon the time will come when those who should pay will pay." From there we went on to discuss politics, or, to be exact, Pasquale did, and in a very intolerant way. He said that the fascists wanted to return to power with the help of the Christian Democrats. He said that the police and the army were on their side. He said that we had to be prepared, and he spoke in particular to Enzo, who nodded assent and, though he was generally silent, said, with a little laugh, "Don't worry, when I get back I'll show you how to shoot." Ada and Carmela appeared very impressed by that conversation, and pleased to be the girlfriends of such dangerous men. I would have liked to speak, but I knew little or nothing of alliances between fascists, Christian Democrats, and police. In my head, I had not even a thought. Every so often I looked at Antonio, hoping that he would get excited about the subject. But he didn't. He just kept trying to go back to what was torturing him. He asked over and over what it was like in the army, and Pasquale, even though he hadn't been there, answered, "A real shithole. If you don't knuckle under, they break you." Enzo was silent, as if the question didn't concern him. Antonio, on the other hand, stopped eating, and, playing with the pizza on his plate, kept saying things like, "They don't know who they're dealing with. Just let them try. I'll break them." When we were alone, he said to me, all of a sudden, in a depressed tone of voice, "I know if I leave, you won't wait for me. You'll go with someone else." At that point, I understood. The problem wasn't Melina, wasn't Ada, wasn't his other brothers and sisters, who would be left without a means of support, and it wasn't even the harassments of army life. The problem was me. He didn't want to leave me, even for a minute, and it seemed that no matter what I said or did to reassure him, he wouldn't believe me. I decided to take the offensive. I told him to follow the example of Enzo. "He's confident," I whispered. "If he has to go, he goes. He doesn't whine, even if he's just gotten engaged to Carmela. Whereas you're complaining for no reason. Yes, for no reason, Anto, especially since you won't go. Because if Stefano Caracci got an exemption as the son of a widowed mother, certainly you will too." That slightly aggressive, slightly affectionate tone eased him. But before saying goodbye, he repeated, in embarrassment, "Ask your friend." "She's your friend too." "Yes, but you ask." The next day I talked to Lila about it, but she didn't know anything about her husband's military service. Reluctantly, she promised that she would find out. She didn't do it immediately, as I'd hoped. There were constant tensions with Stefano and with Stefano's family. Maria had told her son that his wife spent too much money. Pinuccia made trouble about the new grocery. She said that she wasn't going to be involved. If anyone, it should be her sister-in-law. Stefano silenced his mother and sister, but in the end, he reproached his wife for her excessive spending and tried to find out whether she might, if necessary, be willing to work in the new store. Lila in that period became, even in my eyes, particularly evasive. She said that she would spend less. She readily agreed to work in the grocery. But meanwhile, she spent more than before. And if previously she had stopped in at the new shop out of curiosity or duty, she no longer did even that. Now that the bruises on her face were gone, she had an urgent desire to go out, especially in the morning when I was at school. She would go for a walk with Pinuccia, and they vied to see who was better dressed, who could buy more useless things. Usually Pina won, mainly because, with a lot of coyly childish looks, she managed to get money from Reno, who felt obliged to prove that he was more generous than his brother-in-law. "I work all day," said the fiancé to the fiancé. "Have fun for me, too." And proudly casual, in front of the workers and his father, he pulled out of his pants pocket a crumpled fistful of money, offered it to Pina, and immediately afterward made a teasing gesture of giving some to his sister, too. His behavior irritated Lila, like a gust of wind that causes a door to slam and knocks objects off a shelf. But she also saw signs that the shoe factory was finally taking off, and all in all, she was pleased that Cerullo shoes were now displayed in many shops in the city. The spring models were selling well. The reorders were increasing. As a result, Stefano had taken over the basement under the factory and had transformed it into a warehouse and workshop, while Fernando and Reno had had to hire another assistant in a hurry, and sometimes even worked at night. Naturally, there were disputes. The shoe store that the Solaras had undertaken to open in Piazza dei Martiri had to be furnished at Stefano's expense, and he, alarmed by the fact that no written contract had ever been drawn up, squabbled a lot with Marcello and Michele. But now it seemed that they were arriving at a private agreement that would set out in black and white the figure, slightly inflated, that Caracci intended to invest in the furnishings. And Reno was very satisfied with the result. While his brother-in-law put down the money, he acted like the boss, as if he had done it himself. "If things continue like this, next year we'll get married," he promised his fiancée. And one morning, Pina decided to go to the same dressmaker who had made Lila's dress, just to look. The dressmaker welcomed them cordially. Then, since she was crazy about Lila, asked her to describe the wedding in detail, and insisted on having a large photograph of her in the wedding dress. Lila had one printed for her, and she and Pina went to give it to her. As they were walking on the retifilo, Lila asked her sister-in-law how it happened that Stefano hadn't done his military service. If the carabinieri had come to verify his status as the son of a widowed mother, if the exemption had been communicated by mail from the recruiting office, or if he had had to find out in person. Pinuccia looked at her ironically. "Son of a widowed mother? Yes. Antonio says that if you're in that situation, they don't make you go." "I know that the only certain way not to go is to pay." "Pay whom?" "The people in the recruiting office." "Stefano paid?" "Yes, but you mustn't tell anyone." "And how much did he pay?" "I don't know. The Solaras took care of everything." Lila froze. Meaning? You know, don't you, that neither Marcello nor Michele served in the army. They got out of it owing to thoracic insufficiency. Them? How is that possible? Contacts. And Stefano? He went to the same contacts as Marcello and Michele. You pay, and the contacts do you a favor. That afternoon my friend reported everything to me, but it was as if she didn't grasp how bad the information was for Antonio. She was electrified, yes, electrified, by the discovery that the alliance between her husband and the Salaras did not originate in the obligations imposed by business, but were of long standing, preceding even their engagement. He deceived me from the start, she repeated, with a kind of satisfaction, as if the story of military service were the definitive proof of Stefano's true nature, and now she felt somehow liberated. It took time before I was able to ask her, "Do you think that if the recruiting office doesn't give Antonio an exemption, the Salaras would do a favor for him too?" She gave me her mean look, as if I had said something hostile, and cut me off. Antonio would never go to the Salaras. 13. I did not report a single word of that conversation to my boyfriend. I avoided meeting him. I told him I had too much homework and a lot of class oral exams coming up. It wasn't an excuse. School was really hell. The local authority harassed the principal. The principal harassed the teachers harassed the students tormented each other. A large number of us couldn't stand the load of homework, but we were glad that there was class on alternate days. There was a minority, however, who were angry about the decrepit state of the school building and the loss of class time, and who wanted an immediate return to the normal schedule. At the head of this faction was Nino Saratore, and this was to further complicate my life. I saw him whispering in the hall with Professor Galliani. I passed by, hoping that the professor would call me over. She didn't. So then I hoped that he would speak to me. But he didn't either. I felt disgraced. I'm not able to get the grades I used to, I thought, and so in no time I've lost the little respect I had. On the other hand, I thought bitterly, what do I expect? If Nino or Professor Galliani asked my opinion on this business of the unused classrooms and too much homework, what would I say? I didn't have opinions, in fact, and I realized it when Nino appeared one morning with a typewritten sheet of paper and asked abruptly, "Will you read it?" My heart was beating so hard that I said only, "Now? No, give it back to me after school." I was overwhelmed by my emotions. I ran to the bathroom and read in great agitation. The page was full of figures and discussed things I knew nothing of. Plan for the city, school construction, the Italian Constitution, certain fundamental articles. I understood only what I already knew, which was that Nino was demanding an immediate return to the normal schedule of classes. In class, I showed the paper to Alfonso. "Forget it," he advised me, without even reading it. "We're at the end of the year. We've got final examinations. That would get you in trouble." But it was as if I had gone mad. My temples were pounding. My throat was tight. No one else in the school exposed himself the way Nino did, without fear of the teachers or the principal. Not only was he the best in every subject, but he knew things that were not taught, that no student, even a good one, knew. And he had character, and he was handsome. I counted the hours, the minutes, the seconds. I was in a hurry to give him back his page, to praise it, to tell him that I agreed with everything, that I wanted to help him. I didn't see him on the stairs, in the crush of students, and in the street I couldn't find him. He was among the last to come out, and his expression was more morose than usual. I went to meet him, cheerfully waving the paper, and I poured out a profusion of words, all exaggerated. He listened to me, frowning. Then he took the piece of paper, angrily crumpled it up, and threw it away. "Galliano said it's no good," he mumbled. I was confused. "What's no good about it?" He scowled unhappily and made a gesture that meant forget about it. It's not worth talking about. "Anyway, thank you," he said in a somewhat forced manner, and suddenly he leaned over and kissed me on the cheek. Since the kiss on Ischia, we had had no contact, not even a handshake, and that way of parting, utterly unusual at the time, paralyzed me. He didn't ask me to walk a little distance with him. He didn't say goodbye. Everything ended there. Without energy, without voice, I watched him walk away. At that point, two terrible things happened, one after the other. First, a girl came out of a narrow street, a girl certainly younger than me, at most 15, whose pure beauty was striking. She had a nice figure and smooth black hair that hung down her back. Every gesture or movement had a gracefulness. Every item of her spring outfit had a deliberate restraint. She met Nino. He put an arm around her shoulders. She lifted her face, offering him her mouth, and they kissed. A kiss very different from the one he had given me. Right afterward, I realized that Antonio was at the corner. He was supposed to be at work, and instead he had come to get me. Who knew how long he had been there? 14. It was hard to convince him that what he had seen with his own eyes was not what he had for a long time imagined, but only a friendly gesture, with no other purpose. "He's already got a girlfriend," I said. "You saw it yourself." But he must have caught a trace of suffering in those words, and he threatened me. His lower lip and his hands began to tremble. Then I muttered that I was tired of this. I wanted to leave him. He gave in, and we made up. But from that moment on, he trusted me even less, and the anxiety of departure for military service was welded conclusively to the fear of leaving me to Nino. More and more often he abandoned his job to be in time, he said, to meet me. In reality, his aim was to catch me in the act and prove, to himself above all, that I really was unfaithful. What he would do then, not even he knew. One afternoon, his sister Ada saw me passing the grocery, where she now worked, to her great satisfaction and to Stefano's. She ran out to see me. She wore a greasy white smock that covered her to below the knees, but she was still very pretty, and it was clear from her lipstick, her made-up eyes, the pins in her hair, that, under the smock, she was dressed as if for a party. She said she wanted to talk to me, and we agreed to meet in the courtyard before dinner. She arrived breathless from the grocery, along with Pasquale, who had picked her up. They spoke to me together, an embarrassed phrase from one, an embarrassed phrase from the other. I understood that they were worried. Antonio lost his temper for no reason. He no longer had patience with Melina. He was absent without warning from work. And even Galese, the owner of the shop, was upset, because he had known him since he was a boy and had never seen him like this. "He's afraid of military service," I said. "So if they call him, of course he has to go," Pasquale said. "Otherwise he becomes a deserter." "When you're around, it all goes away," said Ada. "I don't have much time," I said. "People are more important than school," said Pasquale. "Spend less time with Lina, and you'll see, you'll find the time," said Ada. "I do what I can," I said, offended. "His nerves are fragile," Pasquale said. Ada concluded abruptly, "I've been taking care of a crazy person since I was a child. 2 would really be too much, Lenu." I was annoyed and scared. Filled with a sense of guilt, I went back to seeing Antonio often, even though I didn't want to, even though I had to study. It wasn't enough. One night at the ponds, he began to cry. He showed me a card. He hadn't received an exemption. He was to leave with Enzo in the fall. And at a certain point, he did something extremely upsetting. He fell on the ground and in a frenzy began sticking handfuls of dirt in his mouth. I had to hold him tight, say that I loved him, wipe the dirt out of his mouth with my fingers. What kind of mess am I getting myself into, I thought later in bed, unable to sleep. And I discovered that suddenly the wish to leave school, to accept myself for what I was, to marry him, to live at his mother's house with his siblings, pumping gas, had faded. I decided that I had to do something to help him, and, when he recovered, get myself out of that relationship. The next day I went to Lila's, really frightened. I found her overly cheerful. During that period we were both unsettled. I told her about Antonio and the card, and I told her that I had made a decision, in secret from him, because he would never give me permission. I intended to go to Marcello, or even Michele, to ask if they could get him out of his predicament. I was exaggerating my determination. In reality, I was confused. On the one hand, it seemed to me that I was obliged to try, since I was the cause of Antonio's suffering. On the other, I was consulting Lila precisely because I took it for granted that she would tell me not to. But I was so absorbed by my own emotional chaos that I hadn't taken into account hers. Her reaction was equivocal. First, she teased me. She said I was a liar. She said I must really love my boyfriend if I was willing to go in person and humble myself with the Solaras, even though I knew that, given all that had happened, they would not lift a finger for him. Immediately afterward, however, she began nervously going in circles. She laughed, became serious, laughed again. Finally, she said, "All right, go. Let's see what happens." And then she added, "After all, Lenu, where's the difference between my brother and Michele Solara? Or, let's say, between Stefano and Marcello?" "What do you mean?" "I mean that maybe I should have married Marcello." "I don't understand you. At least Marcello isn't dependent on anyone. He does as he likes." "Are you serious?" She quickly denied that she was, laughing. But she didn't convince me. She can't possibly be reconsidering Marcello, I thought. All that laughter isn't real. It's just a sign of ugly thoughts, of suffering because things aren't going well with her husband. I had proof of that immediately. She became thoughtful. She narrowed her eyes to cracks. She said, "I'm going with you." "Where?" To the Saladas. To do what? To see if they can help Antonio. No. Why? You'll make Stefano angry. Who gives a damn? If he goes to them, I can too. I'm his wife. 15. I couldn't stop her. One Sunday, on Sunday Stefano slept until noon, we were going out for a walk, and she pressed me to go to the bar Solara. When she appeared on the new street, still white with lime, I was astonished. She was extravagantly dressed and made up. She was neither the shabby Lila of long ago, nor the Jackie Kennedy of the glossy magazines, but, based on the films we liked, maybe Jennifer Jones in Duel in the Sun, maybe Ava Gardner in The Sun Also Rises. Walking next to her, I felt embarrassment and also a sense of danger. It seemed to me that she was risking not only gossip, but ridicule, and that both reflected on me, a sort of colorless but loyal puppy who served as her escort. Everything about her, the hair, the earrings, the close-fitting blouse, the tight skirt, the way she walked, was unsuitable for the gray streets of the neighborhood. Male gazes at the sight of her seemed to start, as if offended. The women, especially the older ones, didn't limit themselves to bewildered expressions. Some stopped on the edge of the sidewalk and stood watching her, with a laugh that was both amused and uneasy, as when Melina did odd things on the street. And yet, when we entered the bar Solara, which was crowded with men buying the Sunday pastries, there was only a respectful ogling, some polite nods of greeting, the truly admiring gaze of Gigliola Spagnuolo behind the counter, and a greeting from Michele at the cash register, and exaggerated hello that was like an exclamation of joy. The verbal exchanges that followed were all in dialect, as if tension prevented any engagement with the laborious filters of Italian pronunciation, vocabulary, syntax. What would you like? A dozen pastries? Michele shouted at Gigliola, this time with a slight hint of sarcasm. 12 pastries for Signora Caracci. At that name, the curtain that opened onto the bakery was pushed aside, and Marcello looked out. At the sight of Lila right there, in his bar and pastry shop, he grew pale and retreated. But a few seconds later he came out again and greeted her. He mumbled to my friend, "It's a shock to hear you called Signora Caracci." "To me too," Lila said, and her amused half-smile, her total absence of hostility, surprised not only me, but the two brothers as well. Michele examined her carefully, his head inclined to one side, as if he were looking at a painting. "We saw you," he said, and called to Gigliola. "Right, Giglio? Didn't we see her yesterday afternoon?" Gigliola nodded yes, unenthusiastically. And Marcello agreed. Saw, yes, saw. But without Michele's sarcasm, rather as if he had been hypnotized at a magic show. "Yesterday afternoon?" Lila asked. "Yesterday afternoon," Michele confirmed, "on the Retifilo." Marcello came to the point, irritated by his brother's tone of voice. "You were on display in the dressmaker's window. There's a photograph of you in your wedding dress." They talked a little about the photograph, Marcello with devotion, Michele with irony, both asserting in different ways how perfectly it captured Lila's beauty on her wedding day. She seemed annoyed, but playfully. The dressmaker hadn't told her she would put the picture in the window, otherwise she would never have given it to her. "I want my picture in the window," Gigliola cried from behind the counter, imitating the petulant voice of a child. "If someone marries you," said Michele. "You're marrying me," she replied darkly, and went on like that until Lila said seriously, "Lenuccia wants to get married too." The attention of the Solata brothers shifted reluctantly to me. Until then I had felt invisible and hadn't said a word. "No," I blushed. "Why not? I'd marry you, even if you are four-eyed," said Michele, catching another black look from Gigliola. "Too late. She's already engaged," said Lila. And slowly she managed to lead the two brothers around to Antonio, evoking his family situation, including a vivid picture of how much worse it would be if he had to go into the army. It wasn't just her skill with words that struck me. That I knew. What struck me was a new tone, a shrewd dose of impudence and assurance. There she was, her mouth flaming with lipstick. She made Marcello believe that she had put a seal on the past, made Michele believe that his sly arrogance amused her. And, to my great amazement, toward both, she behaved like a woman who knows what men are, who has nothing more to learn on the subject, and in fact would have much to teach. And she wasn't playing a part, the way we had as girls, imitating novels in which fallen ladies appeared. Rather, it was clear that her knowledge was true, and this did not embarrass her. Then, abruptly, she became aloof. She sent out signals of refusal. "I know you want me, but I don't want you." Thus she retreated, throwing them off balance, so that Marcello became self-conscious, and Michele darkened, irresolute, with a hard gaze that meant, "Watch it, because Signora Caracci or not, I'm ready to slap you in the face, you whore." At that point she changed her tone again drew them toward her, appeared to be amused, and amused them. The result? Michele didn't commit himself, but Marcello said, "Antonio doesn't deserve it, but Lenuccia's a good girl, so to make her happy, I can ask a friend and find out if something can be done." I felt satisfied. I thanked him. Lila chose the pastries, was friendly toward Gigliola, and also toward her father, the pastry maker, who poked his head out of the bakery to say, "Hello to Stefano." When she tried to pay, Marcello made a clear gesture of refusal, and his brother, if less decisively, seconded him. We were about to leave when Michele said to her seriously, in the slow tone he assumed when he wanted something and ruled out any disagreement, "You look great in that photograph." "Thank you." "The shoes are very conspicuous." "I don't remember." "I remember, and I want to ask you something." "You want a photo too? You want to put it up here in the bar?" Michele shook his head with a cold little laugh. "No. But you know that we're getting the shop ready in Piazza dei Martiri." "I don't know anything about your affairs." "Well, you should find out, because our affairs are important, and we all know that you're not stupid. I think that if that photograph is useful to the dressmaker as an advertisement for a wedding dress, we can make much better use of it as an advertisement for Cerullo shoes." Lila burst out laughing. She said, "You want to put that photograph in the window in Piazza dei Martiri?" "No, I want it enlarged, huge, in the shop." She thought about it for a moment, then made a gesture of indifference. "Don't ask me. Ask Stefano. He's the one who decides." I saw the brothers exchange a puzzled glance, and I understood that they had already discussed the idea and had assumed that Lila would never agree. So they couldn't believe that she hadn't been indignant, that she hadn't immediately said no, but had surrendered without argument to the authority of her husband. They didn't recognize her, and, right then, even I didn't know who she was. Marcello went to the door with us. Outside, he became solemn and said, "This is the first time in a long while that we've spoken, Lena, and it's disturbing. You and I didn't go with each other. All right, that's the way it is. But I don't want anything between us to remain unclear. And especially, I don't want blame that I don't deserve. I know that your husband goes around saying that as an insult I claimed those shoes. But I swear to you in front of Lenuccia, he and your brother gave me the shoes to demonstrate that there was no more bad feeling. I had nothing to do with it." Lila listened without interrupting, a sympathetic expression on her face. Then, as soon as he had finished, she became herself again. She said with contempt, "You're like children, accusing each other." "You don't believe me?" "No, Marce, I believe you. But what you say, what they say, I don't give a damn about it anymore." 16. I dragged Lila into our old courtyard. I couldn't wait to tell Antonio what I had done for him. I confided to her, trembling with excitement. As soon as he calms down a little, I'll leave him. But she had no comment. She seemed distracted. I called. Antonio looked out, came down, serious. He said hello to Lila, apparently without noticing how she was dressed, how she was made up. In fact, trying to look at her as little as possible. Maybe because he was afraid that I would read in his face some male agitation. I told him that I couldn't stay. I had only time to give him some good news. He listened, but as I was speaking, I realized that he was pulling back, as if before the point of a knife. "He promised he'll help you," I said anyway, emphatically, enthusiastically, and asked Lila to confirm it. "Marcello said so, right?" Lila confined herself to assenting. But Antonio had turned very pale. He lowered his eyes. He muttered, in a strangled voice, "I never asked you to talk to the Solaras." Lila said right away, lying, "It was my idea." Antonio answered without looking at her, "Thank you. It wasn't necessary." He said goodbye to her, said goodbye to her, not to me, turned his back, and vanished into the doorway. I felt sick to my stomach. Where was my mistake? Why had he gotten angry like that? On the street, I exploded, saying to Lila that Antonio was worse than his mother Melina, the same unstable blood. I couldn't take it anymore. She let me speak, and meanwhile wanted me to go to her house with her. When we got there, she asked me to come in. "Stefano's there," I objected, but that wasn't the reason. I was upset by Antonio's reaction and wanted to be alone, to figure out where I had made the mistake. 5 minutes and you can go." I went up. Stefano was in his pajamas, disheveled, unshaved. He greeted me politely, glanced at his wife, at the package of pastries. "You were at the bar Salata?" "Yes." "Dressed like that?" "I don't look nice." Stefano shook his head ill-humoredly, opened the package. "Would you like a pastry, Lenu?" "No, thank you. I have to go and eat." He bit into a pastry, turned to his wife. "Who did you see at the bar?" "Your friends." said Lila. "They paid me a lot of compliments. Isn't that true, Lenu?" She recounted every word the Solaras had said to her, except the matter of Antonio, that is to say, the real reason we had gone to the bar. The reason that, I thought, she had decided to go with me. Then she concluded, in a tone of deliberate satisfaction, "Michele wants to put an enlargement of the photograph in the store in Piazza dei Martiri." "And you told him it was all right?" "I told him they had to speak to you." Stefano finished the pastry in a single bite, then licked his fingers. He said, as if this were what had upset him most, "See what you force me to do? Tomorrow, because of you, I have to go and waste time with the dressmaker on the retifilo." He sighed. He turned to me. "Lenu, you who are a respectable girl, try to explain to your friend that I have to work in this neighborhood, that she shouldn't make me look like a jerk. Have a good Sunday, and say hello to Papa and Mama for me." He went into the bathroom. Lila, behind his back, made a teasing grimace, then went with me to the door. "I'll stay if you want," I said. "He's a son of a bitch. Don't worry." She repeated, in a heavy male voice, words like, "Try to explain to your friend she shouldn't make me look like a jerk." And the caricature made her eyes light up. "If he beats you? What can beatings do to me? A little time goes by, and I'm better than before." On the landing, she said again in a masculine voice, "Lenu, I have to work in this neighborhood." And then I felt obliged to do Antonio. I whispered, "Thank you, but there was no need." And suddenly it was as if we saw ourselves from the outside, both of us in trouble with our men, standing there on the threshold, actors in a recital of women, and we started laughing. I said, "The minute we move, we've done something wrong. Who can understand men? Ugh, how much trouble they are." I hugged her warmly and left. But I hadn't even reached the bottom of the stairs when I heard Stefano shouting odious curses. Now, he had the voice of an ogre, like his father's. 17. Already on the way home, I began to worry both about her and about me. If Stefano killed her? If Antonio killed me? I was racked by anxiety. I walked quickly, in the dusty heat, along Sunday streets that were beginning to empty as lunchtime approached. How difficult it was to find one's way. How difficult it was not to violate any of the incredibly detailed male regulations. Lila, perhaps based on secret calculations of her own, perhaps only out of spite, had humiliated her husband by going to flirt in front of everyone. She, Signora Caracci, with her former wooer, Marcello Solara. I, without intending to, in fact, convinced that I was doing good, had gone to argue the case of Antonio with those who years before had insulted his sister, who had beaten him up, whom he in turn had beaten up. When I entered the courtyard, I heard someone calling me. I started. It was him. He was at the window waiting for me to return. He came down, and I was afraid. I thought, he must have a knife. Instead, the whole time he spoke with his hands sunk in his pockets, as if to keep them prisoner, calmly, his gaze distant. He said that I had humiliated him in front of the people he despised most in the world. He said I had made him look like someone who sends his woman to ask a favor. He said that he would not go down on his knees to anyone. and that he would be a soldier not once, but 100 times, that in fact he would die in the army rather than go and kiss the hand of Marcello Solara. He said that if Pasquale and Enzo should find out, they would spit in his face. He said that he was leaving me, because he had had the proof, finally, that I cared nothing about him and his feelings. He said that I could say and do with the son of Sarratore what I liked. He never wanted to see me again. I couldn't reply. Suddenly, he took his hands out of his pockets, pulled me inside the doorway, and kissed me, pressing his lips hard against mine, searching my mouth desperately with his tongue. Then he pulled away, turned his back, and left. I went up the stairs in confusion. I thought that I was more fortunate than Lila. Antonio wasn't like Stefano. He would never hurt me. The only person he could hurt was himself. 18. I didn't see Lila the next day, but surprisingly I was compelled to see her husband. That morning I had gone to school depressed. It was hot. I hadn't studied. I had scarcely slept. The school day had been a disaster. I had looked for Nino outside. I would have liked to talk just a little, but I didn't see him. Maybe he was wandering through the city with his girlfriend. Maybe he was in one of the movie theaters that were open in the morning, kissing her in the dark. Maybe he was in the woods at Capodimonte, having her do to him the things I had done to Antonio for months. In the first class, I had been interrogated in chemistry and had given muddled or inadequate answers. Who knows what grade I had received, and there wasn't time to make it up. I was in danger of having to retake the exam in September. I had met Professor Galliani in the hall, and she had given me a gentle speech whose meaning was, "What is happening to you, Greco? Why aren't you studying anymore?" And I had been unable to say anything but, "Professor, I am studying. I'm studying all the time, I swear." She listened to me for a bit and then walked away and went into the teacher's lounge. I had had a long cry in the bathroom, a cry of self-pity for how wretched my life was. I had lost everything. Success in school. Antonio, whom I had always wanted to leave and who in the end had left me, and I already missed him. Lila, who since she had become Signora Caracci, was more removed every day. Worn out by a headache, I had walked home thinking of her, of how she had used me, yes, used, to provoke the Solaras, to get revenge on her husband, to show him to me in his misery as a wounded male. And the whole way I wondered, is it possible that a person can change like that? That now there's nothing to distinguish her from someone like Gigliola? But at home there was a surprise. My mother didn't attack me the way she usually did because I was late and she suspected I had been seeing Antonio, or because I had neglected one of the thousands of household tasks. She said to me instead, with a sort of gentle annoyance, "Stefano asked me if you could go with him this afternoon to the dressmaker's on the Rettifilo." Befuddled by tiredness and discouragement, I thought I hadn't understood. Stefano? Stefano Caracci? He wanted me to go with him to the Rettifilo? "Why doesn't he go with his wife?" my father joked from the other room. Formally, he was taking a sick day, but in reality he had to keep an eye on some of his indecipherable deals. "How do those two pass the time? Do they play cards?" My mother made a gesture of annoyance. She said maybe Lila was busy. She said we ought to be nice to the Caraccis. She said some people were never satisfied with anything. In reality, my father was more than satisfied. To have good relations with the grocer meant that one could buy food on credit and put off paying indefinitely. But he liked to be witty. Lately, whenever the occasion arose, he had found it amusing to make allusions to Stefano's presumed sexual laziness. At the table every so often he would ask, "What's Karachi doing? He only likes television?" And he laughed, and it didn't take much to guess the meaning of his question. How is it that the two of them don't have any children? Does Stefano function or not? My mother, who in those matters understood him immediately, answered seriously, "It's early. Leave them alone. What do you expect?" But in fact, she enjoyed as much as, or more than he, the idea that the grocer Karachi, in spite of the money he had, didn't function. The table was already set. They were waiting for me. My father continued to joke with a half-sly expression, saying to my mother, "Have I ever said to you, 'I'm sorry, tonight I'm tired, let's play cards'?" "No, because you are not a respectable person." "And would you like me to become a respectable person?" "A little, but don't exaggerate." "So starting tonight, I'll be a respectable person like Stefano." "I said don't exaggerate." How I hated those duets. They talked as if they were sure that my brother and sister and I couldn't understand. Or maybe they took it for granted that we caught every nuance, but they considered that it was the proper way to teach us how to be males and how to be females. Exhausted by my problems, I felt like screaming, throwing away the plate, run out, never see my family again. The dampness in the corners of the ceiling, the flaking walls, the odor of food, any of it. Antonio. How foolish I had been to lose him. I was already sorry. I wished he would forgive me. If they make me retake the exams in September, I said to myself, I won't show up. I'll fail. I'll marry him right away. Then I thought of Lila, how she had dressed, the tone she had taken with the Solaras, what she had in mind, how spiteful humiliation and suffering were making her. My mind wandered like that all afternoon, with disconnected thoughts. A bath in the tub of the new house, anxiety about that request of Stefano's, how to tell my friend what her husband wanted from me, and chemistry, and Empedocles, and school, and quitting school. And finally, a cold sadness. There was no escape. No, neither Lila nor I would ever become like the girl who had waited for Nino after school. We both lacked something intangible but fundamental, which was obvious in her, even if you simply saw her from a distance, and which one possessed or did not. Because to have that thing, it was not enough to learn Latin or Greek or philosophy, nor was the money from groceries or shoes of any use. Stefano called from the courtyard. I hurried down and immediately saw in his face an expression of despair. He said he wanted me to go with him to retrieve the photograph that the dressmaker had displayed in her window without permission. "Do me this kindness," he muttered, in a sentimental tone of voice. Then, without a word, he opened the door of the convertible, and we drove off, assailed by the hot wind. As soon as we were out of the neighborhood, he started talking, and he didn't stop until we got to the dressmaker's. He spoke in a mild dialect, without cursing or joking. He began by saying that I must do him a favor, but he didn't immediately explain what the favor was. He said only, stumbling over his words, that if I did it for him, It would be as if I were doing it for my friend. Then he went on to talk to me about Lila, how intelligent, how beautiful she was. But she is rebellious by nature, he added, and either you do things the way she says, or she torments you. Lenu, you don't know what I'm suffering, or maybe you do know, but all you know is what she tells you. Now, listen to me too. Lena has a fixed idea that all I think about is money, and maybe it's true, but I'm doing it for the family, for her brother, for her father, for all her relatives. Am I wrong? You're very educated. Tell me if I'm wrong. What does she want from me? The poverty she comes from? Should only the Solaras make money? Do we want to leave the neighborhood in their hands? If you tell me I'm wrong, I won't argue with you. I will immediately admit that I'm wrong. But with her, I have to argue whether I want to or not. She doesn't want me, she told me. She repeats it to me. Making her understand that I'm her husband is a battle, and ever since I got married, life has been unbearable. To see her in the morning, in the evening, to sleep next to her, and not be able to make her feel how much I love her, with the strength I'm capable of, is a terrible thing. I looked at his broad hands gripping the steering wheel, his face. With tears in his eyes, he admitted that on their wedding night he had had to beat her, that he had been forced to do it, that every morning, every evening she drew slaps from his hands on purpose to humiliate him, forcing him to act in a way that he never, ever, ever would have wanted. Here he assumed an almost frightened tone. I had to beat her again. She shouldn't have gone to the Solaras dressed like that, but she has a force inside that I can't subdue. It's an evil force that makes good manners, everything, useless. A poison. You see she's not pregnant? Months pass and nothing happens. Relatives, friends, customers ask, and you can see the mockery on their faces. Any news? And I have to say, what news? Pretending not to understand. Because if I understood, I would have to answer. But what can I answer? There are things you know that can't be said. With that force she has, she murders the children inside Lenu. And she does it on purpose to make people think I don't know how to be a man, to show me up in front of everyone. What do you think? Am I exaggerating? You don't know what a favor you're doing to listen to me. I didn't know what to say. I was stunned. I had never heard a man talk about himself like that. The whole time, even when he spoke of his own brutality, he used a dialect full of feeling, defenseless, like the language of certain songs. I still don't know why he behaved that way. Of course, afterward he revealed what he wanted. He wanted me to ally myself with him for the good of Lila. He said that she had to be helped to understand how necessary it was to behave like a wife and not like an enemy. He asked me to persuade her to help out in the second grocery and with the accounts. But for that purpose, he didn't have to confess to me in that way. Probably he thought that Lila had kept me minutely informed, and therefore he had to give me his version of the facts. Or maybe he hadn't counted on opening himself up so frankly to his wife's best friend, and had done so only on the wave of emotion. Or he hypothesized that, if he moved me, I would then move Lila by reporting everything to her. Certainly I listened to him with increasing sympathy. I was pleased by that free flow of intimate confidences. But above all, I have to admit, what pleased me was the importance he attached to me. When in his own words he articulated a suspicion that I myself had always had, that is, that Lila harbored a force that made her capable of anything, even of keeping her body from conceiving children. It seemed that he was attributing to me a beneficent power, one that could win over Lila's maleficent one, and this flattered me. We got out of the car and arrived at the dressmaker's shop. I felt consoled by that acknowledgment. I went so far as to say pompously, in Italian, that I would do everything possible to help them to be happy. But as soon as we were in front of the dressmaker's window, I became nervous again. We both stopped to look at the framed photograph of Lila amid fabrics of many colors. She was seated, her legs crossed, her wedding dress pulled up a little to reveal her shoes, an ankle. She rested her chin on the palm of one hand. Her gaze was solemn, intense, turned boldly toward the lens, and in her hair shone a crown of orange blossoms. The photographer had been fortunate. I felt that he had caught the force Stefano had talked about. It was a force, I seemed to grasp, against which not even Lila could prevail. I turned as if to say to him, in admiration and at the same time dismay, "Here's what we were talking about." But he pushed open the door and let me go in first. The tones he had used with me disappeared, and he was harsh with the dressmaker. He said that he was Lena's husband. He used that precise construction. He explained that he too was in business, but that it would never occur to him to get publicity in that way. He went so far as to say, "You are a good-looking woman. What would your husband say if I took a photograph of you and stuck it in amid the provolone and salami?" He asked for the photograph back. The dressmaker was bewildered. She tried to defend herself, and finally she gave in. But she appeared very unhappy, and to demonstrate the effectiveness of her initiative and the basis of her regret, she told 3 or 4 anecdotes that later, over the years, became a small legend in the neighborhood. Among those who had stopped in to ask for information about the young woman in the wedding dress during the period in which the photograph was in the window were the famous singer Renato Carosone, an Egyptian prince, Vittorio De Sica, and a journalist from the paper Roma, who had wanted to talk to Lila and send a photographer to do a story on bathing suits like the ones worn at beauty contests. The dressmaker swore that she had refused to give Lila's address to anyone, even though, especially in the case of Carosone and of De Sica, the refusal had seemed to her very rude, given the status of those persons. I noticed that the more the dressmaker talked, the more Stefano softened again. He became sociable. He wanted the woman to tell him in more detail about those episodes. When we left, taking with us the photograph, his mood had changed, and the monologue of the return did not have the anguished tone of the earlier one. Stefano was cheerful. He began to speak of Lila with the pride of someone possessing a rare object whose ownership confers great prestige. Of course, he asked again for my help, and before leaving me at my house, he made me swear over and over that I would try to make Lila understand what was the right path and what was wrong. Yet Lila, in his words, was no longer a person who couldn't be controlled, but a sort of precious fluid stored in a container that belonged to him. In the following days, Stefano told everyone, even in the grocery, about Carosone and De Sica, so that the story spread, and Lila's mother, Nunzia, as long as she lived, went around repeating to everyone that her daughter would have had the opportunity of becoming a singer and actress, appearing in the film Marriage, Italian Style, going on television, even becoming an Egyptian princess, if the dressmaker of the Rettifilo had not been so reticent, and if fate had not let her marry, at the age of 16, Stefano Carracci. 19. The chemistry teacher was generous with me. Or maybe it was Professor Galliani who went to the trouble to get her to be generous, and gave me a pass. I was promoted with average grades in literary subjects, low passing grades in scientific ones, a narrow pass in religion, and, for the first time, a less than perfect grade in behavior, a sign that the priest and a great many of the teachers had never really forgiven me. I was sorry about it. I felt that my old dispute with the religion teacher on the role of the Holy Spirit had been presumptuous, and I regretted not having listened to Alfonso, who at the time had tried to restrain me. Naturally, I did not get a scholarship, and my mother was enraged, saying that it was all because of the time I had wasted with Antonio. Her words infuriated me. I said I didn't want to go to school anymore. She raised her hand to slap me, feared for my glasses, and hurried to get the carpet beater. Terrible days, in other words, and they got worse. The only thing that seemed positive was that, the morning I went to see the grades, the janitor came up and handed me a package left by Professor Galliani. It was books, but not novels, books full of arguments, a subtle sign of trust that still was not enough to bring me relief. I had too many worries, and whatever I did, the feeling of always being in the wrong. I looked for my old boyfriend at home and at his job, but he always managed to avoid me. I stuck my head in the grocery to ask Ada for help. She treated me coldly, said that her brother didn't want to see me anymore, and from then on, if we met, she looked the other way. Now that there was no school, waking up in the morning became traumatic, a kind of painful blow to the head. At first, I tried to read Professor Galliani's books, but I was bored. I could scarcely understand them. I started to borrow novels from the circulating library and read one after the other. But in the long run, they didn't help. They presented intense lives, profound conversations, a phantom reality more appealing than my real life. So, in order to feel as if I were not real, I sometimes went all the way to school in the hope of seeing Nino, who was taking the graduation exams. The day of the written Greek test, I waited for hours, patiently. But just as the first candidates began to emerge, with Rocci under their arms, the pretty, pure girl I had seen raising her lips to him appeared. She settled herself to wait not far from me, and in a second I was imagining the two of us, models displayed in a catalogue, as we would appear to the eyes of Saratore's son the moment he came out of the door. I felt ugly, shabby, and I left. I went to Lila's house in search of comfort, but I knew I had made a mistake with her too. I had done something stupid. I hadn't told her about going with Stefano to get the photograph. Why had I been silent? Was I pleased with the role of peacemaker that her husband had proposed? And did I think I could exercise it better by being silent about the visit to the Rettifilo? Had I been afraid of betraying Stefano's confidence, and as a result, without realizing it, betrayed her? I didn't know. Certainly it hadn't been a real decision, rather an uncertainty that first became a feigned carelessness, Then the conviction that not having said right away what had happened made remedying the situation complicated and perhaps vain. How easy it was to do wrong. I sought excuses that might seem convincing to her, but I wasn't able to make them even to myself. I sensed that the foundations of my behavior were flawed. I was silent. On the other hand, she had never indicated that she knew the encounter had taken place. She always welcomed me kindly, let me take a bath in her bathtub, use her makeup. But she made few comments on the plots of the novels that I recounted to her, preferring to give me frivolous information about the lives of actors and singers she read about in the magazines. And she no longer told me any of her thoughts or secret plans. If I saw a bruise, if I took that as a starting point to get her to examine the reasons for Stefano's ugly reaction, if I said that maybe he had been cruel because he would like her to help him, support him in his difficulties, she looked at me ironically. She shrugged. She was evasive. In a short time, I understood that, although she didn't want to break off her relationship with me, she had decided not to confide in me anymore. Did she in fact know and no longer considered me a trustworthy friend? I even went so far as to make my visits less frequent, hoping that she would feel my absence, ask the reason for it, and we would explain things to each other. But she didn't seem to notice. Then I couldn't stand it and went back to visiting constantly, which seemed to make her neither happy nor unhappy. That very hot day in July, I was especially depressed when I arrived at her house, and yet I said nothing about Nino, about Nino's girlfriend, because without intending to, it's the way these things go, I had ended up reducing the play of confidences almost to nothing myself. She was welcoming as usual. She made an orzata. I curled up on the couch in the dining room to drink the cold almond syrup, irritated by the clatter of the trains, by the sweat, by everything. I observed her silently as she moved through the house. I was enraged by her capacity to travel through the most depressing labyrinths, holding on to the thread of her declaration of war without showing it. I thought of what her husband had told me, his words about the power that Lila held back like the spring of a dangerous device. I looked at her stomach and imagined that truly inside it, every day, every night, she was fighting a battle to destroy the life that Stefano wanted to insert there by force. How long will she resist, I wondered. But I didn't dare to ask explicit questions. I knew she would consider them disagreeable. A little later, Pinuccia arrived, apparently to visit her sister-in-law. But in fact, 10 minutes afterward, Rino showed up, and he and Pina began kissing, practically right in front of us, in a way so excessive that Lila and I exchanged looks. When Pina said she wanted to see the view, he followed her, and they shut themselves in a room for a good half-hour. This happened often. Lila talked about it with a mixture of irritation and sarcasm, and I was envious of the couple's ease. No fear, no misery. When they reappeared, they were more contented than before. Rino went to the kitchen to get something to eat. Returning, he talked about shoes with his sister. He said that things were constantly improving, and tried to get suggestions from her that he could later take credit for with the Solaras. "You know that Marcello and Michele want to put your picture in the store in Piazza dei Martiri?" he asked suddenly, in an appealing tone. "It doesn't seem appropriate," Pinuccia immediately interrupted. "Why not?" Rino asked. "What sort of question is that? If she wants, Lena can put the picture in the new grocery. She's going to run it, no? If I'm getting the shop in Piazza dei Martiri, will you let me decide what goes in it?" She spoke as if she were defending Lila's rights against her brother's intrusiveness. In fact, we all knew that she was defending herself and her own future. She was tired of depending on Stefano. She wanted to quit the grocery store, and she liked the idea of being the proprietor of a store in the center of the city. So a small war had been going on for some time between Rino and Michele, whose object was the management of the shoe store, a war inflamed by pressure from their respective fiancés. Rino insisted that Pinuccia should do it, Michele that Gigliola should. But Pinuccia was the more aggressive, and had no doubt that she would get the best of it. She knew that she could add the authority of her brother to that of her fiancé. And so at every opportunity she put on airs, like someone who has already made the leap, has left behind the old neighborhood, and now decrees what is suitable and what is not for the sophisticated customers in the center. I realized that Rino was afraid his sister would take the offensive, but Lila displayed complete indifference. Then he checked his watch to let us all know that he was very busy, and said in the tone of one who sees into the future, "In my opinion, that photograph has great commercial possibilities." Then he kissed Pina, who immediately drew back to signal disapproval, and left. We girls remained. Pinuccia, hoping to use my authority to settle the question, asked me sulkily, "Lenu, what do you think? Do you think the photo of Lina should stay in Piazza dei Martiri?" I said in Italian, "It's Stefano who should decide, and since he went to the dressmaker purposely to get it removed from her window, I consider it out of the question that he'll give permission." Pinuccia glowed with satisfaction and almost shouted, "My goodness, how smart you are, Lenu." I waited for Lila to have her say. There was a long silence. Then she spoke, just to me. "How much do you want to bet you're wrong? Stefano will give his permission." "No." "Yes." "What do you want to bet?" "If you lose, you must never again pass with anything less than the best grades." I looked at her in embarrassment. We hadn't spoken about my difficulties. I didn't even think she knew. But she was well informed and was now reproaching me. "You weren't up to it," she was saying. "Your grades fell." She expected from me what she would have done in my place. She really wanted me fixed in the role of someone who spends her life with books, while she had money, nice clothes, a house, television, a car, took everything, granted everything. "And if you lose?" I asked, with a shade of bitterness. That look of hers returned instantly, shot through dark slits. "I'll enroll in a private school, start studying again, and I swear I'll get my diploma along with you and do better than you." Along with you and do better than you. Was that what she had in mind? I felt as if everything that was roiling inside me in that terrible time, Antonio, Nino, the unhappiness with the nothing that was my life, had been sucked up by a broad sigh. "Are you serious? When is a bet ever made as a joke?" Pinuccia interrupted, aggressively, "Lina, don't start acting crazy the way you always do. You have the new grocery store. Stefano can't manage it alone." Immediately, however, she controlled herself, adding with false sweetness, "Besides, I'd like to know when you and Stefano are going to make me an aunt." She used that sweet-sounding formula, but her tone seemed resentful to me, and I felt the reasons for that resentment irritatingly mixed with mine. Pinuccia meant, "You're married. My brother gives you everything. Now do what you're supposed to do." And in fact, what's the sense of being Signora Carracci if you're going to shut all the doors, barricade yourself, obstruct, guard a poisoned fury in your stomach? Is it possible that you must always do harm, Lila? When will you stop? Will your energy diminish? Will you be distracted? Will you finally collapse like a sleepy sentinel? When will you grow wide and sit at the cash register in the new neighborhood with your stomach swelling and make Pinuccia an aunt and me, leave me to go my own way? "Who knows?" Lila answered, and her eyes grew large and deep again. "Am I going to become a mama first?" said her sister-in-law, smiling. "If you're always pasted Dorino like that, it's possible." They had a little skirmish. I didn't stay to listen. 20. To placate my mother, I had to find a summer job. Naturally, I went to the stationer. She welcomed me the way you'd welcome a school teacher or the doctor. She called her daughters, who were playing in the back of the shop, and they embraced me, kissed me, wanted me to play with them. When I mentioned that I was looking for a job, she said that she was ready to send her daughters to the sea garden right away, without waiting for August, just so that they could spend their days with a good, intelligent girl like me. "Right away when?" I asked. "Next week?" "Wonderful. I'll give you a little more money than last year." That finally seemed to be good news. I went home satisfied, and my mood didn't change, even when my mother said that as usual I was lucky. Going swimming and sitting in the sun wasn't a job. Encouraged, the next day I went to see Maestra Oliviero. I was upset about having to tell her that I hadn't particularly distinguished myself in school that year. But I needed to see her. I had to tactfully remind her to get me the books for the next school year. And then I thought it would please her to know that Lila, now that she had made a good marriage and had so much free time, might start studying again. Reading in her eyes the reaction to that would help soothe the unease it had provoked in me. I knocked and knocked. The teacher didn't come to the door. I asked the neighbors and around the neighborhood, and returned an hour later, but still she didn't answer. And yet no one had seen her go out, nor had I met her on the streets or in the shops. Since she was a woman alone, old and not well, I went back to the neighbors. The woman who lived next door decided to ask her son for help. The young man got into the apartment by climbing from the balcony of his mother's apartment into one of the teacher's windows. He found her on the kitchen floor, in her nightgown. She had fainted. The doctor was called, and he thought that she should be admitted to the hospital immediately. They carried her downstairs. I saw her as she emerged from the entrance, in disarray, her face swollen. She, who always came to school carefully groomed. Her eyes were frightened. I gave her a nod of greeting, and she lowered her gaze. They settled her in a car that took off blasting its horn. The heat that year must have had a cruel effect on frailer bodies. In the afternoon, Melina's children could be heard in the courtyard, calling their mother in increasingly worried voices. When the cries didn't stop, I went to see what was happening and ran into Ada. She said anxiously, her eyes shiny with tears, that Melina couldn't be found. Right afterward, Antonio arrived, out of breath and pale. He didn't even look at me, but hurried off. Soon half the neighborhood was looking for Melina, even Stefano, who, still in his grocer's smock, got in the convertible, with Ada beside him, and drove slowly along the streets. I followed Antonio, and we ran here and there, without saying a word. We ended up near the ponds, and made our way through the tall grass, calling his mother. His cheeks were hollow. He had dark circles under his eyes. I took his hand, wanting to be of comfort, but he repulsed me. With an odious phrase, he said, "Leave me alone. You're no woman." I felt a sharp pain in my chest. But just then we saw Melina. She was sitting in the water, cooling off. Her face and neck were sticking out from the greenish surface. Her hair was soaked, her eyes red, her lips matted with leaves and mud. She was silent. She, whose attacks of madness had for 10 years taken the form of shouting or singing. We brought her home, Antonio supporting her on one side, I on the other. People seemed relieved, called to her. She waved weakly. I saw Lila next to the gate, isolated in her house in the new neighborhood. She must have heard the news late and hadn't taken part in the search. I knew that she felt a strong bond with Melina, but it struck me that, while everyone was showing signs of sympathy, and here was Ada running toward her, crying "Mama," followed by Stefano, who had left the car in the middle of the stradone with the doors open, and had the happy expression of someone who has had ugly thoughts but now discovers that all is well. She stood apart, with an expression that was hard to describe. She seemed to be moved by the pitiful sight of the widow, dirty, smiling faintly, her light clothes soaked and muddy, the outline of her wasted body visible under the material, the feeble wave of greeting to friends and acquaintances. But Lila also seemed to be wounded by it, and frightened, as if she felt inside the same disruption. I nodded to her, but she didn't respond. I gave up Melina to her daughter then, and tried to join Lila. I also wanted to tell her about Maestra Oliviero, about the terrible thing Antonio had said to me. But I couldn't find her. She was gone. 21. When I saw Lila again, I realized immediately that she felt bad and tended to make me feel bad too. We spent a morning at her house in an atmosphere that seemed to be playful. In fact, she insisted, with growing spitefulness, that I try on all her clothes, even though they didn't fit me. The game became torture. She was taller and thinner. Everything of hers that I put on made me look ridiculous. But she wouldn't admit it. She said all you need is an adjustment here or there. And yet her mood darkened as she gazed at me, as if my appearance offended her. At a certain point she exclaimed, "That's enough." She looked as if she had seen a ghost. Then she pulled herself together and, assuming a frivolous tone, told me that a couple of nights earlier she had gone to have ice cream with Pasquale and Ada. I was in my slip, helping her put the clothes back on the hangers. With Pasquale and Ada? Yes. And Stefano too? Just me. Did they invite you? No, I asked them. And as though she wanted to surprise me, she added that she hadn't confined herself to that brief visit to the old world of her girlhood. The next day, she had gone to have pizza with Enzo and Carmela. Also by yourself? Yes. And what does Stefano say? She made a grimace of indifference. Being married doesn't mean leading the life of an old lady. If he wants to come with me, fine. If he's too tired in the evening, I go out by myself." "How was it?" "I had fun." I hoped she couldn't read the disappointment in my face. We saw each other frequently. She could have said, "Tonight I'm going out with Ada, Pasquale, Enzo, Carmela. Do you want to come?" Instead, she had said nothing. She had arranged and managed those outings by herself, in secret, as if they had been not our friends forever, but only hers. And now she was telling me in detail, with an air of satisfaction, everything they had said. Ada was worried. Melina ate almost nothing and threw up whatever she did eat. Pasquale was anxious about his mother, Giuseppina, who couldn't sleep, felt a heaviness in her legs, had palpitations, and when she returned from visiting her husband in prison, wept inconsolably. I listened. I noticed that, more than usual, she had an involved way of talking. She chose emotionally charged words. She described Melina Capuccio and Giuseppina Peluso as if their bodies had seized hers, imposing on it the same contracted or inflated forms, the same bad feelings. As she spoke, she touched her face, her breast, her stomach, her hips, as if they were no longer hers, and showed that she knew everything about those women, down to the tiniest details, in order to prove that no one told me anything but told her everything. Or, worse, in order to make me feel that I was wrapped in a fog, unable to see the suffering of the people around me. She spoke of Giuseppina as if she had kept up with her, despite the vortex of her engagement and marriage. She spoke of Melina as if the mother of Ada and Antonio had always been in her mind, and she were thoroughly familiar with her madness. Then she went on to enumerate many other people in the neighborhood, people whom I hardly knew, but whose histories she seemed to know, as if she had a sort of long-distance involvement in their lives. Finally, she announced, "I also had ice cream with Antonio." That name was a punch in the stomach. "How is he?" "Fine." "Did he say anything about me?" "No, nothing." "When does he leave?" "In September." Marcello did nothing to help him. It was predictable. Predictable? If it was predictable, I thought, that the Solaras would do nothing, why did you take me there? And why do you, who are married, now want to see your friends again, like that, by yourself? And why did you have ice cream with Antonio without telling me, knowing that he is my old boyfriend, and that though he doesn't want to see me anymore, I would like to see him? Do you want revenge? Because I went driving with your husband and didn't report to you a word of what we said to each other? I dressed nervously, mumbled that I had things to do, had to go. "I have something else to tell you." In a serious voice, she said that Rino, Marcello, and Michele had wanted Stefano to go to Piazza dei Martiri to see how well the shop was coming along, and that the three of them, amid sacks of cement and cans of paint and brushes, had pointed out the wall opposite the entrance and told him they were thinking of putting the enlargement of the photograph of her in her wedding dress there. Stefano had listened. Then he had answered that certainly it would be a good advertisement for the shoes, but that it didn't seem to him suitable. The three had insisted. He had said no to Marcello, no to Michele, and no to Rino as well. In other words, I had won the bet. Her husband had not given in to the Solaras. I said, making an effort to appear enthusiastic. See? Always saying mean things about poor Stefano, and instead I was right. Now you have to start studying. Wait. Wait for what? A bet is a bet, and you lost. Wait, Lila repeated. My bad mood got worse. She doesn't know what she wants, I thought. She's unhappy that she was wrong about her husband. Or, I don't know, maybe I'm exaggerating. Maybe she appreciated Stefano's refusal. But she expects a more ferocious clash of men around her image. And she's disappointed because the Solaras weren't insistent enough. I saw that she was lazily running a hand over her hip and along one leg, like a caress of farewell. And in her eyes appeared for a moment that mixture of suffering, fear, and disgust that I had noticed the night of Melina's disappearance. I thought, and if, instead, she secretly wants her picture to be on display, enlarged in the center of the city, and is sorry that Michele didn't succeed in forcing it on Stefano? Why not? She wants to be the first in everything. She's made like that. The most beautiful, the most elegant, the wealthiest. Then I said to myself, above all, the most intelligent. And at the idea that Lila would really start studying again, I felt a regret that discouraged me. Of course, she would make up for all the years of school she had missed. Of course, I would find her beside me, elbow to elbow, taking the high school graduation exam. And I realized that the prospect was intolerable. But it was even more intolerable to discover that feeling in myself. I was ashamed, and immediately started telling her how wonderful it would be if we studied together again, and insisting that she should find out how to proceed. She shrugged, so I said, "Now I really have to go." This time she didn't stop me. 22. As usual, once I was on the stairs, I began to sympathize with her reasons, or so it seemed to me. She was isolated in the new neighborhood, shut up in her modern house, beaten by Stefano, engaged in some mysterious struggle with her own body in order not to conceive children, envious of my success in school, to the point of indicating to me with that crazy bet that she would like to study again. Besides, it was likely that she saw me as much freer than she was. The breakup with Antonio, my troubles with school seemed like nonsense compared to hers. Step by step, without realizing it, I felt driven to a grudging support, then renewed admiration. Yes, it would be wonderful if she started studying again. To return to the time of elementary school, when she was always first and I second. To give meaning back to studying, because she knew how to give it meaning. To stay in her shadow, and therefore feel strong and secure. Yes, yes, yes. Start again. At some point on the way home, the mixture of suffering, fear, and disgust I had seen in her face returned to my mind. Why? I thought back to the teacher's body in disarray, to Melina's uncontrolled body. For no obvious reason, I began to look closely at the women on the stradone. Suddenly it seemed to me that I had lived with a sort of limited gaze, as if my focus had been only on us girls, Ada, Gigliola, Carmela, Marisa, Pinuccia, Lila, me, my schoolmates. And I had never really paid attention to Melina's body, Giuseppina Peluso's, Nunzia Cerullo's, Maria Caracci's. The only woman's body I had studied with ever-increasing apprehension, was the lame body of my mother, and I had felt pressed, threatened by that image, and still feared that it would suddenly impose itself on mine. That day, instead, I saw clearly the mothers of the old neighborhood. They were nervous, they were acquiescent, they were silent, with tight lips and stooping shoulders, or they yelled terrible insults at the children who harassed them. Extremely thin, with hollow eyes and cheeks, or with broad behinds, swollen ankles, heavy chests, they lugged shopping bags and small children, who clung to their skirts and wanted to be picked up. And, good God, they were 10, at most 20 years older than me. Yet they appeared to have lost those feminine qualities that were so important to us girls, and that we accentuated with clothes, with makeup. They had been consumed by the bodies of husbands, fathers, brothers, whom they ultimately came to resemble because of their labors or the arrival of old age, of illness. When did that transformation begin? With housework? With pregnancies? With beatings? Would Lila be misshapen like Nunzia? Would Fernando leap from her delicate face? Would her elegant walk become Reno's, legs wide, arms pushed out by his chest? And would my body, too, one day be ruined by the emergence of not only my mother's body, but my father's? And would all that I was learning at school dissolve? Would the neighborhood prevail again? The cadences, the manners, everything be confounded in a black mire? Anaximander and my father, Folgore and Don Achille, Valences and the pond, Aorists, Hesiod, and the insolent vulgar language of the Solaras, as, over the millenniums, had happened to the chaotic, debased city itself? I was suddenly sure that, without being aware of it, I had intercepted Lila's feelings and was adding them to mine. Why did she have that expression, that ill humor? Had she caressed her leg, her hip, as a sort of farewell? Had she touched herself, speaking as if she felt the edges of her body besieged by Melina, by Giuseppina, and was frightened, disgusted by it? Had she turned to our friends out of a need to react? I remembered how, as a child, she had looked at Maestra Oliviero when she fell off the platform like a broken puppet. I remembered how she had looked at Melina on the stradone, eating the soft soap she had just bought. I remembered when she told the rest of us about the murder and the blood on the copper pot, and claimed that the killer of Don Achille was not a man, but a woman, as if, in the story she was telling us, she had heard and seen the form of a female body break from the need for hatred, the urgency for revenge or justice, and lose its substance. 23. Starting in the last week of July, I went with the stationer's daughters to the sea garden every day, including Sunday. Along with the 1,000 things that the children might need, I brought in a canvas bag, the books that Professor Galliani had lent me. They were small volumes that examined the past, the present, the world as it was and as it ought to become. The writing resembled that of textbooks, but was more difficult and more interesting. I wasn't used to that sort of reading and got tired quickly. And besides, the girls required a lot of attention. And then there was the lazy sea, the leaden sun that bore down on the Gulf and the city, stray fantasies, desires, the ever-present wish to undo the order of the lines, and with it, every order that required an effort, a wait for fulfillment yet to come, and yield instead to what was within reach, immediately gained, the crude life of the creatures of the sky, the earth and the sea. I approached my 17th birthday with one eye on the daughters of the stationer and one on Discourse on the Origins of Inequality. One Sunday, I felt someone putting fingers over my eyes, and a female voice asked, "Guess who?" I recognized Marisa's voice and hoped that she was with Nino. How I would have liked him to see me made beautiful by the sun, the salt water, and intent on reading a difficult book. I exclaimed happily, "Marisa," and immediately turned around. But Nino wasn't there. It was Alfonso, with a blue towel over his shoulder, cigarette, wallet, and lighter in his hand, a black bathing suit with a white stripe, he himself pale as one who has never had a ray of sun in his entire life. I marveled at seeing them together. Alfonso had to retake exams in 2 subjects in October, and, since he was busy in the grocery, I imagined that on Sundays he studied. As for Marisa, I was sure that she would be at Barano with her family. Instead, she told me that her parents had quarreled with Nella the year before, and, with some friends from Roma, had taken a small villa at Castel Volturno. She had returned to Naples just for a few days. She needed some school books, 3 subjects to do again. And then she had to see a person. She smiled flirtatiously at Alfonso. The person was him. I couldn't contain myself. I asked right away how Nino had done on his graduation exams. She made a face of disgust. All A's and A minuses. As soon as he found out the results, he went off on his own to England, without a lira. He says he'll find a job there and stay until he learns English. Then, I don't know. Maybe he'll enroll in economy and business. I had 1,000 other questions. I even looked for a way to ask who the girl was who waited outside school, and if he had really gone alone, or in fact with her, when Alfonso said, embarrassed, "Lena's here too." Then he added, "Antonio brought us in the car." Antonio? Alfonso must have noticed how my expression changed, the flush that was spreading over my face, the jealous amazement in my eyes. He smiled and said quickly, "Stefano had some work to do about the counters in the new grocery and couldn't come. But Lena was extremely eager to see you. She has something to tell you, and so she asked Antonio if he would take us." "Yes, she has something urgent to tell you," Marisa said emphatically, clapping her hands gleefully to let me know that she already knew the thing. What thing? Judging from Marisa, it seemed good. Maybe Lila had soothed Antonio and he wanted to be with me again. Maybe the Solaras had finally roused their acquaintances at the recruiting office, and Antonio didn't have to go. These hypotheses came to mind immediately, but when the 2 appeared, I eliminated both right away. Clearly, Antonio was there only because obeying Lila gave meaning to his empty Sunday. Only because to be her friend seemed to him a piece of luck and a necessity. But his expression was still unhappy, his eyes frightened, and he greeted me coldly. I asked about his mother, but he gave me scarcely any news. He looked around uneasily and immediately dived into the water with the girls, who welcomed him warmly. As for Lila, she was pale, without lipstick, her gaze hostile. She didn't seem to have anything urgent to tell me. She sat on the concrete, picked up the book I was reading, leafed through it without a word. Marisa, in the face of those silences, became ill at ease. She tried to make a show of enthusiasm for everything in the world. Then she got flustered, and she too went to swim. Alfonso chose a place as far from us as possible. and, sitting motionless in the sun, concentrated on the bathers, as if the sight of naked people going in and out of the water were utterly absorbing. "Who gave you this book?" Lila asked. "My professor of Latin and Greek." "Why didn't you tell me?" "I didn't think it would interest you." "Do you know what is of interest to me and what isn't?" I immediately resorted to a conciliatory tone, but I also felt a need to brag. "As soon as I finish, I'll lend it to you. These are books that the professor gives the good students to read. Nino reads them too." "Who is Nino?" Did she do it on purpose? Did she pretend not even to remember his name in order to diminish him in my eyes? "The one in the wedding film, Marissa's brother, Salvatore's oldest son. The ugly guy you like? I told you that I don't like him anymore, but he does great things." "What?" "Now, for instance, he's in England. He's working, traveling, learning to speak English." I was excited merely by summarizing Marissa's words. I said to Lila, "Imagine if you and I could do things like that. Travel, work as waiters to support ourselves, learn to speak English better than the English. Why can he be free to do that and we can't?" "Did he finish school?" "Yes, he got his diploma. Afterward, though, he's going to do a difficult course at the university." "Is he smart?" "As smart as you." "I don't go to school." "Yes, but you lost the bet, and now you have to go back to books." "Stop it, Lenu." "Stefano won't let you?" "There's the new grocery. I'm supposed to manage it." "You'll study in the grocery." "No. You promised. You said we'd get our diploma together." "No. Why?" Lila ran her hand back and forth over the cover of the book, ironing it. "I'm pregnant," she said. And without waiting for me to react, she muttered, "It's so hot," left the book, went to the edge of the concrete, hurled herself without hesitation into the water, yelling at Antonio, who was playing and splashing with Marissa and the children. "Tony, save me!" She flew for a few seconds, arms wide, then clumsily hit the surface of the water. She didn't know how to swim. 24. In the days that followed, Lila started on a period of feverish activity. She began with the new grocery, involving herself as if it were the most important thing in the world. She woke up early, before Stefano. She threw up, made coffee, threw up again. He had become very solicitous. He wanted to drive her, but Lila refused. She said she wanted to walk. And she went out in the cool air of the morning, before the heat exploded, along the deserted streets, past the newly constructed buildings, most of them still empty, to the store that was being fitted out. She pulled up the shutter, washed the paint-splattered floor, waited for the workers and suppliers who were delivering scales, slicers, and furnishings, gave orders on where to place them, moved things around herself, trying out new, more efficient arrangements. Large, threatening men, rough-mannered boys were ordered about and submitted to her whims without protesting. Since she had barely finished giving an order when she undertook some other heavy job, they cried in apprehension, "Signora Caracci," and did all they could to help her. Lila, in spite of the heat, which sapped her energy, did not confine herself to the shop in the new neighborhood. Sometimes she went with her sister-in-law to the small worksite in Piazza dei Martiri, where Michele generally presided, but often Reno, too, was there, feeling he had the right to monitor the work, both as the maker of Cerullo shoes and as the brother-in-law of Stefano, who was the Solada's partner. Lila would not stay still in that space either. She inspected it. She climbed the workmen's ladders. She observed the place from high up. She came down. She began to move things. At first, she hurt everybody's feelings, but soon, one after the other, they reluctantly gave in. Michele, although the most sarcastically hostile, seemed to grasp most readily the advantages of Lina's suggestions. "Signor," he said, teasing, "come and rearrange the bar, too. I'll pay you." Naturally, she wouldn't think of laying a hand on the bar Solada. But when she had brought enough disorder to Piazza dei Martiri, she moved on to the kingdom of the Caracci family, the old grocery, and installed herself there. She made Stefano keep Alfonso at home because he had to study for his makeup exams, and urged Pinuccia to go out more and more often with her mother, to poke into the shop in Piazza dei Martiri. So, little by little, she reorganized the two adjacent spaces in the old neighborhood to make the work easier and more efficient. In a short time, she demonstrated that both Maria and Pinuccia were substantially superfluous. She gave Ada a bigger job and got Stefano to increase her pay. When, in the late afternoon, I returned from the sea garden and delivered the girls to the stationer, I almost always stopped at the grocery to see how Lila was doing, if her stomach had started to swell. She was nervous, and her complexion wasn't good. To cautious questions about her pregnancy, she either didn't respond or dragged me outside the store and said nonsensical things like, "I don't want to talk about it. It's a disease. I have an emptiness inside me that weighs me down." Then she started to tell me about the new grocery and the old one, and Piazza dei Martiri, with her usual exhilarating delivery, just to make me believe that these were places where marvelous things were happening, and I, poor me, was missing them. But by now I knew her tricks. I listened, but didn't believe her, although I always ended up hypnotized by the energy with which she played both servant and mistress. Lila was able to talk to me, talk to the customers, talk to Ada, all at the same time, while continuing to unwrap, cut, weigh, take money, and give change. She erased herself in the words and gestures. She became exhausted. She seemed truly engaged in an unrelenting struggle to forget the weight of what she still described incongruously as an emptiness inside. What impressed me most, though, was her casual behavior with money. She went to the cash register and took what she wanted. Money for her was that drawer, the treasure chest of childhood that opened and offered its wealth. In the rare case that the money in the drawer wasn't enough, she had only to glance at Stefano. He, who seemed to have reacquired the generous solicitude of their engagement, pulled up his smock, dug in the back pocket of his pants, took out a fat wallet, and asked, "How much do you need?" Lila made a sign with her fingers. Her husband reached out his right arm with the fist closed. She extended her long, thin hand. Ada, behind the counter, looked at her the way she looked at the movie stars in the pages of magazines. I imagine that in that period, Antonio's sister felt as if she were living in a fairy tale. Her eyes sparkled when Lila opened the drawer and gave her money. She handed it out freely as soon as her husband turned his back. She gave Ada money for Antonio, who was going into the army. She gave money to Pasquale, who urgently needed 3 teeth extracted. In early September, she took me aside, too, and asked if I needed money for books. What books? The ones for school, but also the ones not for school. I told her that Maestra Oliviero was still not out of the hospital, that I didn't know if she would help me get the textbooks as usual. And here already Lila wanted to stick the money in my pocket. I withdrew. I refused. I didn't want to seem a kind of poor relative forced to ask for money. I told her I had to wait till school started. I told her that the stationer had extended the sea garden job until mid-September. I told her that I would therefore earn more than expected and would manage by myself. She was sorry. She insisted that I come to her if the teacher couldn't help me out. It wasn't just me. Certainly all of us, faced with that generosity of hers, had some difficulties. Pasquale, for example, didn't want to accept the money for the dentist. He felt humiliated, and finally took it only because his face was disfigured, his eye was inflamed, and the lettuce compresses were of no use. Antonio, too, was offended, to the point where, to take money that our friend gave Ada in addition to her regular pay, he had to be persuaded that it was making up for the disgraceful pay that Stefano had given her before. We had never had a lot of money, and we attached great importance even to 10 lire. If we found a coin on the street, it was a celebration. So it seemed to us a mortal sin that Lila handed out money as if it were a worthless metal, waste paper. She did it silently, with an imperious gesture resembling those with which, as a child, she had organized games, assigned parts. Afterward, she talked about other things, as if that moment hadn't existed. On the other hand, Pasquale said to me one evening in his obscure way, "Mortadella sells, so do shoes, and Lina has always been our friend. She's on our side, our ally, our companion. She's rich now, but by her own merit. Yes, by her own merit, because the money didn't come to her from the fact that she is Signora Caracci, the future mother of the grocer's children, but because it's she who invented Cerullo's shoes. And even if no one seemed to remember that now, we, her friends, remembered." All true. How many things Lila had made happen in the space of a few years. And yet now that we were 17, the substance of time no longer seemed fluid, but had assumed a glue-like consistency and churned around us like a yellow cream in a confectioner's machine. Lila herself confirmed this bitterly when, one Sunday, when the sea was smooth and the sky white, she appeared, to my surprise, at the sea garden around 3 in the afternoon by herself. A truly unusual event. She had taken the subway, a couple of buses, and now was here, in a bathing suit, with a greenish complexion and an outbreak of pimples on her forehead. 17 years of shit, she said in dialect, with apparent cheer, her eyes full of sarcasm. She had quarreled with Stefano. In the daily exchanges with the Solaras, the truth came out about the management of the store and Piazza dei Martiri. Michele had tried to insist on Gigliola, had harshly threatened Rino, who supported Pinuccia, had finally launched into a tense negotiation with Stefano, in which they had come close to blows. And in the end, what happened? Neither winners nor losers, it seemed. Gigliola and Pinuccia would manage the store together, provided that Stefano reconsider an old decision. "What?" I asked. "See if you can guess." I couldn't guess. Michele had asked Stefano, in his teasing tone of voice, to concede on the photograph of Lila in her wedding dress. And this time her husband had done so. "Really? Really? I told you you just had to wait. They're going to display me in the shop. In the end, I've won the bet, not you. Start studying. This year, you'll have to get top marks." Here, she changed her tone, became serious. She said that she hadn't come because of the photograph, since she had known for a long time that as far as that shit was concerned, she was merchandise to barter. She had come because of the pregnancy. She talked about it for a long time, nervously, as if it were something to be crushed in a mortar, and she did it with cold firmness. "It has no meaning," she said, not concealing her anguish. "Men insert their thingy in you, and you become a box of flesh with a living doll inside. I've got it. It's here, and it's repulsive to me. I throw up continuously. It's my very stomach that can't bear it. I know I'm supposed to think beautiful things. I know I have to resign myself, but I can't do it. I see no reason for resignation and no beauty. Besides the fact," she added, "that I feel incapable of dealing with children. Yes, you are. Just look how you take care of the stationer's children. Not me. I wasn't born with that gift." These words hurt me. What could I say? "You don't know if you have a gift or not. You have to try." I sought to reassure her, and pointed to the daughters of the stationer who were playing a little distance away. "Sit with them for a while. Talk to them." She laughed. She said maliciously that I had learned to use the sentimental voice of our mothers. But then, uneasily, she ventured to say a few words to the girls, retreated, began talking to me again. I equivocated, pressed her, urged her to take care of Linda, the smallest of the stationer's daughters. I said to her, "Go on, let her play her favorite game, drinking from the fountain next to the bar, or spraying the water by putting your thumb over it." She led Linda away unwillingly, holding her hand. Time passed, and they didn't come back. I called the other two girls and went to see what was happening. Everything was fine. Lila had been happily made a prisoner by Linda. She held the child suspended over the jet, letting her drink or spray water. They were both laughing, and their laughter sounded like cries of joy. I was relieved. I left Linda's sisters with her too, and went to sit at the bar, in a place where I could keep an eye on all four and also read. She'll become that, I thought, looking at her. What seemed insupportable before is cheering her up now. Maybe I should tell her that things without meaning are the most beautiful ones. It's a good sentence. She'll like it. Lucky her, she's got everything that counts. For a while I tried to follow, line by line, the arguments of Rousseau. Then I looked up. I saw that something was wrong. Shouts. Maybe Linda had leaned over too far. Maybe one of her sisters had given her a shove. Certainly she had escaped Lila's grasp and had hit her chin on the edge of the basin. I ran over in fear. Lila, as soon as she saw me, cried immediately, in a childish voice that I had never heard from her, not even when she was a child. It was her sister who made her fall, not me. She was holding Linda, who was bleeding, screaming, crying, as her sisters looked elsewhere with small nervous movements and tight smiles, as if the thing had nothing to do with them, as if they couldn't hear, couldn't see. I tore the child from Lila's arms and tilted her toward the jet of water, washing her face with resentful hands. There was a horizontal cut under her chin. I'll lose the money from the stationer, I thought. My mother will be angry. Meanwhile, I ran for the attendant, who somehow cajoled Linda into calming down, surprised her with an inundation of rubbing alcohol, making her shriek again, then stuck a gauze bandage on her chin and went back to soothing her. Nothing serious, in other words. I bought ice cream for the 3 girls and went back to the concrete platform. Lila had left. 25. The stationer didn't seem especially upset by Linda's wound, but when I asked if I should come the next day at the usual time to pick up the girls, she said that her daughters had had too much swimming that summer and there was no need for me anymore. I didn't tell Lila that I had lost my job. She, on the other hand, never asked me how things had turned out. She didn't even ask about Linda and her cut. When I saw her again, she was extremely busy with the opening of the new grocery store and gave me the impression of an athlete in training, jumping rope more and more frantically. She dragged me to the printer, from whom she had ordered a large number of flyers announcing the opening of the new store. She wanted me to go to the priest to set a time to come by for the blessing of the place and the stock. She announced that she had hired Carmela Peluso at a salary a lot higher than what she was making at the Notions store. But first of all, she told me that in everything, truly everything, she was waging a serious war against her husband, Pinuccia, her mother-in-law, her brother Reno. She didn't seem especially aggressive, however. She spoke in a low voice, in dialect, doing 1,000 other things that seemed more important than what she was saying. She enumerated the wrongs that her relatives, by marriage and by birth, had done and were doing to her. "They have placated Michele," she said, "just as they placated Marcello. They used me. To them, I'm not a person, but a thing. Let's give him Lina. Let's stick her on a wall since she's a 0, an absolute 0. As she spoke, her eyes shone, full of movement, within dark circles. Her skin was stretched over the cheekbones. Her teeth flashed white in quick, nervous smiles. But she didn't convince me. It seemed to me that behind that raucous activity was a person who was exhausted and looking for a way out. "What do you intend to do?" I asked. "Nothing. All I know is they'll have to kill me to do what they want with my photograph." "Forget it, Lila. Ultimately, it's a nice thing. Think about it. They only put actresses on billboards." "And am I an actress?" "No." "So? If my husband has decided to sell himself to the Saladas, do you think he can sell me as well?" I tried to soothe her. I was afraid that Stefano would lose patience and hit her. I said so. She started laughing. Since she'd been pregnant, her husband hadn't dared to give her even a slap. But now, just as she uttered that remark, the suspicion dawned on me that the photograph was an excuse, that really she wanted to infuriate all of them, to be massacred by Stefano, by the Saladas, by Reno, provoke them to the point where their blows would help her to crush the impatience, the pain, the living thing she had in her belly. My hypothesis found support the night the grocery opened. She seemed to be wearing her shabbiest clothes. In front of everyone, she treated her husband like a servant. She sent away the priest she had had me call on before he could bless the store, contemptuously sticking some money in his hand. She went on to slice prosciutto and stuff sandwiches, handing them out free to anyone, along with a glass of wine. And this last move was so successful that the store had scarcely opened when it was jammed with customers. She and Carmela were besieged, and Stefano, who was elegantly dressed, had to help them deal with the situation, as he was, without an apron, so that his good clothes got all greasy. When they came home, exhausted, her husband made a scene, and Lila did her best to provoke his fury. She shouted that if he wanted someone who obeyed, and that's all, he was out of luck. She was not his mother or his sister. She would always make life difficult for him. And she started with the Solaras, with the business of the photograph, insulting him grossly. First, he let her have her say. Then he responded with even worse insults. But he didn't beat her. When, the next day, she told me what had happened, I said that although Stefano had his faults, certainly he loved her. She denied it. "He understands only this," she replied, rubbing together thumb and index finger. And in fact, the grocery was already popular throughout the new neighborhood, and was crowded from the moment it opened. "The cash drawer is already full, thanks to me. I bring him wealth, a son. What more does he want?" "What more do you want?" I asked, with a stab of rage that surprised me, and immediately I smiled, hoping she hadn't noticed. I remember that she looked bewildered. She touched her forehead with her fingers. Maybe she didn't even know what she wanted. She felt only that she couldn't find peace. As the other opening, that of the shop on Piazza dei Martiri, approached, she became unbearable. But maybe that adjective is excessive. Let's say that she poured out onto all of us, even me, the confusion that she felt inside. On the one hand, she made Stefano's life hell. She squabbled with her mother-in-law and her sister-in-law. She went to Reno and quarreled with him in front of the workers and Fernando, who, more hunched than usual, labored over his bench, pretending not to hear. On the other, she herself perceived that she was spinning around in her unhappiness, unresigned, and at times I caught her in the new grocery store, in a rare moment when it was empty or she wasn't dealing with suppliers, with a vacant look, one hand on her forehead, in her hair, as if to stanch a wound, and the expression of someone who was trying to catch her breath. One afternoon I was at home. It was still very hot, although it was the end of September. School was about to begin. I felt at the mercy of the days. My mother reproached me for wasting time. Nino, who knows where he was, in England or in that mysterious space that was the university. I no longer had Antonio, or even the hope of getting back together with him. He had left, along with Enzo Scano, for his military service, saying goodbye to everyone except me. I heard someone calling me from the street. It was Lila. Her eyes were shining, as if she had a fever, and she said she had found a solution. Solution to what? The photograph. If they want to display it, they have to do it the way I say. And what do you say? She didn't tell me. Maybe at that moment it wasn't clear to her. But I knew what sort of person she was, and I recognized in her face the expression she got when, from the dark depths of herself, a signal arrived that fired her brain. She asked me to go with her that evening to Piazza dei Martiri. There we would find the Solaras, Gigliola, Pinuccia, her brother. She wanted me to help her, support her, and I realized that what she had in mind would ferry her beyond her permanent war, a violent but conclusive outlet for the accumulated tensions, or a way of freeing her head, her body, from pent-up energies. "All right," I said, "but promise not to be crazy." "Yes." After the stores closed, she and Stefano came to get me in the car. From the few words they exchanged, I understood that not even her husband knew what she had in mind, and that this time my presence, rather than reassuring him, alarmed him. Lila had finally appeared to be accommodating. She had told him that, if there was no possibility of abandoning the photograph, she wanted at least to have her say on how it was displayed. "A question of frame, wall, lighting?" he had asked. "I have to see." "But then that's it, Lena." "Yes, that's it." It was a beautiful, warm evening. The brilliant lights of the shop's interior spread their glow into the square. The gigantic image of Lila in her wedding dress could be seen at a distance, leaning against the center wall. Stefano parked. We went in, making our way among the boxes of shoes, piled up haphazardly, cans of paint, ladders. Marcello, Rino, Gigliola, and Pinuccia were visibly irritated. For varying reasons, they had no wish to submit yet again to Lila's caprices. The only one who greeted us cordially was Michele, who turned to my friend with a mocking laugh. "Lovely signora. Will you let us know, at last, what you have in mind, or do you just want to ruin the evening?" Lila looked at the panel leaning against the wall, asked them to lay it on the floor. Marcello said cautiously, with the dark timidity that he always showed toward Lila, "What for?" "I'll show you." Rino interrupted. "Don't be an idiot, Lena. You know how much this thing cost. If you ruin it, you're in trouble." The Solaras laid the image on the floor. Lila looked around, with her brow furrowed, her eyes narrowed. She was looking for something that she knew was there, that perhaps she had bought herself. In a corner, she spied a roll of black paper, and she took a pair of big scissors and a box of drawing pins from a shelf. Then, with that expression of extreme concentration which enabled her to isolate herself from everything around her, she went back to the panel. Before our astonished and, in the cases of some, openly hostile eyes, she cut strips of black paper with the manual precision she had always possessed, and pinned them here and there to the photograph, asking for my help with slight gestures or quick glances. I joined in with the devotion that I had felt ever since we were children. Those moments were thrilling. It was a pleasure to be beside her, slipping inside her intentions, to the point of anticipating her. I felt that she was seeing something that wasn't there, and that she was struggling to make us see it too. I was suddenly happy, feeling the intensity that invested her, that flowed through her fingers as they grasped the scissors, as they pinned the black paper. Finally, she tried to lift the canvas, as if she were alone in that space, but she couldn't. Marcello readily intervened. I intervened. We leaned it against the wall. Then we all backed up toward the door, some sneering, some grim, some appalled. The body of the bride Lila appeared cruelly shredded. Much of the head had disappeared, as had the stomach. There remained an eye, the hand on which the chin rested, the brilliant stain of the mouth, the diagonal stripe of the bust, the line of the crossed legs, the shoes. Gigliola began, scarcely containing her rage. "I cannot put a thing like that in my shop." "I agree," Pinuccia exploded. "We have to sell here, and with that grotesque thing people will run away. Rino, say something to your sister, please." Rino pretended to ignore her, but he turned to Stefano, as if his brother-in-law were to blame for what was happening. "I told you, you can't reason with her. You have to say yes, no, and that's it. Or you see what happens? It's a waste of time." Stefano didn't answer. He stared at the panel leaning against the wall, and it was evident that he was looking for a way out. He asked me, "What do you think, Lenu?" I said in Italian, "To me it seems very beautiful. Of course, I wouldn't want it in the neighborhood. That's not the right place for it. But here, it's something else. It will attract attention. It will please. In Confidenze, just last week, I saw that in Rossano Brazzi's house, there is a painting like this." Hearing that, Gigliola got even angrier. "What do you mean, that Rossano Brazzi knows what's what? That you two know everything, and Pinuccia and I don't?" At that point, I felt the danger. I had only to glance at Lila to realize that, if when we arrived at the shop she had really felt willing to give in should the attempt prove fruitless, now that the attempt had been made and had produced that image of disfigurement, she wouldn't yield an inch. Those minutes of work on the picture had broken ties. At that moment, she was overwhelmed by an exaggerated sense of herself, and it would take time for her to retreat into the dimension of the grocer's wife. She wouldn't accept a sigh of dissent. In fact, while Gigliola was speaking, she was already muttering, "Like this, or not at all." And she wanted to quarrel. She wanted to break, shatter. She would have happily hurled herself at Gigliola with the scissors. I hoped for a word of support from Marcello, but Marcello remained silent, head down. I understood that his residual feelings for Lila were vanishing at that moment. His old, depressed passion couldn't carry them forward any longer. It was his brother who broke in, lashing Gigliola, his fiancée, in his most aggressive tone. "Shut up," he told her. And as soon as she tried to protest, he became threatening, without even looking at her, staring rather at the panel. "Shut up, Giglio." Then he turned to Lila. "I like it, Signor. You've erased yourself deliberately, and I see why. To show the thigh. To show how well a woman's thigh goes with those shoes. Excellent. You're a pain in the ass, but when you do a thing, you do it right." Silence. With her fingertips, Gigliola dried silent tears that she couldn't hold back. Pinuccia stared at Reno, who stared at her brother, as if she wanted to say to them, "Speak. Defend me. Don't let that bitch walk all over me." Stefano instead murmured softly, "Yes, it convinces me too." And Lila said suddenly, "It's not finished." "What do you still have to do?" Pinuccia shot back. "I have to add a little color." "Color?" Marcello mumbled, even more disoriented. "We're supposed to open in 3 days." Michele laughed. "If we have to wait another little bit, we'll wait. Get to work, Signor. Do what you like." The masterful tone of one who makes and unmakes as he wishes, Stefano didn't like. "There's the new grocery," he said, to let it be understood that he needed his wife there. "Figure it out," Michele answered. "We have more interesting things to do here." 26. We spent the last days of September shut up in the shop, the 2 of us and 3 workmen. They were magnificent hours of play, of invention, of freedom, such as we hadn't experienced together perhaps since childhood. Lila drew me into her frenzy. We bought paste, paint, brushes. With extreme precision, she was demanding, we attached the black paper cutouts. We traced red or blue borders between the remains of the photograph and the dark clouds that were devouring it. Lila had always been good with lines and colors, but here she did something more, though I wouldn't have been able to say what it was. Hour after hour, it engulfed me. For a while, it seemed to me that she had fashioned that occasion to bring to an effective end the years that had begun with the designs for the shoes, when she was still the girl Lina Cerullo. And I still think that much of the pleasure of those days was derived from the resetting of the conditions of her, or our, life, from the capacity we had to lift ourselves above ourselves, to isolate ourselves in the pure and simple fulfillment of that sort of visual synthesis. We forgot about Antonio, Nino, Stefano, the Saladas, my problems with school, her pregnancy, the tensions between us. We suspended time. We isolated space. There remained only the play of glue, scissors, paper, paint, the play of shared creation. But there was something else. I was soon reminded of the word Michele had used, erase. Likely, yes, very likely the black stripes did set the shoes apart and make them more visible. Young Solata wasn't stupid. He knew how to look. But at times, and with growing intensity, I felt that that wasn't the true goal of our pasting and painting. Lila was happy, and she was drawing me deeper and deeper into her fierce happiness, because she had suddenly found, perhaps without even realizing it, an opportunity that allowed her to portray the fury she had directed against herself, the insurgence, perhaps for the first time in her life, of the need, and here the verb used by Michele was appropriate, to erase herself. Today, in the light of many subsequent events, I'm quite sure that that is really what happened. With the black paper, with the green and purple circles that Lila drew around certain parts of her body, with the blood-red lines with which she sliced and said she was slicing it, she contemplated her own self-destruction in an image, presented to the eyes of all in the space bought by the Saladas to display and sell her shoes. It's likely that it was she who provoked in me that impression, who motivated it. While we worked, she began to talk about when she had begun to realize that she was now Signora Caracci. At first, I didn't really understand what she was saying. Her observations seemed to me banal. When, as girls, of course, we were in love, we would try out the sound of our name, joined to the last name of the beloved. I, for example, still have a notebook from my first year of high school, in which I practiced signing myself Elena Sarratore. And I clearly remember how I would very faintly whisper that name. But it wasn't what Lila meant. I soon realized that she was confessing exactly the opposite. A game like mine had never occurred to her. Nor, she said, had the formula of her new designation at first made much of an impression. Raffaella Cerullo Caracci. Nothing exciting. Nothing serious. In the beginning, that Caracci had been no more absorbing than an exercise in logical analysis, of the sort that Maestra Oliviero had hammered into us in elementary school. What was it? An indirect object of place? Did it mean that she now lived not with her parents, but with Stefano? Did it mean that the new house where she was going to live would have on the door a brass plate that said Caracci? Did it mean that if I were to write to her, I would no longer address the letter to Raffaella Cerullo, but to Raffaella Caracci? Did it mean that in everyday use Cerullo would soon disappear from Raffaella Cerullo Caracci, and that she herself would define herself and sign only as Raffaella Caracci, and that her children would have to make an effort to recall their mother's surname, and that her grandchildren would be completely ignorant of their grandmother's surname? Yes, a custom. Everything according to the rules, then. But Lila, as usual, hadn't stopped there. She had soon gone further. As we worked with brushes and paints, she told me that she had begun to see in that formula an indirect object of place to which, as if Cerullo Karachi somehow indicated that Cerullo goes toward Karachi, falls into it, is sucked up by it, is dissolved in it. And, from the abrupt assignment of the role of speechmaker at her wedding to Silvio Solara, from the entrance into the restaurant of Marcello Solara, wearing on his feet no less the shoes that Stefano had led her to believe he considered a sacred relic, from her honeymoon and the beatings up until that installation in the void that she felt inside, the living thing determined by Stefano, she had been increasingly oppressed by an unbearable sensation, a force pushing down harder and harder, crushing her. That impression had been getting stronger, had prevailed. Raffaella Cerullo, overpowered, had lost her shape and had dissolved inside the outlines of Stefano, becoming a subsidiary emanation of him, Signora Karachi. It was then that I began to see in the panel the traces of what she was saying. "It's a thing that's still going on," she said in a whisper. And meanwhile we pasted paper, laid on color. But what were we really doing? What was I helping her do? The workmen, in great bewilderment, attached the panel to the wall. We were sad, but we didn't say so. The game was over. We cleaned the shop thoroughly. Lila changed her mind once again about the position of a sofa, of an ottoman. Finally, we withdrew together to the door and contemplated our work. She burst out laughing as I had never heard her laugh, a free, self-mocking laugh. I, on the other hand, was so enthralled by the upper part of the panel, where Lila's head no longer was, that I couldn't take in the whole. All you could see, at the top, was a very vivid eye, encircled by midnight blue and red. 27. The day of the opening, Lila arrived in Piazza dei Martiri, sitting in the convertible next to her husband. When she got out, I saw in her the uncertain gaze of someone who is afraid something bad is going to happen. The overexcitement of the days of the panel had dissipated. She had again taken on the sickly look of a woman who is unwillingly pregnant. Yet she was carefully dressed. She seemed to have stepped out of a fashion magazine. She immediately left Stefano and dragged me off to look at the shop windows of Via dei Mille. We walked for a while. She was tense. She kept asking me if anything was out of place. "Do you remember," she said suddenly, "the girl dressed all in green, the one with the derby?" I remembered. I remembered the uneasiness we had felt when we saw her on that same street years before, and the fight between our boys and the local boys, and the intervention of the Solaras, and Michele with the iron bar, and the fear. I realized that she wanted to hear something soothing. I said, "It was just a matter of money, Lila. Today it's all changed. You're much prettier than the girl in green." But I thought, it's not true. I'm lying to you. There was something malevolent in the inequality, and now I knew it. It acted in the depths. It dug deeper than money, the cash of 2 grocery stores, and even of the shoe factory and the shoe store, was not sufficient to hide our origin. Lila herself, even if she had taken from the cash drawer more money than she had taken, even if she had taken millions, 30, even 50, couldn't do it. I had understood this, and finally there was something that I knew better than she did. I had learned it not on those streets, but outside the school, looking at the girl who came to meet Nino. She was superior to us, just as she was, unwittingly. And this was unendurable. We returned to the shop. The afternoon went on like a kind of marriage feast. Food, sweets, a lot of wine. All the guests in the clothes they had worn to Lila's wedding. Fernando, Nunzia, Reno, the entire Solata family, Alfonso, we girls, Ada, Carmela, and I. There was a crowd of cars haphazardly parked. There was a crowd in the shop. The clamor of voices grew louder. The entire time, Gigliola and Pinuccia competed to act like the proprietor, each striving harder than the other, and both worn out by the strain. The panel with Lila's picture loomed over everything. Some paused to look at it with interest. Some gave it a skeptical glance, or even laughed. I couldn't take my eyes off it. Lila was no longer recognizable. What remained was a seductive, tremendous form, the image of a one-eyed goddess who thrust her beautifully shod feet into the center of the room. In the crush, I was amazed by Alfonso, who was lively, cheerful, elegant. I had never seen him like that, at school, or in the neighborhood, or in the grocery. And Lila herself pondered him for a long time, perplexed. I said to her, laughing, "He's not himself anymore." "What happened to him?" "I don't know." Alfonso was the true good news of that afternoon. Something that had been silent in him awakened in the brightly lit shop. It was as if he had unexpectedly discovered that this part of the city made him feel good. He became unusually active. We saw him arrange this object and that, start up conversations with the stylish people who came in out of curiosity, who examined the shoes or grabbed a pastry and a glass of vermouth. At a certain point, he joined us, and in a self-assured tone, praised effusively the work we had done on the photograph. He was in a state of such mental freedom that he overcame his timidity and said to his sister-in-law, "I've always known you were dangerous." And he kissed her on both cheeks. I stared at him perplexed. Dangerous? What had he perceived in the panel that had escaped me? Was Alfonso capable of seeing beyond appearances? Did he know how to look with imagination? Is it possible, I wondered, that his real future is not in studying, but in this affluent part of the city, where he'll be able to use the little he's learning in school? Ah, yes. He concealed inside himself another person. He was different from all the boys of the neighborhood, and mainly he was different from his brother Stefano, who, sitting on an ottoman in a corner, was silent, but ready to respond with a tranquil smile to anyone who spoke to him. Evening fell. Suddenly a bright light flared outside. The Solatas, grandfather, father, mother, sons, rushed out to see, gripped by a noisy familial enthusiasm. We all went out into the street. Above the windows in the entrance shone the word Solata. Lila grimaced. She said to me, "They gave in on that, too." She pushed me reluctantly toward Reno, who seemed happiest of all, and said to him, "If the shoes are Cirulo, why is the shop Solata?" Reno took her by the arm and said in a low voice, "Lena, Why do you always want to be a pain in the ass? You remember the mess you got me into in this very square? What am I supposed to do? You want another mess? Be satisfied for once. We are here, in the center of Naples, and we are the masters. Those shits who wanted to beat us up less than 3 years ago, do you see them now? They stop, they look in the windows, they go in, they take a pastry. Isn't that enough for you? Cerullo shoes, solata shop. What do you want to see up there? Carracci? Lila was evasive, saying to him without aggression, I'm perfectly calm. Enough to tell you that you'd better not ask me for anything ever again. What do you think you're doing? Do you borrow money from Signora Solata? Does Stefano borrow money from her? Are you both in debt to her, so you always say yes? From now on, every man for himself, Reno. She abandoned us, headed straight toward Michele Solata in a playfully flirtatious way. I saw that she went off with him to the square. They walked around the stone lions. I saw that her husband followed her with his gaze. I saw that he didn't take his eyes off her all the while she and Michele walked, talking. I saw that Gigliola grew furious. She whispered in Pinuccia's ear, and they both stared at her. Meanwhile, the shop emptied. Someone turned off the large, luminous sign. The square darkened for a few seconds. Then the street lamps regained their strength. Lila left Michele laughing, but as she entered the shop, her face was suddenly drained of life. She shut herself in the back room where the toilet was. Alfonso, Marcello, Pinuccia, and Gigliola began to straighten up. I went to help. Lila came out of the bathroom, and Stefano, as if he had been waiting in ambush, immediately grabbed her by the arm. She wriggled free, irritated, and joined me. She was very pale. She whispered, I've had some blood. What does it mean? Is the baby dead? 28. Lila's pregnancy lasted scarcely more than 10 weeks. Then the midwife came and scraped away everything. The next day she went back to work in the new grocery with Carmen Peluso. This marked the beginning of a long period in which, sometimes gentle, sometimes fierce, she stopped running around, having apparently decided to compress her whole life into the orderliness of that space fragrant with mortar and cheese, filled with sausages, bread, mozzarella, anchovies and salt, hunks of ciccoli, sacks overflowing with dried beans, bladders stuffed with lard. This behavior was greatly appreciated in particular by Stefano's mother, Maria. As if she had recognized in her daughter-in-law something of herself, she suddenly became more affectionate and gave her some old earrings of red gold. Lila accepted them with pleasure and wore them often. For a while her face remained pale. She had pimples on her forehead. Her eyes were sunk deep into the sockets. The skin was stretched so tight over her cheekbones that it seemed transparent. Then she revived and put even more energy into promoting the shop. Already by Christmas time, the profits had risen, and within a few months surpassed those of the grocery in the old neighborhood. Maria's appreciation grew. She went more and more often to give her daughter-in-law a hand, rather than her son, whose failed paternity, along with the pressures of business, had made him surly, or her daughter, who had started working in the store in Piazza dei Martiri and had strictly forbidden her mother to appear, so as not to make a bad impression with the clientele. The old Signora Carracci even took the young Signora Carracci's side when Stefano and Pinuccia blamed her for her inability, or unwillingness, to keep a baby inside her. "She doesn't want children," Stefano complained. "Yes," Pinuccia supported him. "She wants to stay a girl. She doesn't know how to be a wife." Maria reproached them both harshly. "Don't even think such things. Our Lord gives children, and our Lord takes them away. I don't want to hear that nonsense." "You be quiet," her daughter cried in annoyance. "You gave that bitch the earrings I liked." Their arguments, Lila's reactions, soon became neighborhood gossip, which spread, and even I heard it. But I didn't pay much attention. The school year had begun. It started right off in a way that amazed me most of all. I did well from the first days, as if, with the departure of Antonio, the disappearance of Nino, maybe even Lila's decisive commitment to managing the grocery, something in my head had relaxed. I found that I remembered with precision everything I had learned badly in my first year. I answered the teacher's questions with ready intelligence. Not only that, Professor Galliani, maybe because she had lost Nino, her most brilliant student, redoubled her interest in me and said that it would be stimulating and instructive for me to go to a march for world peace that started in Resina and continued on to Naples. I decided to have a look, partly out of curiosity, partly out of fear that Professor Galliani would be offended, and partly because the march went along the Stradone, skirting the neighborhood, and it wouldn't take much effort. But my mother wanted me to take my brothers. I argued, I protested, and was late. I arrived with them at the railway bridge, and down below saw the people marching. They occupied the whole street, preventing the cars from passing. They were normal people, and weren't really marching, but walking, carrying banners and signs. I wanted to find Professor Galliani, to be seen, and I ordered my brothers to wait on the bridge. It was a terrible idea. I couldn't find the professor, and as soon as I turned my back, they joined some other children who were throwing stones at the demonstrators and yelling insults. In a sweat, I rushed to get them and hurried them away, terrified by the idea that the far-sighted Professor Galliani had picked them out and recognized that they were my brothers. Meanwhile, the weeks passed. There were new classes and the textbooks to buy. It seemed pointless to show the list of books to my mother so that she could negotiate with my father and get money from him. I knew that there was no money. In addition, there was no news of Maestra Oliviero. Between August and September, I had gone twice to visit her in the hospital. But the first time I had found her asleep, and the second I discovered that she had been discharged, but had not returned home. Feeling desperate, in early November I went to ask the neighbor about her, and learned that, because of her health, she had gone to a sister in Potenza, and who knew if she would ever return to Naples, to the neighborhood, to her job. At that point, I decided to ask Alfonso if, when his brother had bought the books for him, we could somehow arrange things so that I could use his. He was enthusiastic and proposed that we should study together, maybe at Lila's house, which, ever since she had started working at the grocery, was empty from 7 in the morning until 9 at night. We resolved to do that. But one morning Alfonso said to me, somewhat annoyed, "Go and see Lila in the grocery today. She wants to see you." He knew why, but she had sworn him to silence, and it was impossible to get the secret out of him. In the afternoon, I went to the new grocery. Carmen, with a mixture of sadness and joy, wanted to show me a card from some city in Piedmont that Enzo, her fiancé, had sent her. Lila had also received a card from Antonio. And for a moment, I thought she had wanted me to come there just to show it to me. But she didn't show it to me, or tell me what he had written. She dragged me into the back of the shop and asked, in a tone of amusement, "You remember our bet?" I nodded yes. "You remember that you lost?" I nodded yes. "You remember that you now have to pass with the best grades?" I nodded yes. She pointed to 2 large packages tied up in wrapping paper. In them were the school books. 29. They were very heavy. At home, I was very excited to discover that they were not the used, often ill-smelling volumes that in the past the teacher had got for me, but were brand new, fragrant with fresh ink, and conspicuous among them were the dictionaries, Zingarelli, Rocci, and Calonghi Georges, which the teacher had never been able to acquire. My mother, who had a word of contempt for anything that happened to me, burst into tears as she watched me unwrap the packages. Surprised, intimidated by that unusual reaction, I went to her, caressed her arm. It's difficult to say what had moved her. Maybe her sense of impotence in the face of our poverty. Maybe the generosity of the grocer's wife. I don't know. She calmed down quickly, muttered something incomprehensible, and became engrossed in her duties. In the little room where I slept with my sister and brothers, I had a small, rough table, riddled with wormholes, where I usually did my homework. On it, I arranged all the books, and, seeing them lined up there, against the wall, I felt charged with energy. The days began to fly by. I gave back to Professor Galliani the books she had lent me for the summer. She gave me others, which were even more difficult. I read them diligently on Sundays, but I didn't understand much. I ran my eyes along the lines. I turned the pages, and yet the style annoyed me. The meaning escaped me. That year, my 4th year of high school, between studying and difficult readings, I was exhausted. But it was the exhaustion of contentment. One day, Professor Galliani asked me, "What newspaper do you read, Greco?" That question provoked the same uneasiness I had felt talking to Nino at Lila's wedding. The professor took it for granted that I normally did something that at my house, in my environment, was not at all normal. How could I tell her that my father didn't buy the newspaper, that I had never read one? I didn't have the heart, and my mind raced to remember if Pasquale, who was a communist, read one. A useless effort. Then I thought of Donato Sarratore, and I remembered Ischia, the Maranti. I remembered that he wrote for Roma. I answered, "I read Roma." The professor gave an ironic half-smile, and the next day began handing on her newspapers. She bought 2, sometimes 3, and after school she would give me one. I thanked her and went home upset by what seemed to me still more homework. At first, I left the paper around the house and put off reading it until I had finished my homework. But at night it had disappeared. My father had grabbed it to read in bed or in the bathroom. So I got in the habit of hiding it among my books and took it out only at night when everyone was sleeping. Sometimes it was Unità, sometimes Il Mattino, sometimes Corriere della Sera. But all 3 were difficult for me. It was like having to follow a comic strip whose preceding episodes you didn't know. I hurried from one column to the next, more out of duty than out of real curiosity, hoping, as in all things imposed by school, that what I didn't understand today, I would, by sheer persistence, understand tomorrow. In that period, I saw little of Lila. Sometimes, right after school, before I rushed off to do my homework, I went to the new grocery. I was starving, she knew it, and would make me a generously stuffed sandwich. While I devoured it, I would articulate, in good Italian, statements I had memorized from Professor Galliani's books and newspapers. I would mention, let's say, the atrocious reality of the Nazi extermination camps, or what men were able to do and what they can do today as well, or the atomic threat and the obligation to peace, or the fact that, as a result of subduing the forces of nature with the tools that we invent, we find ourselves today at the point where the force of our tools has become a greater concern than the forces of nature. Or the need for a culture that combats and eliminates suffering. Or the idea that religion will disappear from men's consciousness when, finally, we have constructed a world of equals, without class distinctions, and with a sound scientific conception of society and of life. I talked to her about these and other things, because I wanted to show her that I was sailing toward passing with high marks, and because I didn't know who else to say them to, and because I hoped she would respond so that we could resume our old habit of discussion. But she said almost nothing. In fact, she seemed embarrassed, as if she didn't really understand what I was talking about. Or, if she made a remark, she concluded by digging up an old obsession that now, I didn't know why, had started working inside her again. She began to talk about the origin of Don Achile's money and of the Saladas, even in the presence of Carmen, who immediately agreed. But as soon as a customer came in, she stopped. She became very polite and efficient. She sliced, weighed, took money. Once, she left the cash drawer open and, staring at the money, said, angrily, "I earn this with my labor and Carmen's, but nothing in there is mine, Lenu. It's made with Stefano's money. And Stefano, to make money, started with his father's money. Without what Don Achille put under the mattress, working the black market and loan sharking, today there would not be this, and there would not be the shoe factory. Not only that, Stefano, Reno, my father, would not have sold a single shoe without the money and the connections of the Salata family, who are also loan sharks. Is it clear what I've got myself into?" Clear, but I didn't understand the point of those discussions. "It's water under the bridge," I said, and reminded her of the conclusions she had come to when she was engaged to Stefano. "What you're talking about is what's behind us. We are something else." But although she had invented that theory, she did not seem convinced by it. She said to me, and I have a vivid memory of the phrase, which was in dialect, "I don't like what I've done and what I'm doing." I thought that she must be spending time with Pasquale, who had always had opinions like that. I thought that maybe their relationship had been strengthened by the fact that Pasquale was engaged to Ada, who worked in the old grocery and was the brother of Carmen, who worked with her in the new one. I went home dissatisfied, struggling to hold off an old childhood feeling from the period when I suffered because Lila and Carmela had become friends and tried to exclude me. I calmed myself down by studying until very late. One night as I was reading Il Mattino, my eyes heavy with sleep, a short, unsigned article jolted me awake like an electric charge. I couldn't believe it. The article was about the shop in Piazza dei Martiri, and it praised the panel that Lila and I had created. I read and reread it. I can still recall a few lines. The young women who managed the friendly shop in Piazza dei Martiri did not want to reveal the name of the artist. A pity. Whoever invented that anomalous mixture of photography and color has an avant-garde imagination that, with sublime ingenuity, but also with unusual energy, subdues the material to the urgent needs of an intimate, potent grief. Otherwise, it had generous praise for the shoe store, an important sign of the dynamism that, in recent years, has invested Neapolitan entrepreneurial endeavors. I didn't sleep a wink. After school, I hurried to find Lila. The shop was empty. Carmen had gone home to her mother, Giuseppina, who wasn't well. Lila was on the phone with a local supplier who had not delivered mozzarella or provolone, or I don't remember what. I heard her shout, curse. I was upset. I thought maybe the man at the other end was old. He would be insulted. He would send one of his sons to take revenge. I thought, why does she always overdo it? When she got off the phone, she gave a snort of contempt and turned to me to apologize. If I don't act like that, they won't even listen to me. I showed her the newspaper. She gave it a distracted glance, said, I know about it. She explained that it had been an initiative of Michele Solara's, carried out as usual without consulting anyone. Look, she said, and went to the cash register, took out of the drawer a couple of creased clippings, handed them to me. Those two were about the shop in Piazza dei Martiri. One was a small article in Roma, whose author lavished praise on the Solaras, but made not the slightest mention of the panel. The other was an article spread over 3 columns, in Napoli Notte, and in it the shop sounded like a royal palace. The space was described in an extravagant Italian that praised the furnishings, the splendid illumination, the marvelous shoes, and, above all, the kindness, the sweetness, and the grace of the 2 seductive nereids, Miss Gigliola Spagnuolo and Miss Giuseppina Caracci, marvelous young women upon whom rests the fate of an enterprise that stands high among the flourishing commercial activities of our city. You had to get to the end to find a mention of the panel, which was dismissed in a few lines. The author of the article called it a crude mess, an out-of-tune note in a place of majestic refinement. Did you see the signature? Lila asked, teasingly. The article in Roma was signed D.S., and the article in Napoli Notte bore the signature of Donato Saratore, Nino's father. Yes. And what do you say? What should I say? Like father, like son, you should say. She laughed mirthlessly. She explained that, seeing the growing success of Cerullo shoes and the Solara shop, Michele had decided to publicize the business and had distributed a few gratuities here and there, thanks to which the city newspapers had promptly come out with admiring articles. Advertising, in other words, paid for. Pointless even to read. In those articles, she said, there was not a single true word. I was disappointed. I didn't like the way she belittled the newspapers, which I was diligently trying to read, sacrificing sleep. And I didn't like her emphasis on the relationship between Nino and the author of the 2 articles. What need was there to associate Nino with his father, a pompous fabricator of fictitious phrases? 30. Yet it was thanks to those phrases that in a short time the Solara's shop and Cerullo shoes became more successful. Gigliola and Pinuccia boasted a lot about how they had been quoted in the papers, but the success did not diminish their rivalry, and each went on to give herself the credit for the shop's fortunes, and began to consider the other an obstacle to further successes. On a single point they continued to agree. Lila's panel was an abomination. They were rude to anyone who, in a refined little voice, stopped in just to have a look at it, and they framed the articles from Roma and Napoli Notte, but not the one from Il Mattino. Between Christmas and Easter, the Saladas and the Caraccis made a lot of money. Stefano, especially, drew a sigh of relief. The new grocery and the old one were prospering. The Cerullo shoe factory was working at full capacity. In addition, the shop in Piazza dei Martiri revealed what he had always known, and that is that the shoes Lila had designed years before sold well not only on the Rettifilo, Via Foria, and Corso Garibaldi, but were coveted by the wealthy, those who casually reached for their wallets. An important market, therefore, which had to be consolidated and expanded. As proof of that success, in the spring, some good imitations of Cerullo shoes began to appear in the shop windows of the outlying neighborhoods. These shoes were essentially identical to Lila's, but slightly modified by a fringe, a stud. Protests, threats immediately blocked their circulation. Michele Solata straightened things out. But he didn't stop there. He soon reached the conclusion that new models had to be designed. For that reason, one evening in the shop in Piazza dei Martiri, he summoned his brother Marcello, the Caraccis, Rino, and naturally Gigliola and Pinuccia. Surprisingly, Stefano showed up without Lila. He said that his wife was sorry. She was tired. Her absence did not please the Solata brothers. "If Lila isn't here," Michele said, making Gigliola nervous, "what the fuck are we talking about?" But Rino immediately interrupted. He asserted, lying, that he and his father had begun some time ago to think of new models, and planned to introduce them at a trade show that was to be held in Arezzo in September. Michele didn't believe him, and became still more irritable. He said that they had to come out with products that were really innovative, and not with normal stuff. Finally, he turned to Stefano. "Your wife is necessary. You've got to make her come." Stefano answered with startling hostility. "My wife works hard all day in the grocery store, and at night she has to stay home. She has to think of me." "All right," Michele said, with a grimace, spoiling for a moment his handsome boy's face. "But see if she can think of us too, a little." The evening left everyone unhappy, but Pinuccia and Gigliola in particular. For different reasons, they found the importance that Michele gave Lila intolerable, and in the following days their disgruntlement became a dark mood that at the slightest opportunity gave rise to a quarrel. At that point, I think it was March, an accident happened. I don't really know how. One afternoon, during one of their daily disagreements, Gigliola slapped Pinuccia. Pinuccia complained to Rino, who, believing at the time that he was riding the crest of a wave as high as a house, came to the shop with a proprietary air and told Gigliola off. Gigliola reacted aggressively, and he went so far as to threaten to fire her. "Starting tomorrow," he said to her, "you can go and stuff ricotta in the cannoli again." Then Michele showed up. Smiling, he led Rino outside, to the square, to indicate the sign over the door. "My friend," he said, "the shop is called Salata, and you have no right to come here and tell my girlfriend, I'm firing you." Rino retaliated by reminding him that everything in the shop belonged to his brother-in-law, and that he made the shoes himself, so he certainly did have the right. Inside, meanwhile, Gigliola and Pinuccia, each feeling protected by her own fiancé, had already started fighting again. The two young men hurried back inside, tried to calm them down, and couldn't. Michele lost patience and cried that he would fire them both. Not only that, he let slip that he would have Lila manage the shop. Lila? The shop? The two girls were silent, and the idea left even Reno speechless. Then the discussion started up again, this time focused on that outrageous statement. Gigliola, Pinuccia, and Reno were allied against Michele. "What's wrong? What use to you is Lina? We're making money here. You can't complain. I thought up all the shoe styles. She was a child. What could she invent?" And the tension increased. Who knows how long the quarreling would have gone on if the accident I mentioned hadn't happened. Suddenly, and it's unclear how, the panel with the strips of black paper, the photograph, the thick patches of color, let out a rasping sound, a kind of sick breath, and burst into flame. Pinuccia had her back to the photograph when it happened. The fire blazed up behind her as if from a secret hearth and licked her hair, which crackled and would have burned completely if Reno hadn't quickly extinguished it with his bare hands. 31. Both Reno and Michele blamed Gigliola for the fire, because she smoked secretly and so had a tiny lighter. According to Reno, Gigliola had done it on purpose. While they were all occupied by their wrangling, she had set fire to the panel, which, loaded with paper, glue, paint, had instantly burst into flames. Michele was more circumspect. Gigliola, he knew, continuously toyed with the lighter, and so, unintentionally, caught up in the argument, hadn't realized that the flame was too close to the photograph. But the girl couldn't bear either the first hypothesis or the second, and with a fiercely combative look, blamed Lila herself. That is, she blamed the disfigured image, which had caught fire spontaneously, like the devil, who, attempting to corrupt the saints, assumed the features of a woman, but the saints called on Jesus, and the demon was transformed into flames. She added, in confirmation of her version, that Pinuccia herself had told her that her sister-in-law had the ability not to stay pregnant, and, in fact, if she was unsuccessful, she would let the child drain out, rejecting the gifts of the Lord. This gossip grew worse when Michele Solara began to go regularly to the new grocery store. He spent a lot of time joking with Lila, joking with Carmen, so that Carmen hypothesized that he came for her, and on the one hand was afraid that someone would tell Enzo, doing his military service in Piedmont, while on the other she was flattered and began to flirt. Lila instead made fun of the young Solara. She heard the rumors spread by his fiancée, and so she said to him, "You'd better go. We're witches here. We're very dangerous." But when I went to see her during that period, I never found her truly cheerful. She assumed an artificial tone and was sarcastic about everything. Did she have a bruise on her arm? Stefano had caressed her too passionately. Were her eyes red from crying? Those were tears of happiness, not grief. Be careful of Michele, he liked to hurt people? No, she said. All he has to do is touch me, and he'll burn. It's I who hurt people. On that last point, there had always been modest agreement. But Gigliola especially had her doubts by now. Lila was a witch whore, She had cast a spell on her fiancé. That's why he wanted her to manage the shop in Piazza dei Martiri. And for days, jealous, desperate, she wouldn't go to work. Then she decided to talk to Pinuccia. They became allies and moved to the offensive. Pinuccia worked on her brother, insisting that he was a happy cuckold, and then she attacked Rino, her fiancé, telling him that he wasn't a boss, but Michele's servant. So one evening, Stefano and Rino waited for Michele outside the bar, and when he appeared, they made a very general speech that in substance, however, meant, "Leave Lila alone. You're making her waste time. She has to work." Michele immediately got the message and replied coldly, "What the fuck are you saying? If you don't understand, it means you don't want to understand." No, my fine friends, it's you who don't want to understand our commercial needs. And if you won't understand them, I necessarily have to see to them. Meaning? Stefano asked. Your wife is wasted in the grocery. In what sense? In Piazza dei Martiri, she would make in a month what your sister and Gigliola couldn't make in 100 years. Explain yourself. Lina needs to command stay. She needs to have a responsibility. She should invent things. She ought to start thinking right away about the new shoe styles. They argued, and finally, amid 1,000 fine distinctions, came to an agreement. Stefano absolutely refused to let his wife go and work in Piazza dei Martiri. The new grocery was doing well, and to take Lila out of there would be foolish. But he agreed to have her design new models right away, at least for winter. Michele said that not to let Lila run the shoe store was stupid, and with a vaguely threatening coolness, he put off the discussion until after the summer. He considered it a done deal that she would start designing new shoes. They have to be chic, he urged. You have to insist on that point. She'll do what she wants, as usual. I can advise her. She'll listen to me, said Michele. There's no need. I went to see Lila shortly after that agreement, and she spoke to me about it herself. I had just come from school. The weather was already getting hot, and I was tired. She was alone in the grocery, and for the moment she seemed as if relieved. She said that she wouldn't design anything, not even a sandal, not even a slipper. They'll get mad. What can I do about it? It's money, Lila. They already have enough. It was her usual sort of obstinacy, I thought. She was like that. As soon as someone told her to focus on something, the wish to do so vanished. But I soon realized that it wasn't a matter of her character, or even of disgust with the business affairs of her husband, Rino, and the Saladas, reinforced by the communist arguments of Pasquale and Carmen. There was something more, and she spoke slowly, seriously about it. Nothing comes to mind, she said. Have you tried? Yes, but it's not the way it was when I was 12. The shoes, I understood, had come out of her brain only that one time, and they wouldn't again. She didn't have any others. That game was over, and she didn't know how to start it again. The smell of leather repelled her, of skins. What she had done, she no longer knew how to do. And then everything had changed. Fernando's small shop had been consumed by the new spaces, by the workers' benches, by 3 machines. Her father had, as it were, grown smaller. He didn't even quarrel with his oldest son. He worked, and that was all. Even his affections were as if deflated. If she still felt tender toward her mother when she came to the grocery to fill her shopping bags, free, as if they still lived in poverty, If she still gave little gifts to her younger siblings, she could no longer feel the bond with Reno. Ruined, broken. The need to help and protect him had diminished. Thus, the motivations for the fantasy of the shoes had vanished. The soil in which they had germinated was arid. "It was most of all," she said suddenly, "a way of showing you that I could do something well, even if I had stopped going to school." Then she laughed nervously, glancing obliquely at me to see my reaction. I didn't answer, prevented by strong emotion. Lila was like that? She didn't have my stubborn diligence? She drew out of herself thoughts, shoes, words written and spoken, complicated plans, rages and inventions, only to show me something of herself? Having lost that motivation, she was lost? Even the treatment to which she had subjected her wedding photograph, even that she would never be able to repeat? Everything in her was the result of the chaos of an occasion? I felt that in some part of me, a long, painful tension was relaxing, and her wet eyes, her fragile smile moved me. But it didn't last. She continued to speak. She touched her forehead with a gesture that was customary with her. She said regretfully, "I always have to prove that I can be better." And she added darkly, "When we opened this place, Stefano showed me how to cheat on the weight. And at first I shouted, 'You're a thief. That's how you make money.' And then I couldn't resist. I showed him that I had learned and immediately found my own ways to cheat, and I showed him. And I was constantly thinking up new ones. I'll cheat you all. I'll cheat you on the weight and 1,000 other things. I cheat the neighborhood. Don't trust me, Lenu. Don't trust what I say and do." I was uneasy. In the space of a few seconds, she had changed. Already, I no longer knew what she wanted. Why was she speaking to me like this now? I didn't know if she had decided to, or if the words came out of her mouth unwittingly, an impetuous stream in which the intention of reinforcing the bond between us, a real intention, was immediately swept away by the equally real need to deny its specificity. You see, with Stefano I behave the way I do with you. I act like this with everyone. I'm Beauty and the Beast, good and evil. She interlaced her long, thin fingers, clasped them tight, asked, "Did you hear that Gigliola says the photograph caught fire by itself?" "It's stupid. Gigliola is mad at you." She gave a little laugh that was like a shock. Something in her twisted too abruptly. "I have something that hurts here, behind the eyes. Something is pressing. You see the knives there? They're too sharp. I just gave them to the knife grinder. While I'm slicing salami, I think how much blood there is in a person's body. If you put too much stuff in things, they break, or they catch fire and burn. I'm glad the wedding picture burned. The marriage should burn too. The shop, the shoes, the saladas, everything." I realized that, no matter how she struggled, worked, proclaimed, she couldn't get out of it. Since the day of her wedding, she had been pursued by an ever greater, increasingly ungovernable unhappiness, and I felt pity. I told her to be calm. She nodded yes. "You have to try to relax." "Help me." "How?" "Stay near me." "That's what I'm doing." "It's not true. I tell you all my secrets, even the worst. You tell me hardly anything about yourself." "You're wrong. The only person I don't hide anything from is you." She shook her head no energetically. She said, "Even if you're better than me, even if you know more things, don't leave me." 32. They pressured her, wearing her down, and so she pretended to give in. She told Stefano that she would design the new shoes, and at the first opportunity, she also told Michele. Then she summoned Reno and spoke to him exactly as he had always wanted her to. "You design them, I can't. Design them with Papa. You're in the business. You know how to do it. But until you put them on the market and sell them, don't tell anyone that I didn't do them, not even Stefano." "And if they don't go well?" "It will be my fault." "And if they do well?" "I'll say how things are, and you'll get the credit you deserve." Reno was very pleased with that lie. He set to work with Fernando, but every so often he went to Lila in complete secrecy to show her what he had in mind. She examined the styles, and at first pretended to admire them, partly because she couldn't tolerate his anxious expression, partly to get rid of him quickly. But soon she herself marveled at how genuinely good the new shoes were. They resembled the ones now selling, and yet were different. "Maybe," she said to me one day, in an unexpectedly light-hearted tone, "I really didn't think up those shoes. They really are my brother's work." And at that point, she truly did seem to be rid of a weight. She rediscovered her affection for Reno, or rather, she realized that she had exaggerated. That bond couldn't be dissolved. It would never be dissolved. Whatever he did, even if a rat came out of his body, a skittish horse, any sort of animal. The lie, she hypothesized, has relieved Reno of the anxiety of being inadequate, and that has taken him back to the way he was as a boy, and now he is discovering that he knows his job, that he's good at it. As for Reno himself, he was increasingly satisfied with his sister's praise. At the end of every consultation, he asked in a whisper for the house key, and, also in complete secrecy, went to spend an hour there with Pinuccia. For my part, I tried to show her that I would always be her friend, and on Sundays I often invited her to go out with me. Once we ventured as far as the Mostra d'Oltremare neighborhood with two of my schoolmates, who were intimidated, however, when they found out that she had been married for more than a year, and behaved respectfully, sedately, as if I had compelled them to go out with my mother. One asked her hesitantly, "Do you have a child?" Lila shook her head no. "They haven't come?" She shook her head no. From that moment on, the evening was more or less a failure. In mid-May, I dragged her to a cultural club where, because Professor Galliani had urged me to, I felt obliged to go to a talk by a scientist named Giuseppe Montalenti. It was the first time we had had an experience of that type. Montalenti gave a kind of lesson, not for children, but rather for the adults who had come to hear him. We sat at the back of the bare room, and I was quickly bored. The professor had sent me, but she hadn't shown up. I murmured to Lila, "Let's go." But Lila refused. She whispered that she wasn't bold enough to get up. She was afraid of disrupting the lecture. But it wasn't her type of worry. It was the sign of an unexpected submissiveness, or of an interest that she didn't want to admit. We stayed till the end. Montalenti talked about Darwin. Neither of us knew who Darwin was. As we left, I said jokingly, "He said a thing that I already knew. You're a monkey." But she didn't want to joke. "I don't want to ever forget it," she said. "That you're a monkey? That we're animals. You and I? Everyone. but he said there are a lot of differences between us and the apes. Yes? Like what? That my mother pierced my ears, and so I've worn earrings since I was born, but the mothers of monkeys don't, so their offspring don't wear earrings? A fit of laughter possessed us as we listed differences, one after the other, each more ridiculous than the last. We were enjoying ourselves. But when we returned to the neighborhood, our good mood vanished. We met Pasquale and Ada taking a walk on the Stradone, and learned from them that Stefano was looking everywhere for Lila, very upset. I offered to go home with her. She refused. Instead, she agreed to let Pasquale and Ada take her in the car. I found out the next day why Stefano had been looking for her. It wasn't because we were late. It wasn't even because he was annoyed that his wife sometimes spent her free time with me and not with him. It was something else. He had just learned that Pinuccia was often seen with Rino at his house. He had just learned that the two of them were together in his bed, that Lila gave them the keys. He had just learned that Pinuccia was pregnant. But what had most infuriated him was that when he slapped his sister because of the disgusting things she and Rino had done, Pinuccia shouted at him, "You're jealous because I'm a woman and Lena isn't, because Rino knows how to behave with women and you don't." Lila, seeing him so upset, listening to him, and recalling the composure he had always shown when they were engaged, had burst out laughing, and Stefano had gone for a drive so as not to murder her. According to her, he had gone to look for a prostitute. 33. The preparations for Rino and Pinuccia's wedding were carried out in a rush. I was not much concerned with it. I had my final class essays, the final oral exams. And then something else happened that caused me great agitation. Professor Galliani, who was in the habit of violating the teacher's code of behavior with indifference, invited me, and no one else in the school, to her house, to a party that her children were giving. It was unusual enough that she lent me books and newspapers, that she had directed me to a march for peace and a demanding lecture. Now she had gone over the limit. She had taken me aside and given me that invitation. "Come as you like," she had said, "alone or with someone, with your boyfriend or without. The important thing is to come." Like that, a few days before the end of the school year, without worrying about how much I had to study, without worrying about the earthquake that it set off inside me. I had immediately said yes, but I quickly discovered that I would never have the courage to go. A party at a professor's house was unthinkable. Imagine at the house of Professor Galliani. For me, it was as if I were to present myself at the royal palace, curtsy to the queen, dance with the princes. A great pleasure, but also an act of violence, like a yank, to be dragged by the arm, forced to do a thing that, although it appeals to you, you know is not suitable. You know that, if circumstances did not oblige you, you would happily avoid doing it. Probably it didn't even occur to Professor Galliani that I had nothing to wear. In class, I wore a shapeless black smock. What did she expect there was, the professor, under that smock? Clothes and slips and underwear like hers? There was inadequacy, rather. There was poverty, poor breeding. I possessed a single pair of worn-out shoes. My only nice dress was the one I had worn to Lila's wedding, but now it was hot. The dress was fine for March, but not for the end of May. And yet, the problem was not just what to wear. There was the solitude, the awkwardness of being among strangers, kids with ways of talking among themselves, joking, with tastes I didn't know. I thought of asking Alfonso if he would go with me. He was always kind to me. But, I recalled, Alfonso was a schoolmate, and Professor Galliani had addressed the invitation to me alone. What to do? For days I was paralyzed by anxiety. I thought of talking to the professor and coming up with some excuse. Then it occurred to me to ask Lila's advice. She was, as usual, in a difficult period. She had a yellow bruise under one cheekbone. She didn't welcome the news. "Why are you going there?" She invited me. "Where does this professor live?" "Corso Vittorio Emanuele." "Can you see the sea from her house?" "I don't know." "What does her husband do?" "A doctor at the Cotugno." "And the children are still in school?" "I don't know." "Do you want one of my dresses?" "You know they don't fit me." "You just have a bigger bust." "Everything of me is bigger, Lila." "Then I don't know what to tell you." "I shouldn't go?" "It's better." "Okay, I won't go." She was visibly satisfied with that decision. I said goodbye, left the grocery, turned onto a street where stunted oleander bushes grew. But I heard her calling me. I turned back. "I'll go with you," she said. "Where?" "To the party." "Stefano won't let you." "We'll see. Tell me if you want to take me or not." "Of course I want to." She became at that point so pleased that I didn't dare try to make her change her mind. But already on the way home, I felt that my situation had become worse. None of the obstacles that prevented me from going to the party had been removed, and that offer of Lila's confused me even more. The reasons were tangled, and I had no intention of enumerating them. But if I had, I would have been confronted by contradictory statements. I was afraid that Stefano wouldn't let her come. I was afraid that Stefano would let her. I was afraid that she would dress in an ostentatious fashion, the way she had when she went to the Solaras. I was afraid that, whatever she wore, her beauty would explode like a star, and everyone would be eager to grab a fragment of it. I was afraid that she would express herself in dialect, that she would say something vulgar, that it would become obvious that school for her had ended with an elementary school diploma. I was afraid that, if she merely opened her mouth, everyone would be hypnotized by her intelligence, and Professor Galliani herself would be entranced. I was afraid that the professor would find her both presumptuous and naive, and would say to me, "Who is this friend of yours? Stop seeing her." I was afraid she would understand that I was only Lila's pale shadow, and would be interested not in me any longer, but in her. She would want to see her again. She would undertake to make her go back to school. For a while I avoided the grocery. I hoped that Lila would forget about the party, that the day would come and I would go almost secretly, and then I would tell her, "You didn't let me know." Instead, she soon came to see me, which she hadn't done for a long time. She had persuaded Stefano not only to take us, but also to come and get us, and she wanted to know what time we were to be at the professor's house. "What are you going to wear?" I asked anxiously. "Whatever you wear." "I'm going to wear a blouse and skirt." "Then I will too." "And Stefano is sure that he'll take us, and then come and get us?" "Yes." "How did you persuade him?" She made a face, cheerfully, saying that by now she knew how to handle him. "If I want something," she whispered, as if she herself didn't want to hear, "I just have to act a little like a whore." She said it like that, in dialect, and added other crude, self-mocking expressions to make me understand the revulsion her husband provoked in her, the disgust she felt at herself. My anxiety increased. I should tell her, I thought, that I'm not going to the party. I should tell her that I changed my mind. I knew, naturally, that behind the appearance of the disciplined Lila, at work from morning to night, there was a Lila who was anything but submissive. Yet, in particular, now that I was assuming the responsibility of introducing her into the house of Professor Galliani, the recalcitrant Lila frightened me, seemed to me increasingly spoiled by her very refusal to surrender. What would happen if, in the presence of the professor, something made her rebel? What would happen if she decided to use the language she had just used with me? I said cautiously, "There, please, don't talk like that." She looked at me in bewilderment. "Like what?" "Like now." She was silent for a moment. Then she asked, "Are you ashamed of me?" 34. I wasn't ashamed of her. I swore it. But I hid from her the fact that I was afraid of having to be ashamed of myself for it. Stefano took us in the convertible to the professor's house. I sat in the back, the two of them in front. And for the first time, I was struck by the massive wedding rings on their hands, his and hers. While Lila wore a skirt and blouse, as she had promised, nothing excessive, and no makeup except some lipstick, he was dressed up, with a lot of gold and a strong odor of shaving soap, as if he expected that at the last moment we would say to him, "You come too." We didn't. I confined myself to thanking him warmly several times. Lila got out of the car without saying goodbye. Stefano drove off with a painful screeching of tires. We were tempted by the elevator, but then decided against it. We had never taken an elevator. Not even Lila's new building had one. We were afraid of getting in trouble. Professor Galliani had said that her apartment was on the 4th floor, that on the door it said, "Dottore Professore Frigerio." But just the same, we checked the nameplates on every floor. I went ahead, Lila behind, in silence, flight after flight. How clean the building was. The doorknobs and the brass nameplates gleamed. My heart was pounding. We identified the door first of all by the loud music coming from it, by the din of voices. We smoothed our skirts. I pulled down the slip that tended to rise up my legs. Lila straightened her hair with her fingertips. Both of us, evidently, were afraid of escaping ourselves, of erasing in a moment of distraction the mask of self-possession we had given ourselves. I pressed the bell. We waited. No one came to the door. I looked at Lila. I pressed the button again, longer. Quick footsteps. The door opened. A dark young man appeared, small in stature, with a handsome face and a lively gaze. He appeared to be around 20. I said nervously that I was a student of Professor Galliani, and without even letting me finish, he laughed, exclaimed, "Elena?" "Yes." "In this house we all know you. Our mother never misses a chance to torment us by reading us your papers." The boy's name was Armando, and that remark of his was decisive. It gave me a sudden sense of power. I still remember him fondly, there in the doorway. He was absolutely the first person to show me in a practical sense how comfortable it is to arrive in a strange, potentially hostile environment and discover that you have been preceded by your reputation, that you don't have to do anything to be accepted, that your name is known, that everyone knows about you, and it's the others, the strangers, who must strive to win your favor and not you theirs. Used as I was to the absence of advantages, that unforeseen advantage gave me energy, an immediate self-confidence. My anxieties disappeared. I no longer worried about what Lila could or couldn't do. In the grip of my unexpected centrality, I even forgot to introduce my friend to Armando, nor, on the other hand, did he seem to notice her. He let me in as if I were alone, enthusiastically insisting on how much his mother talked about me, on how she praised me. I followed. Self-deprecatingly, Lila closed the door. The apartment was big, the rooms open and bright, the ceilings high and decorated with floral motifs. What struck me most was the books everywhere. There were more books in that house than in the neighborhood library, entire walls covered by floor-to-ceiling shelves, and music, and young people dancing freely in a large, brilliantly lighted room, and others talking, smoking, all of whom obviously went to school and had parents who had gone to school. Like Armando, his mother a teacher, his father a surgeon, though he wasn't there that evening. The boy led us onto a small terrace, warm air, large sky, an intense odor of wisteria and roses mixed with that of vermouth and marzipan. We saw the city sparkling with lights, the dark plain of the sea. The professor called my name in greeting. It was she who reminded me of Lila behind me. "Is she a friend of yours?" I stammered something. I realized that I didn't know how to make introductions. "My professor, her name is Lena. We went to elementary school together," I said. Professor Galliani spoke approvingly of long friendships. They're important. An anchorage. Generic phrases uttered as she stared at Lila, who responded self-consciously in monosyllables, and who, when she realized that the professor's gaze had come to rest on the wedding ring, immediately covered it with her other hand. "Are you married?" "Yes." "You're the same age as Elena?" "I'm 2 weeks older." Professor Galliani looked around, turned to her son. "Have you introduced them to Nadia?" "No." "What are you waiting for?" "Take it easy, Mama. They just got here." The professor said to me, "Nadia is really eager to meet you. This fellow here is a rascal. Don't trust him. But she's a good girl. You'll see. You'll be friends. She'll like you." We left her alone to smoke. Nadia, I understood, was Armando's younger sister. 16 years of being a pain in the ass, he described her with feigned animosity. She ruined my childhood. I jokingly alluded to the trouble that my younger sister and brothers had always given me, and I turned to Lila for confirmation, smiling. But she remained serious. She said nothing. We returned to the room with the dancers, which had darkened. A Paul Anka song, or maybe What a Sky. Who can remember anymore? The dancers held each other close, faint, flickering shadows. The music ended. Even before someone reluctantly switched on the lights, I felt an explosion in my chest. I recognized Nino Sarratore. He was lighting a cigarette. The flame leaped up into his face. I hadn't seen him for almost a year. He seemed to me older, taller, more disheveled, more handsome. Meanwhile, The electric light flooded the room, and I also recognized the girl he had just stopped dancing with. She was the same girl I had seen long ago outside school, the refined, luminous girl who had compelled me to comprehend my dullness. "Here she is," said Armando. It was Nadia, the daughter of Professor Galliani. 35. Odd as it may seem, that discovery did not spoil the pleasure of finding myself there, in that house, among respectable people. I loved Nino, I had no doubt. I never had any doubt about that. And of course I should have suffered in the face of further proof that I would never have him. But I didn't. That he had a girlfriend, that the girlfriend was in every way better than me, I already knew. The novelty was that it was the daughter of Professor Galliani, who had grown up in that house, among those books. I immediately felt that the thing, instead of grieving me, calmed me, further justified their choosing each other, made it an inevitable movement in harmony with the natural order of things. In other words, I felt as if suddenly I had before my eyes an example of symmetry so perfect that I had to enjoy it in silence. But it wasn't only that. As soon as Armando said to his sister, "Nadia, this is Elena, Mama's student," the girl blushed and impetuously threw her arms around my neck, murmuring, "Elena, how happy I am to meet you." Then, without giving me time to say a single word, she went on to praise, without her brother's mocking tone, what I had written and how I wrote, in tones of such enthusiasm that I felt the way I did when her mother read a theme of mine in class. Or maybe it was even better, because there, present, listening to her, were the people I most cared about, Nino and Lila, and both could observe that in that house I was loved and respected. I adopted a friendly demeanor that I had never considered myself capable of. I immediately engaged in casual conversation. I came out with a fine, cultured Italian that didn't feel artificial, like the language I used at school. I asked Nino about his trip to England. I asked Nadia what books she was reading, what music she liked. I danced with Armando, with others without a pause, even to a rock and roll song, during which my glasses flew off my nose but didn't break. A miraculous evening. At one point, I saw that Nino exchanged a few words with Lila, invited her to dance. But she refused. She left the dancing room, and I lost sight of her. A long time passed before I remembered my friend. It took the slow waning of the dances, a passionate discussion between Armando, Nino, and a couple of other boys their age, a move, along with Nadia, to the terrace, partly because of the heat, and partly to bring into the discussion Professor Galliani, who had stayed by herself, smoking and enjoying the cool air. "Come on," Armando said, taking me by the hand. I said, "I'll get my friend," and I freed myself. All hot, I went through the rooms looking for Lila. I found her alone in front of a wall of books. "Come on, let's go out on the terrace," I said. "To do what?" "Cool off. Talk. You go." "Are you bored?" "No, I'm looking at the books." "See how many there are?" "Yes." I felt she was unhappy, because she had been neglected. Fault of the wedding ring, I thought. Or maybe her beauty isn't recognized here. Nadia's counts more. Or perhaps it's she who, although she has a husband, has been pregnant, had a miscarriage, designed shoes, can make money. She, who doesn't know who she is in this house, doesn't know how to be appreciated the way she is in the neighborhood. I do. Suddenly, I felt that the state of suspension that had begun the day of her wedding was over. I knew how to be with these people. I felt more at ease than I did with my friends in the neighborhood. The only anxiety was what Lila was provoking now by her withdrawal, by remaining on the margins. I drew her away from the books, dragged her onto the terrace. While many of the guests were still dancing, a small group had formed around the professor, 3 or 4 boys and 2 girls. Only the boys talked. The sole woman who took part, and she did so with irony, was the professor. I saw right away that the older boys, Nino, Armando, and one called Carlo, found it somehow improper to argue with her. They wished mainly to challenge each other, considering her the authority, bestower of the palm of victory. Armando expressed opinions contrary to his mother's, but in fact he was addressing Nino. Carlo agreed with the professor, but in refuting the others, he strove to separate his arguments from hers. And Nino, politely disagreeing with the professor, contradicted Armando, contradicted Carlo. I listened spellbound. Their words were buds that blossomed in my mind into more or less familiar flowers, and then I flared up, mimicking participation. Or they manifested forms unknown to me, and I retreated to hide my ignorance. In the second case, however, I became nervous. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know who this person is. I don't understand. They were sounds without sense. They demonstrated that the world of persons, events, ideas was endless, and the reading I did at night had not been sufficient. I would have to work even harder in order to be able to say to Nino, to Professor Galliani, to Carlo, to Armando, yes, I understand, I know. The entire planet is threatened. Nuclear war, colonialism, neocolonialism, the Pied Noir, the OAS, and the National Liberation Front, the fury of mass slaughters, Gaullism, fascism, France, armée, grandeur, honneur. Sartre is a pessimist, but he counts on the communist workers in Paris. The wrong direction taken by France, by Italy. Opening to the left. Saragat, Nenni. Fanfani in London, Macmillan. The Christian Democratic Congress in our city. The followers of Fanfani, Moro, the Christian Democratic Left. The socialists have ended up in the jaws of power. We will be communists, we with our proletariat and our parliamentarians, to get the laws of the center-left passed. If it goes like that, a Marxist-Leninist party will become a social democracy. Did you see how Leone behaved at the start of the academic year? Armando shook his head in disgust. Planning isn't going to change the world. It will take blood. It will take violence. Nino responded calmly, planning is an indispensable tool. The talk was tense. Professor Galliani kept the boys at bay. How much they knew. They were masters of the earth. At some point, Nino mentioned America favorably. He said words in English as if he were English. I noticed that in the space of a year, his voice had grown stronger. It was thick, almost hoarse, and he used it less rigidly than he had at Lila's wedding and later at school. He even spoke of Beirut as if he had been there, and Danilo Dolci, and Martin Luther King, and Bertrand Russell. He appeared to support an organization he called the World Brigade for Peace, and rebuked Armando when he referred to it sarcastically. Then he grew excited. His voice rose. Oh, how handsome he was. He said that the world had the technical capability to eliminate colonialism, hunger, war from the face of the earth. I was overwhelmed by emotion as I listened, and although I felt lost in the midst of 1,000 things I didn't know, what were Gaullism, the OAS, social democracy, the opening to the left? Who were Danilo Dolci, Bertrand Russell, the Pieds Noirs, the followers of Fanfani? And what had happened in Beirut? What in Algeria? I felt the need, as I had long ago, to take care of him, to tend to him, to protect him, to sustain him in everything that he would do in the course of his life. It was the only moment of the evening when I felt envious of Nadia, who stood beside him like a minor but radiant divinity. Then I heard myself utter sentences as if it were not I who had decided to do so, as if another person, more assured, more informed, had decided to speak through my mouth. I began without knowing what I would say, but, hearing the boys, fragments of phrases read in Galliani's books and newspapers stirred in my mind, and the desire to speak, to make my presence felt, became stronger than timidity. I used the elevated Italian I had practiced in making translations from Greek and Latin. I was on Nino's side. I said I didn't want to live in a world at war. We mustn't repeat the mistakes of the generations that preceded us, I said. Today, we should make war on the atomic arsenals, should make war on war itself. If we allow the use of those weapons, we will all become even guiltier than the Nazis. Oh, how moved I was as I spoke. I felt tears coming to my eyes. I concluded by saying that the world urgently needed to be changed, that there were too many tyrants who kept peoples enslaved, but it should be changed by peaceful means. I don't know if everyone appreciated me. Armando seemed unhappy, and a blonde girl whose name I didn't know stared at me with a small mocking smile. But as I was speaking, Nino nodded at me in agreement, and when Professor Galliani, just afterward, gave her opinion, she referred to me twice, and it was thrilling to hear. As Elena rightly said, it was Nadia, though, who did the most wonderful thing. She left Nino and came over and whispered in my ear, "How clever you are. How brave." Lila, who was next to me, didn't say a word. But while the professor was still talking to me, she gave me a tug and whispered in dialect, "I'm falling asleep on my feet. Find out where the telephone is and call Stefano." 36. How much that evening had hurt her, I learned later from her notebooks. She admitted that she had asked to go with me. She admitted she had thought she could at least for one evening get away from the grocery and be comfortable with me, share in that sudden widening of my world, meet Professor Galliani, talk to her. She admitted she thought she would find a way of making a good impression. She admitted she had been sure she would be attractive to the males. She always was. Instead, she immediately felt voiceless, graceless, deprived of movement, of beauty. She listed details. Even when we were next to each other, people chose to speak only to me. They had brought me pastries, a drink. No one had done anything for her. Armando had shown me a family portrait, something from the 17th century. He had talked to me about it for a quarter of an hour. She had been treated as if she weren't capable of understanding. They didn't want her. They didn't want to know anything about what sort of person she was. That evening, for the first time, it had become clear to her that her life would forever be Stefano, The grocery stores, the marriage of her brother and Pinuccia, the conversations with Pasquale and Carmen, the petty war with the Saladas. This she had written, and more, maybe that very night, maybe in the morning in the store. There, for the entire evening, she had felt irrefutably lost. But in the car, as we returned to the neighborhood, she didn't allude in the slightest to her feeling. She just became mean, treacherous. She began as soon as she got in the car, when her husband asked resentfully if we had had a good time. I let her answer. I was dazed by the effort, by excitement, by pleasure. And then she went on slowly to hurt me. She said in dialect that she had never been so bored in her life. It would have been better if we'd gone to a movie. She apologized to her husband, and, it was unusual, done evidently on purpose to wound me, to remind me. See, good or bad, I have a man, while you've got nothing. You're a virgin. You know everything, but you don't know anything about this. She caressed the hand that he kept on the gear shift. Even watching television, she said, would have been more entertaining than spending time with those disgusting people. There's not a thing there, an object, a painting, that was acquired by them directly. The furniture is from 100 years ago. The house is at least 300 years old. The books, yes, some are new, but others are very old. They're so dusty they haven't been opened since who knows when. Old law books, history, science, politics. They've read and studied in that house, fathers, grandfathers, great-grandfathers. For hundreds of years they've been, at the least, lawyers, doctors, professors. So they all talk just so. So they dress and eat and move just so. They do it because they were born there. But in their heads, they don't have a thought that's their own, that they struggled to think. They know everything, and they don't know a thing. She kissed her husband on the neck. She smoothed his hair with her fingertips. If you were up there, Stay, all you'd see is parrots going, "Cocorico, cocorico." You couldn't understand a word of what they were saying, and they didn't even understand each other. You know what the OAS is? You know what the opening to the left is? Next time, Lenu, don't take me. Take Pasquale. I'll show you. He'll put them in their place in a flash. Chimpanzees that piss and shit in the toilet instead of on the ground, and that's why they give themselves a lot of airs. And they say they know it should be done in China and in Albania and in France and in Katanga. You too, Lenu. I have to tell you. Look out, or you'll be the parrot's parrot. She turned to her husband, laughing. You should have heard her, she said. She made a little voice. Chi-chi, chi-chi. Show Stefano how you speak to those people. You and Saratore's son, the same. The World Brigade for Peace. We have the technical capability, hunger, war. But do you really work that hard in school so you can say things just like he does? Whoever finds a solution to the problems is working for peace. Bravo! Do you remember how the son of Sartore was able to find a solution? Do you remember? Do you? And you pay attention to him? You too. You want to be a puppet from the neighborhood who performs so you can be welcomed into the home of those people? You want to leave us alone in our own shit, cracking our skulls, while all of you go, Cocorico, Cocorico. Hunger, war, working class, peace? She was so spiteful, all the way home along Corso Vittorio Emanuele, that I was silent, and felt the poison that was transforming what had seemed to me an important moment of my life into a false step that had made me ridiculous. I struggled not to believe her. I felt she was truly hostile and capable of anything. She knew how to set the nerves of good people alight. In their breasts she kindled the fire of destruction. I felt that Gigliola and Pinuccia were right. It was she herself who in the photograph had blazed up like the devil. I hated her, and even Stefano noticed, and when he stopped at the gate and let me out on his side, he said, "Bye, Lenu. Good night. Lena's joking." And I muttered, "Bye," and went in. Only when the car had left did I hear Lila shouting at me, recreating the voice that, in her view, I had deliberately assumed at the Galliani house. "Bye! Hey! Bye!" 37. That night began the long, painful period that led to our first break and a long separation. I had trouble recovering. There had been 1,000 causes of tension up until that moment. Her unhappiness and, at the same time, her yearning to dominate were constantly surfacing. But never, ever, ever had she so explicitly set out to humiliate me. I stopped dropping in at the grocery. Although she had paid for my school books, although we had made that bet, I didn't tell her that I had passed with all A's and 2 A+. Just after school ended, I started working in a bookstore on Via Mezzocanone, and I disappeared from the neighborhood without telling her. The memory of the sarcastic tone of that night, instead of fading, became magnified, and my resentment too increased. It seemed to me that nothing could justify what she had done to me. It never occurred to me, as in fact it had on other occasions, that she had felt the need to humiliate me in order to better endure her own humiliation. I soon had confirmation that I really had made a good impression at the party, and that made the separation easier. I was wandering along Via Mezzocanone during my lunch break when I heard someone call me. It was Armando, on his way to take an exam. I learned that he was studying medicine and that the exam was difficult, but just the same, before vanishing in the direction of San Domenico Maggiore, he stopped to talk, piling on compliments and starting in again on politics. In the evening, he showed up in the bookstore. He'd gotten a high mark and was happy. He asked for my telephone number. I said I didn't have a telephone. He asked if we could go for a walk the following Sunday. I said that on Sunday I had to help my mother in the house. He started talking about Latin America, where he intended to go right after graduating, to treat the destitute, and persuade them to take up arms against their oppressors. And he went on for so long that I had to send him away before the owner got irritated. In other words, I was pleased because he obviously liked me, and I was polite, but not available. Lila's words had indeed done damage. My clothes were wrong, my hair was wrong, my tone of voice was false. I was ignorant. Besides, with the end of school, and without Professor Galliani, I had lost the habit of reading the newspapers, and, partly because money was tight, I didn't want to buy them out of my own pocket. Thus, Naples, Italy, the world quickly went back to being a foggy terrain in which I could no longer orient myself. Armando talked. I nodded yes, but I understood little of what he was saying. The next day there was another surprise. While I was sweeping the floor of the bookstore, Nino and Nadia appeared. They had heard from Armando where I worked and had come just to say hello. They invited me to go to the movies with them the following Sunday. I had to answer as I had answered Armando. It wasn't possible. I worked all week, and my mother and father wanted me home on my day off. But a little walk in the neighborhood? You could do that? That, yes. So we'll come see you. Since the owner was calling for me more impatiently than usual, he was a man of around 60. The skin on his face seemed dirty. He was irascible and had a dissolute look. They left right away. Late in the morning on the following Sunday, I heard someone calling from the courtyard, and I recognized Nino's voice. I looked out. He was alone. I quickly tried to make myself presentable, and, without even telling my mother, happy and at the same time anxious, I ran down. When I found myself before him, I could hardly breathe. "I only have 10 minutes," I said. And we didn't go out to walk along the stradone, but wandered among the houses. Why had he come without Nadia? Why had he come all the way here if she couldn't? He answered my questions without asking. Some relatives of Nadia's father were visiting, and she had been obliged to stay home. He had wanted to see the neighborhood again, but also to bring me something to read. The latest issue of a journal called Cronache Meridionali. He handed me the issue with a petulant gesture. I thanked him, and he started, incongruously, to criticize the review. And so I asked why he had decided to give it to me. "It's rigid," he said, and added, laughing, like Professor Galliani and Armando. Then he turned serious. He assumed a tone that was like an old man's. He said that he owed a great deal to our professor, that without her, the period of high school would have been a waste of time, but that you had to be on guard, keep her at a distance. "Her greatest defect," he said emphatically, "is that she can't bear for someone to have an opinion different from hers. Take from her everything she can give you, but then go your own way." Then he returned to the review. He said that Galliani also wrote for it, and suddenly, with no connection, he mentioned Lila. "Then, if possible, have her read it too." I didn't tell him that Lila no longer read anything, that now she was Signora Caracci, that she had kept only her meanness from when she was a child. I was evasive and asked about Nadia. He told me that she was taking a long car trip with her family to Norway, and then would spend the rest of the summer in Anacapri, where her father had a family house. "Will you go and see her?" "Once or twice. I have to study." "How's your mother?" "Very well. She's going back to Burano this year. She's made up with the woman who owns the house." "Will you go on vacation with your family?" "I? With my father? Never, ever. I'll be on Ischia, but on my own." "Where are you going?" "I have a friend who has a house in Forio. His parents leave it to him for the whole summer. We'll stay there and study." "You?" "I'm working at Mezzocanone until September." "Even during the mid-August holiday?" "No, for the holiday, no." He smiled. "Then come to Forio. The house is big. Maybe Nadia will come for 2 or 3 days." I smiled nervously. To Forio? To Ischia? To a house without adults? Did he remember the Meranti? Did he remember that we had kissed there? I said I had to go in. "I'll stop by again," he promised. "I want to know what you think of the review." He added, in a low voice, his hands stuck in his pockets, "I like talking to you." He had talked a lot, in fact. I was proud, thrilled that he had felt comfortable. I murmured, "Me too," although I had said little or nothing, and was about to go in, when something happened that disturbed us both. A cry cut the Sunday quiet of the courtyard, and I saw Melina at the window, waving her arms, trying to attract our attention. When Nino also turned to look, perplexed, Melina cried even louder, a mixture of joy and anguish. She cried, "Donato!" "Who is it?" Nino asked. "Melina," I said. "Do you remember?" He made a grimace of uneasiness. "Is she angry with me?" "I don't know." "She's saying Donato." "Yes." He turned again to look toward the window where the widow was leaning out, repeatedly calling that name. "Do you think I look like my father?" "No." "Sure?" "Yes." He said nervously, "I'll go." "You'd better." He left quickly, shoulders bent, while Melina cried louder and louder, increasingly agitated, "Donato! Donato! Donato!" I also escaped. I went home with my heart pounding and 1,000 tangled thoughts. Not a single feature of Nino's connected him to Sarratore. Not his height, not his face, not his manners, not even his voice or his gaze. He was an anomalous, sweet fruit. How fascinating he was with his long, untidy hair. How different from any other male form. In all Naples there was no one who resembled him. And he had respect for me, even if I still had my last year of high school to do, and he was going to the university. He had come all the way to the neighborhood on a Sunday. He had been worried about me. He had come to put me on my guard. He had wanted to warn me that Professor Galliani was all well and good, but even she had her flaws. And meanwhile, he had brought me that journal in the conviction that I had the capacity to read it and discuss it. And he had even gone so far as to invite me to Ischia, to Forio, for the August holiday. Something impractical, not a real invitation. He himself knew perfectly well that my parents were not like Nadia's. They would never let me go. And yet, he had invited me just the same, because in the words he said, I heard other words unsaid, like, "I care a lot about seeing you. How I'd like to return to our talks at the port, at the Maranti." "Yes, yes," I heard myself shouting in my head. "I'd like it too. I'll join you. In August I'll run away, no matter what." I hid the review among my books. But at night, as soon as I was in bed, I looked at the table of contents and was startled. There was an article by Nino, an article by him in that very serious-looking magazine, almost a book, not the faded gray student magazine in which, 2 years earlier, he had suggested publishing my account of the priest, but important pages written by adults for adults. And yet there he was, Antonio Sarratore, name and last name. And I knew him, and he was only 2 years older than me. I read. I didn't understand much. I reread. The article talked about planning with a capital P. Plan with a capital P, and it was written in a complicated style. But it was a piece of his intelligence, a piece of his person that, without boasting, quietly, he had given to me. To me. Tears came to my eyes. It was late when I put the magazine down. Talk about it to Lila? Lend it to her? No. It was mine. I didn't want to have a real friendship with her anymore. Just hello, trite phrases. She didn't know how to appreciate me, whereas others did. Armando, Nadia, Nino. They were my friends. To them I owed my confidences. They had immediately seen in me what she had hastened not to see, because she had the gaze of the neighborhood. She was able to see only the way Melina did, who, locked in her madness, saw Donato in Nino, took him for her former lover. 38. At first, I didn't want to go to Pinuccia and Reno's wedding, but Pinuccia came herself to bring me the invitation, and since she treated me with exaggerated affection, and in fact asked my advice about many things, I didn't know how to say no, even though she didn't extend the invitation to the rest of my family. "It's not me who's discourteous," she apologized, "but Stefano." Not only had her brother refused to give her any of the family's money so that she could buy a house, he had told her that the investments he had made in the shoes and in the new grocery had left him broke. But, since it was he who had to pay for the wedding dress, the photographer, and the refreshments, he had personally removed half the neighborhood from the guest list. It was extremely rude behavior, and Reno was even more embarrassed than she was. His bride would have liked a wedding as lavish as his sister's and a new house like hers, with a view of the railroad. Although he was by now the proprietor of a shoe factory, he couldn't manage with his own resources, but it was partly because he was a spendthrift. He had just bought a Fiat 1100. He didn't have a lira left. And so, after a lot of resistance, they had agreed to go and live in Don Achille's old house, evicting Maria from the bedroom. They intended to save as much as possible and, as soon as they could, buy an apartment nicer than Stefano and Lila's. "My brother is a shit," Pinuccia said in conclusion, bitterly. "When it comes to his wife, he throws his money around, while for his sister he doesn't have a cent." I avoided any comment. I went to the wedding with Marisa and Alfonso. He seemed to be just waiting for these worldly occasions to become someone else. Not my usual classmate, but a young man, graceful in manner and appearance, with black hair, a heavy bluish beard showing on his cheeks, languid eyes, a suit that wasn't ill-fitting, as happened to other men, but showed off his slender yet sculpted body. In the hope that Nino would be obliged to take his sister, I had very carefully studied his article and all of Cronache Meridionali. But by now, Alfonso was Marisa's knight. He went to pick her up. He brought her home, and Nino didn't appear. I stayed close to the two of them. I wanted to avoid being alone with Lila. In the church, I glimpsed her in the first row, between Stefano and Maria. She was so beautiful. It was impossible to avoid looking at her. Later, at the wedding lunch, in the same restaurant on Via Orazio where her own reception was held, scarcely more than a year earlier, we met just once and exchanged wary words. Then I ended up at a table over on the side with Alfonso, Marisa, and a fair-haired boy around 13, while she sat with Stefano at the bride and bridegroom's table with the important guests. How many things had changed in a short time. Antonio wasn't there. Enzo wasn't there, both still doing their military service. The clerks from the groceries, Carmen and Ada, had been invited, but not Pasquale. Or maybe he had chosen not to come, in order not to mix with people whom, as local gossip had it, partly joking, partly serious, he planned to murder with his own hands. His mother, Giuseppina Peluso, was also absent, as were Melina and her children. Instead, the Caraccis, the Cerullos, and the Solaras, business partners in various combinations, all sat together at the head table, along with the relatives from Florence, that is to say, the metal merchant and his wife. I saw Lila talking to Michele, laughing in an exaggerated fashion. Every so often she looked in my direction, but I immediately turned away, with a mixture of irritation and distress. How much she laughed. Too much. I thought of my mother, the way Lila was playing the married woman, the vulgarity of her manners, her dialect. She held Michele's attention completely, though next to him was his fiancée, Gigliola, pale and furious at being neglected. Only Marcello from time to time spoke soothingly to his future sister-in-law. Lila. She wanted to exceed, and with her excesses made us all suffer. I noticed that Nunzia and Fernando also gave their daughter long, apprehensive looks. The day went smoothly, apart from 2 episodes that apparently had no repercussions. Here's the first. Among the guests was Gino, the pharmacist's son, because he had recently become engaged to a second cousin of the Caraccis, a thin girl with brown hair worn close to her head and violet shadows under her eyes. As he got older, he had become more detestable. I couldn't forgive myself for having been his girlfriend when I was younger. He had been devious then, and he remained devious. And, besides, he was in a situation that made him even more untrustworthy. He had failed his exams again. He hadn't even said hello to me for a long time, but he had continued to hang around Alfonso. At times he was friendly. At others, he teased him with insults that always had sexual overtones. That day, maybe out of envy, Alfonso had passed with good marks, and besides was with Marisa, who was pretty, whose eyes sparkled. He was particularly unbearable. The fair-haired boy seated at our table, who was nice-looking and very shy, was the son of a relative of Nunzia's, who had emigrated to Germany and married a German. I was very nervous and didn't give him much encouragement to talk, but both Alfonso and Marisa had tried to put him at his ease. Alfonso, in particular, engaged him in conversation, did all he could if the waiters neglected him, and even took him out to the terrace for a view of the sea. Just as they came in and returned to the table, joking, Gino, with a laugh, left his fiancée, who tried to restrain him, and came to sit with us. He spoke to the boy in a low voice, indicating Alfonso. "Watch out for that guy. He's a fag. This time he took you out to the terrace. Next time it'll be the bathroom." Alfonso turned fiery red, but didn't react. He half smiled, helplessly, and said nothing. It was Marisa who got angry. "How dare you say such a thing?" "I dare because I know." "Tell me what you know." "You're sure?" "Yes." "Then listen to what I'm telling you." "Go ahead." "My fiancé's brother stayed at the Caracci's house once and had to sleep in the same bed with him." "So?" "He touched him." "He who?" "Him." "Where's your fiancée?" "Here she is." "Tell that bitch I can prove that Alfonso likes girls, and I certainly don't know if she can say the same about you." And at that point she turned to her boyfriend and kissed him on the lips. A passionate public kiss. I would never have dared to do a thing like that in front of all those people. Lila, who continued to look in my direction as if she were monitoring me, was the first to see that kiss, and she clapped her hands with spontaneous enthusiasm. Michele, too, applauded, laughing, and Stefano gave his brother a vulgar compliment, which was immediately expanded on by the metal merchant. All sorts of banter, in other words, but Marisa pretended not to notice. Squeezing Alfonso's hand tightly, her knuckles were white, she hissed at Gino, who had stared at the kiss with a blank expression. "Now get out of here, or I'll smack you." The pharmacist's son got up without saying a word and went back to his table, where his girlfriend immediately whispered in his ear with an aggressive look. Marisa gave them both a last glance of contempt. From that moment, my opinion of her changed. I admired her courage, the stubborn capacity for love, the seriousness of her attachment to Alfonso. Here was another person I've neglected, I thought with regret, and wrongly so. How much my dependence on Lila had closed my eyes. How frivolous her applause had been. How it fit with the boorish amusement of Michele, of Stefano, of the metal merchant. The second episode had as its protagonist Lila herself. The reception was now almost over. I had gotten up to go to the bathroom and was passing the bridal table when I heard the wife of the metal merchant laughing loudly. I turned. Pinuccia was standing and was shielding herself, because the woman was pulling up her wedding dress, baring her large, strong legs, and saying to Stefano, "Look at your sister's thighs. Look at that butt and that stomach. You men of today like girls who resemble toilet brushes. But it's the ones like our Pinuccia whom God made just for bearing you children." Lila, who was bringing a glass to her mouth, without a second's hesitation, threw the wine in her face and on her silk dress. As usual, I thought, immediately anxious, she thinks she's entitled to do anything, and now all hell's going to break loose. I went out to the bathroom, locked myself in, stayed there as long as possible. I didn't want to see Lila's fury. I didn't want to hear it. I wanted to stay outside it. I was afraid of being dragged into her suffering. I was afraid of feeling obligated, out of long habit, to ally myself with her. Instead, when I came out, everything was calm. Stefano was chatting with the metal merchant and his wife, who was sitting stiffly in her stained dress. The orchestra played. Couples danced. Only Lila wasn't there. I saw her outside the glass doors, on the terrace. She was looking at the sea. 39. I was tempted to join her. I immediately changed my mind. She must be very upset and would surely be mean to me, which would make things even worse between us. I decided to return to my table when Fernando, her father, came up to me and asked timidly if I'd like to dance. I didn't dare refuse. We danced a waltz in silence. He led me confidently around the room, among the tipsy couples, holding my hand too tight with his sweaty hand. His wife must have entrusted him with the task of telling me something important, but he couldn't get up his courage. Finally, at the end of the waltz, he muttered, addressing me surprisingly with formality, "If it's not too much trouble for you, talk to Lena a little. Her mother is worried." Then he added awkwardly, "When you need shoes, come by. Don't stand on ceremony." And he returned quickly to his table. That hint at a kind of reward for my possibly devoting time to Lila bothered me. I asked Alfonso and Marisa to go, which they were happy to do. I felt Nunzia's gaze on me right up until we left the restaurant. As the days passed, I began to lose confidence. I had thought that working in a bookstore meant having a lot of books available to me and time to read them, but I was unlucky. The owner treated me like a servant. He couldn't stand my being still for a moment. He forced me to unload boxes, pile them up, empty them, arrange the new books, rearrange the old ones, dust them, and he sent me up and down a ladder just so he could look under my skirt. Besides, Armando, after that first foray when he had seemed so friendly, hadn't shown up again, and Nino hadn't reappeared, either with Nadia or by himself. Had their interest in me been so short-lived? I began to feel solitude, boredom, the heat, the work, disgust at the bookseller's looks and his coarse remarks depressed me. The hours dragged. What was I doing in that dark cave, while along the sidewalk, boys and girls filed past on their way to the mysterious university building, a place where I would almost certainly never go? Where was Nino? Had he gone to Ischia to study? He had left me the review, his article, and I had studied them as if for an examination. But would he ever come back to examine me? Where had I gone wrong? Had I been too reserved? Was he expecting me to seek him out, and for that reason did not look for me? Should I talk to Alfonso? Get in touch with Marisa? Ask her about her brother? And why? Nino had a girlfriend, Nadia. What point was there in asking his sister where he was, what he was doing? I would make myself ridiculous. Day by day, the sense of myself that had so unexpectedly expanded after the party diminished. I felt dispirited. Get up early, hurry to Mezzocanone, slave all day, go home tired. The thousands of words learned in school packed into my head, unusable. I got depressed, not only when I recalled conversations with Nino, but also when I thought of the summers at the Sea Garden with the stationer's daughters, with Antonio. How stupidly our affair had ended. He was the only person who had truly loved me. There would never be anyone else. In bed at night, I recalled the odor of his skin, the meetings at the ponds, our kissing and petting at the old canning factory. I was in this state of discouragement when, one evening after dinner, Carmen, Ada, and Pasquale, who had one hand bandaged because he had injured it at work, came looking for me. We got ice cream and ate it in the gardens. Carmen, coming straight to the point, asked me, somewhat aggressively, why I never stopped by the grocery anymore. I said I was working at Mezzocanone and didn't have time. Ada said, coldly, that if one is attached to a person, one finds the time. But if that's how I was going to be, never mind. I asked, be how? And she answered, you have no feelings. Just look how you treated my brother. I reminded her with an angry snap that it was her brother who had left me, and she replied, yes, anyone who believes that is lucky. There are people who leave and people who know how to be left. Carmen agreed. Also friendships, she said. You think they break off because of one person, and instead, if you look hard, it's the other person's fault. At that point, I got upset. I declared, listen, if Lena and I aren't friends anymore, it's not my fault. Here, Pasquale intervened. He said, Lenu, it's not important whose fault it is. It's important for us to support Lena. He brought up the story of his bad teeth, of how she had helped him. He talked about the money she still gave Carmen under the counter, and how she also sent money to Antonio, who, even if I didn't know and didn't want to know, was having a bad time in the army. I tried cautiously to ask what was happening to my old boyfriend, and they told me, in different tones of voice, some hostile, some less, that he had had a nervous breakdown, that he was ill, but that he was tough. He wouldn't give in, he would make it. Lena, on the other hand. What's wrong with Lena? They want to take her to a doctor. Who wants to take her? Stefano? Pinuccia? Relatives. Why? To find out why she's only gotten pregnant once, and then never again. And she? She acts like a mad woman. She doesn't want to go. I shrugged my shoulders. What can I do? You take her. 40. I talked to Lila. She started laughing. She said she would go to the doctor only if I swore that I wasn't angry with her. All right. Swear. I swear. Swear on your brothers. Swear on Elisa. I said that going to the doctor wasn't a big deal, but that if she didn't want to go, I didn't care. She should do as she liked. She became serious. You don't swear, then? No. She was silent for a moment. Then she admitted, eyes lowered. All right. I was wrong. I made a grimace of irritation. Go to the doctor and let me know. You won't come? If I don't go in, the bookseller will fire me. I'll hire you, she said ironically. Go to the doctor, Lila. Maria, Nunzia, and Pinuccia took her to the doctor. All three insisted on being present at the examination. Lila was obedient, disciplined. She had never submitted to that type of examination, and the whole time she kept her lips pressed together, eyes wide. When the doctor, a very old man who had been recommended by the neighborhood obstetrician, said knowingly that everything was in order, her mother and mother-in-law were relieved. But Pinuccia darkened, asked, Then why don't children come? And if they come, why aren't they born? The doctor noticed her spiteful tone and frowned. She's very young, he said. She needs to get a little stronger. Get stronger. I don't know if the doctor used exactly that verb, yet that was reported to me, and it made an impression. It meant that Lila, in spite of the strength she displayed at all times, was weak. It meant that children didn't come, or didn't last in her womb, not because she possessed a mysterious power that annihilated them, but because, on the contrary, she was an inadequate woman. My resentment faded. When, in the courtyard, she told me about the torture of the medical examination, using vulgar expressions for both the doctor and the three who accompanied her, I gave no signs of annoyance, but in fact took an interest. No doctor had ever examined me, not even the obstetrician. Finally, she said, sarcastically, He tore me with a metal instrument. I gave him a lot of money, and to reach what conclusion? That I need strengthening. Strengthening of what sort? I'm supposed to go to the beach and go swimming. I don't understand. The beach, Lenu. Sun, salt water. It seems that if you go to the beach, you get stronger and children come. We said goodbye in a good mood. We had seen each other again, and all in all, we had felt good. She came back the next day, affectionate toward me, irritated with her husband. Stefano wanted to rent a house at Torre Annunziata and send her there for all July and all August with Nunzia and Pinuccia, who also wanted to get stronger, even though she didn't need to. They were already thinking how to manage with the shops. Alfonso would take care of Piazza dei Martiri with Gigliola until school began, and Maria would replace Lila in the new grocery. She said to me, desperate, If I have to stay with my mother and Pinuccia for 2 months, I'll kill myself. But you'll go swimming, lie in the sun. I don't like swimming, and I don't like lying in the sun. If I could get stronger in your place, I'd leave tomorrow. She looked at me with curiosity and said softly, Then come with me. I have to work at Mezzocanone. She became agitated. She repeated that she would hire me, but this time she said it without irony. "Quit," she began to press me, "and I'll give you what the bookseller gives you." She wouldn't stop. She said that if I agreed, it would all become tolerable, even Penucha, with that bulging stomach that was already showing. I refused politely. I imagined what would happen in those 2 months in the burning hot house in Torre Annunziata. Quarrels with Nunzia, tears, quarrels with Stefano when he arrived on Saturday night, quarrels with Rino when he appeared with his brother-in-law to join Penucha, quarrels especially with Penucha, continuous, muted or dramatic, sarcastic, malicious, and full of outrageous insults. "I can't," I said firmly. "My mother wouldn't let me." She went away angrily. Our idol was fragile. The next morning, to my surprise, Nino appeared in the bookstore, pale, thinner. He had had one exam after another, 4 of them. I, who fantasized about the airy spaces behind the walls of the university, where well-prepared students and old sages discussed Plato and Kepler all day, listened to him spellbound, saying only, "How clever you are." And as soon as the moment seemed apt, I volubly, if somewhat inanely, praised his article in Cronache Meridionali. He listened to me seriously, without interrupting, so that, at a certain point, I no longer knew what to say to show him that I knew his text thoroughly. Finally, he seemed content. He explained that not even Professor Galliani, not even Armando, not even Nadia had read it with such attention, and he started to talk to me about other essays he had in mind on the same subject. I stood listening to him in the doorway of the bookshop, pretending not to hear the owner calling me. After a shout that was sharper than the others, Nino muttered, "What does that shit want?" He stayed a little longer, with his insolent expression, and, saying that he was leaving for Ischia the next day, held out his hand to me. I shook it. It was slender, delicate, and he immediately drew me toward him, just slightly, leaned over, brushed my lips with his. It was a moment. Then he left me with a light gesture, a caress on the palm with his fingers, and went off toward the Retifilo. I stood watching as he walked away without turning, walked like a distracted chieftain who feared nothing in the world because the world existed only to submit to him. That night, I didn't close my eyes. In the morning, I got up early. I hurried to the new grocery. I found Lila just as she was pulling up the gate. Carmen hadn't yet arrived. I said nothing about Nino. I said only, in the tone of someone who is asking the impossible and knows it, "If you go to Ischia instead of Torre Annunziata, I'll quit and come with you." 41. We disembarked on the island the second Sunday in July. Stefano and Lila, Rino and Penucha, Nunzia and I. The 2 men, loaded down with bags, were apprehensive, like ancient heroes in an unknown land, uneasy without the armor of their cars, unhappy that they had had to rise early and forego the neighborhood leisureliness of their day off. The wives, dressed in their Sunday best, were annoyed with them, but in different ways. Penucha, because Rino was too encumbered to pay attention to her. Lila, because Stefano pretended to know what he was doing and where he was going when it was clear that he didn't. As for Nunzia, she had the appearance of someone who feels that she is being tolerated, and she was careful not to say anything inappropriate that might annoy the young people. The only one who was truly content was me, with a bag over my shoulder that held my few things, excited by the smells of Ischia, the sounds, the colors that, as soon as I got off the boat, corresponded precisely to the memories of that earlier vacation. We arranged ourselves in 2 minicabs, jammed-in bodies, sweat, luggage. The house, rented in a hurry with the help of a salumi supplier of Iskian origin, was on the road that led to a place called Quoto. It was a simple structure and belonged to a cousin of the supplier, a thin woman, over 60, unmarried, who greeted us with brusque efficiency. Stefano and Reno dragged the suitcases up a narrow staircase, joking but also cursing because of the effort. The owner led us into shadowy rooms stuffed with sacred images and small glowing lamps. But when we opened the windows, we saw, beyond the road, beyond the vineyards, beyond the palms and pine trees, a long strip of the sea. Or, rather, the bedrooms that Pinuccia and Lila took, after some friction of the yours is bigger, no yours is bigger type, faced the sea, while the room that fell to Nunzia had a sort of porthole, high up, so that we never discovered what was outside it, and mine, which was very small and barely had space for the bed, looked out on a chicken coop sheltered by a forest of reeds. There was nothing to eat in the house. On the advice of the owner, we went to a trattoria, which was dark and had no other customers. We sat down dubiously, just to get fed, but in the end, even Nunzia, who was distrustful of all cooking that was not her own, found that it was good and wanted to take something home so that she could prepare dinner that evening. Stefano didn't make the slightest move to ask for the check, and after a mute hesitation, Reno resigned himself to paying for everyone. At that point, we girls proposed going to the beach, but the 2 men resisted, yawned, said they were tired. We insisted, especially Lila. "We ate too much," she said. "It'll do us good to walk. The beach is right here. Do you feel like it, Mama?" Nunzia sided with the men, and we returned to the house. After a bored stroll through the rooms, both Stefano and Reno, almost in unison, said that they wanted to have a little nap. They laughed, whispered to each other, laughed again, and then nodded at their wives, who followed them unwillingly into the bedrooms. Nunzia and I remained alone for a couple of hours. We inspected the state of the kitchen and found it dirty, which led Nunzia to start washing everything carefully: plates, glasses, silverware, pots. It was a struggle to get her to let me help. She asked me to keep track of a number of urgent requests for the owner, and when she herself lost count of the things that were needed, she marveled that I was able to remember everything, saying, "That's why you're so clever at school." Finally, the 2 couples reappeared. First Stefano and Lila, then Reno and Pinuccia. I again proposed going to see the beach, but there was coffee, joking, chatting, and Nunzia, who began to cook, and Pinuccia, who was clinging to Reno, making him feel her stomach, murmuring, "Stay, leave tomorrow morning." And so the time flew, and yet again we did nothing. In the end, the men had to rush, afraid of missing the ferry, and cursing because they hadn't brought their cars, had to find someone to take them to the port. They disappeared almost without saying goodbye. Pinuccia burst into tears. In silence, we girls began to unpack the bags, to arrange our things, while Nunzia insisted on making the bathroom shine. Only when we were sure that the men had not missed the ferry and would not return did we relax, begin to joke. We had ahead of us a long week and only ourselves to worry about. Pinuccia said she was afraid of being alone in her room. There was an image of a grieving Madonna with knives in her heart that sparkled in the lamplight, and went to sleep with Lila. I shut myself in my little room to enjoy my secret. Nino was in Forio, not far away, and maybe even the next day I would meet him on the beach. I felt wild, reckless, but I was glad about it. There was a part of me that was sick of being a sensible person. It was hot. I opened the window. I listened to the chickens pecking, the rustle of the reeds. Then I became aware of the mosquitoes. I closed the window quickly and spent at least an hour going after them and crushing them with one of the books that Professor Galliani had lent me, Complete Plays by a writer named Samuel Beckett. I didn't want Nino to see me on the beach with red spots on my face and body. I didn't want him to catch me with a book of plays. For one thing, I had never set foot in a theater. I put aside Beckett, stained by the black or bloody silhouettes of the mosquitoes, and began to read a very complicated text on the idea of nationhood. I fell asleep reading. 42. In the morning, Nunzia, who felt committed to looking after us, went in search of a place to do the shopping, and we headed to the beach of Citara, which, for that entire long vacation, we thought was called Cetara. What pretty bathing suits Lila and Pinuccia displayed when they took off their sundresses. One piece, of course. The husbands, who as fiancés had been indulgent, especially Stefano, now were against the two-piece. But the colors of the new fabrics were shiny, and the shape of the neckline, front and back, ran elegantly over their skin. I, under an old, long-sleeved blue dress, wore the same faded bathing suit, now shapeless, that Nella Incardo had made for me years earlier at Burano. I undressed reluctantly. We walked a long way in the sun until we saw steam rising from some thermal baths, then turned back. Pinuccia and I stopped often to swim. Lila didn't, although she was there for that purpose. Of course, there was no Nino, and I was disappointed. I had been convinced that he would show up, as if by a miracle. When the other two wanted to go back to the house, I stayed on the beach and walked along the shore toward Forio. That night I was so sunburned that I felt I had a high fever. The skin on my shoulders blistered, and for the next few days I had to stay in the house. I cleaned, cooked, and read, and my energy pleased Nunzia, who couldn't stop praising me. Every night, with the excuse that I had been in the house all day to stay out of the sun, I made Lila and Pina walk to Forio, which was some distance away. We wandered through the town, had some ice cream. "It's pretty here," Pinuccia complained. "It's a morgue where we are." But for me, Forio was also a morgue. Nino did not appear. Toward the end of the week, I proposed to Lila that we should visit Burano and the Maranti. Lila agreed enthusiastically, and Pinuccia didn't want to stay and be bored with Nunzia. We left early. Under our dresses, we wore our bathing suits, and in a bag I carried our towels, sandwiches, a bottle of water. My stated purpose was to take advantage of that trip to say hello to Nella, Maestra Oliviero's cousin, whom I had stayed with during my summer on Ischia. The secret plan, instead, was to see the Sarratore family and get from Marisa the address of the friend with whom Nino was staying in Forio. I was naturally afraid of running into the father, Donato, but I hoped that he was at work, and, in order to see the son, I was ready to run the risk of having to endure some obscene remark from him. When Nella opened the door and I stood before her like a ghost, she was stunned. Tears came to her eyes. "It's happiness," she said, apologizing. But it wasn't only that. I had reminded her of her cousin, who, she told me, wasn't comfortable in Potenza, was ill, and wasn't getting better. She led us out to the terrace, offered us whatever we wanted, was very concerned with Pinuccia and her pregnancy. She made her sit down, wanted to touch her stomach, which protruded a little. Meanwhile, I made Lila go on a sort of pilgrimage. I showed her the corner of the terrace where I had spent so much time in the sun, the place where I sat at the table, the corner where I made my bed at night. For a fraction of a second, I saw Donato leaning over me as he slid his hand under the sheets, touched me. I felt revulsion, but this didn't keep me from asking Nella casually, "And the Saratoris? They're at the beach. How's it going this year?" "Ah, well." "They're too demanding?" "Ever since he became more the journalist than the railroad worker, yes." "Is he here?" "He's on sick leave." "And is Marisa here?" "No, not Marisa. But except for her, they're all here." "All?" "You understand." "No, I swear, I don't understand anything." She laughed heartily. "Nino's here today too, Lenu. When he needs money, he shows up for half a day. Then he goes back to stay with a friend who has a house in Forio." 43. We left Nella and went down to the beach with our things. Lila teased me mildly the whole way. "You're sneaky," she said. "You made me come to Ischia just because Nino's here. Admit it." I wouldn't admit it. I defended myself. Then Pinuccia joined her sister-in-law in a coarser tone and accused me of having compelled her to make a long and tiring journey to Burano for my own purposes, without taking her pregnancy into account. From then on, I denied it even more firmly, and in fact I threatened them both. I promised that if they said anything improper in the presence of the Saratoris, I would take the boat and return to Naples that night. I immediately picked out the family. They were in exactly the same place where they used to settle years before, and had the same umbrella, the same bathing suits, the same bags, the same way of basking in the sun. Donato belly up in the black sand, leaning on his elbows. His wife, Lydia, sitting on a towel and leafing through a magazine. To my great disappointment, Nino wasn't under the umbrella. I scanned the water and glimpsed a dark dot that appeared and disappeared on the rocking surface of the sea. I hoped it was him. Then I announced myself, calling aloud to Pino, Clelia, and Ciro, who were playing on the shore. Ciro had grown, he didn't recognize me, and smiled uncertainly. Pino and Clelia ran toward me excitedly, and the parents turned to look, out of curiosity. Lydia jumped up, shouting my name and waving. Sarratore hurried toward me, with a big welcoming smile and open arms. I avoided his embrace, saying only, "Hello, how are you?" They were very friendly. I introduced Lila and Pinuccia, mentioned their parents, said whom they had married. Donato immediately focused on the two girls. He began addressing them respectfully as Signora Caracci and Signora Cerullo. He remembered them as children, he began, with fatuous elaboration, to speak of time's flight. I talked to Lydia, asked politely about the children, and especially Marisa. Pino, Clelia, and Cira were doing well, and it was obvious. They immediately gathered around me, waiting for the right moment to draw me into their games. As for Marisa, her mother said that she had stayed in Naples with her aunt and uncle. She had to retake exams in 4 subjects in September and had to go to private lessons. "Serves her right," she said darkly. "She didn't work all year. Now she deserves to suffer." I said nothing, but I doubted that Marisa was suffering. She would spend the whole summer with Alfonso in the store in Piazza dei Martiri, and I was happy for her. I noticed instead that Lydia bore deep traces of grief in her face, which was losing its contours, in her eyes, in her shrunken breast, in her heavy stomach. All the time we talked, she was glancing fearfully at her husband, who, playing the role of the kindly man, was devoting himself to Lila and Pinuccia. She stopped paying attention to me and kept her eyes glued to him when he offered to take them swimming, promising Lila that he would teach her to swim. "I taught all my children," we heard him say. "I'll teach you too." I never asked about Nino, nor did Lydia ever mention him. But now the black dot in the sparkling blue of the sea stopped moving out. It reversed direction, grew larger. I began to distinguish the white of the foam exploding beside it. Yes, it's him, I thought anxiously. Nino emerged from the water, looking with curiosity at his father, who was holding Lila afloat with one arm, and with the other was showing her what to do. Even when he saw me and recognized me, he continued to frown. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "I'm on vacation," I answered, "and I came by to see Signora Nella." He looked again with annoyance in the direction of his father and the 2 girls. "Isn't that Lena?" "Yes, and that's her sister-in-law, Pinuccia. I don't know if you remember her." He rubbed his hair with a towel, continuing to stare at the 3 in the water. I told him almost breathlessly that we would be staying on Ischia until September, that we had a house not far from Forio, that Lila's mother was there too, that on Sunday the husbands of Lila and Pinuccia would come. As I spoke, it seemed to me that he wasn't even listening. But still I said, and in spite of Lydia's presence, that on the weekend I had nothing to do. "Come see us," he said, and then he spoke to his mother. "I have to go." "Already?" "I have things to do. Elena's here." Nino looked at me as if he had become aware of my presence only then. He rummaged in his shirt, which was hanging on the umbrella, took out a pencil and a notebook, wrote something, tore out the page, and handed it to me. "I'm at this address," he said. Clear, decisive as a movie actor. I took the page as if it were a holy relic. "Eat something first," his mother begged him. He didn't answer. "And at least wave goodbye to Papa." He changed out of his bathing suit, wrapping a towel around his waist, and went off along the shore without saying goodbye to anyone. 44. We spent the entire day at the Miranti, I playing and swimming with the children, Pinuccia and Lila completely occupied by Donato, who took them for a walk all the way to the thermal baths. At the end, Pinuccia was exhausted, and Sarratore showed us a convenient and pleasant way of going home. We went to a hotel that was built practically over the water, as if on stilts, and there, for a few lire, we got a boat, entrusting ourselves to an old sailor. As soon as we set out, Lila said sarcastically, "Nino didn't give you much encouragement. He had to study, and he couldn't even say hello." "That's how he is." "How he is rude," Pinuccia interjected. "He's as rude as the father is nice." They were both convinced that Nino hadn't been polite or pleasant, and I let them think it. I preferred prudently to keep my secrets. And it seemed to me that if they thought he was disdainful of even a really good student like me, they would more easily put up with the fact that he had ignored them, and maybe they would even forgive him. I wanted to protect him from their rancor, and I succeeded. They seemed to forget about him right away. Pinuccia was enthusiastic about Saratore's graciousness, and Lila said with satisfaction, "He taught me to float, and even how to swim. He's great." The sun was setting. I thought of Donato's molestations and shuddered. From the violet sky came a chilly dampness. I said to Lila, "He's the one who wrote that the panel in the Piazza dei Martiri shop was ugly." Pinuccia had a smug expression of agreement. Lila said, "He was right." I became upset. "And he's the one who ruined Melina." Lila answered, with a laugh, "Or maybe he made her feel good for once." That remark wounded me. I knew what Melina had endured, what her children endured. I also knew Lydia's sufferings, and how Sarratore, behind his fine manners, hid a desire that respected nothing and no one. Nor had I forgotten that Lila, since she was a child, had witnessed the torments of the widow Capuccio, and how painful it had been for her. So what was this tone? What were those words? A signal to me? Did she want to say to me, "You're a girl, you don't know anything about a woman's needs"? I abruptly changed my mind about the secrecy of my secrets. I wanted immediately to show that I was a woman like them and knew. "Nino gave me his address," I said to Lila. "If you don't mind, when Stefano and Rino come, I'm going to see him." Address. Go see him. Bold formulations. Lila narrowed her eyes. A sharp line crossed her forehead. Pinuccia had a malicious look. She touched Lila's knee. She laughed. "You hear? Linuccia has a date tomorrow, and she has the address." I flushed. "Well, if you're with your husbands, what am I supposed to do?" For a long moment there was only the noise of the engine and the mute presence of the sailor at the helm. Lila said coldly, "Keep Mama company. I didn't bring you here to have fun." I restrained myself. We had had a week of freedom. That day, besides, both she and Pinuccia, on the beach, in the sun, during long swims, and thanks to the words that Sarratore knew how to use to inspire laughter and to charm, had forgotten themselves. Donato had made them feel like girl women in the care of an unusual father, the rare father who doesn't punish you, but encourages you to express your desires without guilt. And now that the day was over, in declaring that I would have a Sunday to myself with a university student, what was I doing? Was I reminding them both that that week in which their condition as wives was suspended was over, and that their husbands were about to reappear? Yes, I had overdone it. Cut out your tongue, I thought. 45. The husbands, in fact, arrived early. They were expected Sunday morning, but they appeared Saturday evening, very excited, with lambrettas that they had, I think, rented at the Ischia port. Nunzia prepared a lavish dinner. There was talk of the neighborhood, of the stores, of how the new shoes were coming along. Reno was full of self-praise for the models that he was perfecting with his father. But at an opportune moment, he thrust some sketches under Lila's nose, and she examined them reluctantly, suggesting some modifications. Then we sat down at the table, and the two young men gorged themselves, competing to see who could eat more. It wasn't even 10 when they dragged their wives to the bedrooms. I helped Nunzia clear and wash the dishes. Then I shut myself in my room. I read a little. The heat in the closed room was suffocating, but I was afraid of the blotches I'd get from the mosquito bites, and I didn't open the window. I tossed and turned in the bed, soaked with sweat. I thought of Lila, of how, slowly, she had yielded. Certainly she didn't show any particular affection for her husband, and the tenderness that I had sometimes seen in her gestures when they were engaged had disappeared. During dinner, she had frequently commented with disgust at the way Stefano gobbled his food, the way he drank. But it was evident that some equilibrium, who knows how precarious, had been reached. When he, after some elusive remarks, headed toward the bedroom, Lila followed without delay. Without saying, "Go on, I'll join you later." She was resigned to an inevitable routine. Between her and her husband, there was not the carnival spirit displayed by Reno and Pinuccia, but there was no resistance either. Deep into the night, I heard the noise of the two couples, the laughter and the sighs, the doors opening, the water coming out of the tap, the whirlpool of the flush, the doors closing. Finally, I fell asleep. On Sunday, I had breakfast with Nunzia. I waited until 10 for any of them to emerge. They didn't. I went to the beach. I stayed until noon, and no one came. I went back to the house. Nunzia told me that the two couples had gone for a tour of the island on the Lambrettas, advising us not to wait for them for lunch. In fact, they returned around 3, slightly drunk, sunburned, all four full of enthusiasm for Casa Micciola, Lacco Ameno, Forio. The two girls had shining eyes and immediately glanced at me slyly. "Les nous," Pinuccia almost shouted. "Guess what happened?" "What?" "We met Nino on the beach," Lila said. My heart stopped. "Oh. My goodness, he is really a good swimmer," Pinuccia said excitedly, cutting the air with exaggerated arm strokes. "And Reno, he's not unlikable. He was interested in how shoes are made. And Stefano. He has a friend named Soccavo, and he's the Mortadella Soccavo. His father owns a sausage factory in San Giovanni a Teduccio." And Reno again. "That guy's got money." And again Stefano. "Forget the student, Lenu. He doesn't have a lira. Aim for Soccavo. You'd be better off." After a little more joking, "Would you look at that? Lenuccia is about to be the richest of all. She seems like a good girl, and yet—" they withdrew again into the bedrooms. I was incredibly disappointed. They had met Nino, gone swimming with him, talked to him, and without me. I put on my best dress, the same one, the one I'd worn to the wedding, even though it was hot. I carefully combed my hair, which had become very blonde in the sun, and told Nunzia I was going for a walk. I walked to Forio, uneasy because of the long solitary distance, because of the heat, because of the uncertain result of my undertaking. I tracked down the address of Nino's friend. I called several times from the street, fearful that he wouldn't answer. "Nino! Nino!" He looked out. "Come up." "I'll wait here." I waited. I was afraid that he would treat me rudely. Instead, he came out of the doorway with an unusually friendly expression. How disturbing his angular face was, and how pleasantly crushed I felt, confronted by his long profile, his broad shoulders and narrow chest, that taut skin, the sole dark coverings of his thinness, merely bones, muscles, tendons. He said his friend would join us later. We walked through the center of Forio, amid the Sunday market stalls. He asked me about the bookstore on Mezzo Canone. I told him that Lila had asked me to go with her on vacation, and so I had quit. I didn't mention the fact that she was giving me money, as if going with her were a job, as if I were her employee. I asked him about Nadia. He said only, "Everything's fine." "Do you write to each other?" "Yes." "Every day?" "Every week." That was our conversation. Already we had nothing more of ourselves to share. We don't know anything about each other, I thought. Maybe I could ask how relations are with his father, but in what tone? And besides, didn't I see with my own eyes that they're bad? Silence. I felt awkward. But he promptly shifted onto the only terrain that seemed to justify our meeting. He said that he was glad to see me. All he could talk about with his friends was soccer and exam subjects. He praised me. Professor Galliani perceived it, he said. "You're the only girl in the school who has any curiosity about things that aren't useful for exams and grades." He started to speak about serious subjects. We resorted immediately to a fine, impassioned Italian in which we knew we excelled. He started off with the problem of violence. He mentioned a peace demonstration in Cortona and related it skillfully to the beatings that had taken place in a piazza in Turin. He said he wanted to understand more about the link between immigration and industry. I agreed, but what did I know about those things? Nothing. Nino realized it, and he told me in great detail about an uprising of young Southerners and the harshness with which the police had repressed them. They call them Napoli. They call them Moroccans. They call them fascists, provocateurs, anarcho-syndicalists. But really they are boys whom no institution cares about, so neglected that when they get angry, they destroy everything. Searching for something to say that would please him, I ventured. If you don't have a solid knowledge of the problems, and if you don't find lasting solutions, then naturally violence breaks out. But the people who rebel aren't to blame. It's the ones who don't know how to govern. He gave me an admiring look and said, "That's exactly what I think." I was really pleased. I felt encouraged and cautiously went on to some reflections on how to reconcile individuality and universality, drawing on Rousseau and other memories of the readings imposed by Professor Galliani. Then I asked, "Have you read Federico Chabod?" I mentioned that name because he was the author of the book on the idea of nationhood that I had read a few pages of. I didn't know anything else, but at school I had learned to give the impression that I knew a lot. "Have you read Federico Chabod?" It was the only moment when Nino seemed to be annoyed. I realized that he didn't know who Chabod was, and from that I got an electrifying sensation of fullness. I began to summarize the little I had learned, but I quickly realized that to know, to compulsively display what he knew, was his point of strength, and at the same time his weakness. He felt strong if he took the lead, and weak if he lacked words. He darkened. In fact, he stopped me almost immediately. He sidetracked the conversation. He started talking about the regions, about how urgent it was to get them approved, about autonomy and decentralization, about economic planning on a regional basis, all things I had never heard a word about. No Shabbat, then. I left him the field. And I liked to hear him talk, read the passion in his face. His eyes brightened when he was excited. We went on like that for at least an hour. Isolated from the shouting around us, its coarse dialect, we felt exclusive, he and I alone, with our vigilant Italian, with those conversations that mattered to us and no one else. What were we doing? A discussion? Practicing for future confrontations with people who had learned to use words as we had? An exchange of signals to prove to ourselves that such words were the basis of a long and fruitful friendship? A cultivated screen for sexual desire? I don't know. I certainly had no particular passion for those subjects, for the real things and people they referred to. I had no training, no habit, only the usual desire not to make a bad showing. It was wonderful, though, that is certain. I felt the way I did at the end of the year when I saw the list of my grades and read, "Passed." But I also understood that there was no comparison with the exchanges I had had with Lila years earlier, which ignited my brain, and in the course of which we tore the words from each other's mouth, creating an excitement that seemed like a storm of electrical charges. With Nino, it was different. I felt that I had to pay attention to say what he wanted me to say, hiding from him both my ignorance and the few things that I knew and he didn't. I did this, and felt proud that he was trusting me with his convictions. But now something else happened. Suddenly he said, "That's enough," grabbed my hand, exclaimed, like a fluorescent caption, "Now I'll take you to see a landscape that you'll never forget," and dragged me to Piazza del Soccorso, without letting go. Rather, he entwined his fingers in mine, so that, overwhelmed as I was by his clasp, I preserved no memory of the arc of the deep blue sea. It truly overwhelmed me. Once or twice he disentangled his fingers to smooth his hair, but he immediately took my hand again. I wondered for a moment how he reconciled that intimate gesture with his bond with Professor Galliani's daughter. "Maybe for him," I answered, "it's merely how he thinks of the friendship between male and female." But the kiss on Via Mezzocanone? That, too, was nothing. New customs, new habits of youth, and anyway so slight, just the briefest contact. I should be satisfied with the happiness of right now, the chance of this vacation that I wanted. Later I'll lose him. He'll leave. He has a destiny that can in no way be mine, too. I was absorbed by these throbbing thoughts when I heard a roar behind me and noisy cries of my name. Reno and Stefano passed us at full speed on their Lambrettas, with their wives behind. They slowed down, turned back with a skillful maneuver. I let go of Nino's hand. "And your friend?" Stefano asked, revving his engine. "He'll be here soon. Say hello from me." "Yes." Reno asked, "Do you want to take Lenuccia for a spin?" "No, thanks." "Come on. You see she'd like to." Nino flushed. He said, "I don't know how to ride a Lambretta." "It's easy, like a bicycle." "I know, but it's not for me." Stefano laughed. "Renu, he's a guy who studies. Forget it." I had never seen him so light-hearted. Lila sat close against him, with both arms around his waist. She urged him, "Let's go. If you don't hurry, you'll miss the boat." "Yes, let's go," cried Stefano. "Tomorrow we have to work, not like you people who sit in the sun and go swimming. Bye, Lenu. Bye, Nino. Be good boys and girls." "Nice to meet you," Reno said cordially. They went off. Lila waved goodbye to Nino, shouting, Please, take her home." She's acting like my mother, I thought with a little annoyance. She's playing grown-up. Nino took me by the hand again and said, "Reno is nice, but why did Lena marry that moron?" 46. A little later, I also met his friend, Bruno Soccavo, who was around 20 and very short, with a low forehead, black curly hair, a pleasant face, but scarred by what must have been severe acne. They walked me home, beside the wine-colored sea of twilight. Nino didn't take my hand again, even though Bruno left us practically alone. He went in front or lingered behind, as if he didn't want to disturb us. Since Soccavo never said a word to me, I didn't speak to him either. His shyness made me shy. But when we parted at the house, it was he who asked suddenly, "Will we meet tomorrow?" And Nino found out where we were going to the beach. He insisted on precise directions. I gave them. "Are you going in the morning or the afternoon?" "Morning and afternoon. Lena is supposed to swim a lot." He promised they would come and see us. I ran happily up the stairs of the house, but as soon as I came in, Pinuccia began to tease me. "Mama," she said to Nunzia during dinner, "Lenuccia's going out with the poet's son, a skinny fellow with long hair who thinks he's better than everybody." "It's not true." "It's very true. We saw you holding hands." Nunzia didn't understand the teasing and took the thing with the earnest gravity that characterized her. "What does Saratore's son do?" "University student." "Then if you love each other, you'll have to wait." "There's nothing to wait for, Signora Nunzia. We're only friends." "But if, let's say, you should happen to become engaged, he'll have to finish his studies first. Then he'll have to find a job that's worthy of him, and only when he's found something will you be able to get married." Here Lila interrupted, amused. "She's telling you you'll get moldy." But Nunzia reproached her. "You mustn't speak like that to Lenuccia." And to console me, she said that she had married Fernando at 21, that she had had Reno at 23. Then she turned to her daughter and said, without malice, only to point out how things stood, "You, on the other hand, were married too young." That comment infuriated Lila, and she went to her room. When Pinuccia knocked on the door, to go in to sleep, she yelled not to bother her. "You have your room." How, in that atmosphere, could I say, "Nino and Bruno promised they'll come and see me on the beach"? I gave it up. If it happens, I thought, fine. And if it doesn't, why tell them? Nunzia, meanwhile, patiently invited her daughter-in-law into her bed, telling her not to be upset by her daughter's nerves. The night wasn't enough to soothe Lila. On Monday, she got up in a worse mood than when she had gone to bed. "It's the absence of her husband," Nunzia said apologetically. But neither Pinuccia nor I believed it. I soon discovered that she was angry mainly at me. On the road to the beach, she made me carry her bag, and once we were at the beach, she sent me back twice, first to get her a scarf, then because she needed some nail scissors. When I gave signs of protest, she nearly reminded me of the money she was giving me. She stopped in time, but not so that I didn't understand. It was like when someone is about to hit you and then doesn't. It was a very hot day. We stayed in the water. Lila practiced hard to keep afloat and made me stand next to her so that I could hold her up if necessary. Yet her spitefulness continued. She kept reproaching me. She said that it was stupid to trust me. I didn't even know how to swim. How could I teach her? She missed Saratore's talents as an instructor. She made me swear that the next day we would go back to the Maranti. Still, by trial and error, she made a lot of progress. She learned every movement instantly. Thanks to that ability, she had learned to make shoes, to dexterously slice salami and provolone, to cheat on the weight. She was born like that. She could have learned the art of engraving merely by studying the gestures of a goldsmith, and then been able to work the gold better than he. Already she had stopped gasping for breath and was forcing composure on every motion. It was as if she were drawing her body on the transparent surface of the sea. Long, slender arms and legs hit the water in a tranquil rhythm, without raising foam like Nino, without the ostentatious tension of Sarratore the father. "Is this right?" Yes. It was true. In a few hours, she could swim better than I could, not to mention Pinuccia, and already she was making fun of our clumsiness. That bullying air dissipated abruptly when, around 4 in the afternoon, Nino, who was very tall, and Bruno, who came up to his shoulders, appeared on the beach, just as a cool wind rose, taking away the desire to swim. Pinuccia was the first to make them out as they advanced along the shore, among the children playing with shovels and pails. She burst out laughing in surprise and said, "Look who's coming, the long and the short of it." Nino and his friend, towels over their shoulder, cigarettes and lighters, advanced deliberately, looking for us among the bathers. I had a sudden sense of power. I shouted. I waved to signal our presence. So Nino had kept his promise. So he had felt, already, the next day, the need to see me again. So he had come purposely from Forio, dragging along his mute companion, and since he had nothing in common with Lila and Pinuccia, it was obvious that he had taken that walk just for me, who alone was not married or even engaged. I felt happy, and the more my happiness seemed justified, Nino spread his towel next to me. He sat down. He pointed to an edge of the blue fabric, and I, who was the only one sitting on the sand, quickly moved over. The more cordial and talkative I became. Lila and Pinuccia, instead, were silent. They stopped teasing me. They stopped squabbling with each other. They listened to Nino as he told funny stories about how he and his friend had organized their life of study. It was a while before Pinuccia ventured a few words, in a mixture of dialect and Italian. She said the water was nice and warm, that the man who sold fresh coconut hadn't come by yet, that she had a great desire for some. But Nino paid little attention, absorbed in his witty stories, and it was Bruno, more attentive, who felt it his duty not to ignore what a pregnant woman was saying. Worried that the child might be born with a craving for coconut, he offered to go in search of some. Pinuccia liked his voice, choked by shyness, but kind, the voice of a person who doesn't want to hurt anyone, and she eagerly began chatting with him in a low voice, as if not to disturb. Lila, however, remained silent. She took little interest in the platitudes that Pinuccia and Bruno were exchanging, but she didn't miss a word of what Nino and I were saying. That attention made me uneasy, and a few times I said I would be glad to take a walk to the fumaroles, hoping that Nino would say, "Let's go." But he had just begun to talk about the construction chaos on Ischia, so he agreed mechanically, then continued talking anyway. He dragged Bruno into it, maybe upset by the fact that he was talking to Pinuccia, and called on him as a witness to certain eyesores right next to his parents' house. Nino had a great need to express himself, to summarize his reading, to give shape to what he had himself observed. It was his way of putting his thoughts in order. Talk, talk, talk. But certainly, I thought, also a sign of solitude. I proudly felt that I was like him, with the same desire to give myself an educated identity, to impose it, to say, here's what I know, here's what I'm going to be. But Nino didn't leave me space to do it, even if occasionally I have to say I tried. I sat and listened to him, like the others, and when Pinuccia and Bruno exclaimed, "All right, we're going for a walk now. We're going to look for coconut," I gazed insistently at Lila, hoping that she would go with her sister-in-law, leaving me and Nino finally alone to face each other, side by side, on the same towel. But she didn't breathe. And when Pina realized that she was compelled to go for a walk by herself with a young man who was polite but nevertheless unknown, she asked me, in annoyance, "Lenu, come on, don't you want to walk?" I answered, "Yes, but let us finish our conversation, then maybe we'll join you." And she, displeased, went with Bruno toward the fumaroles. They were exactly the same height. We continued to talk about how Naples and Ischia and all Campania had ended up in the hands of the worst people, who acted like the best people. Marauders, Nino called them, his voice rising. Destroyers, bloodsuckers, people who steal suitcases of money and don't pay taxes. Builders, lawyers for builders, Camorrists, monarcho-fascists, and Christian Democrats, who behave as if cement were mixed in heaven, and God himself, with an enormous trowel, were throwing blocks of it on the hills, on the coasts. But that the three of us were talking is an exaggeration. It was mainly he who talked. Every so often I threw in some fact I had read in Cronache Meridionale. As for Lila, she spoke only once, and cautiously, when in the list of villains he included shopkeepers. She asked, "Who are shopkeepers?" Nino stopped in the middle of a sentence, looked at her in astonishment. "Tradesmen." "And why do you call them shopkeepers?" "That's what they're called." "My husband is a shopkeeper." "I didn't mean to offend you." "I'm not offended." "Do you pay taxes?" "I've never heard of them till now." "Really?" "Yes." "Taxes are important for planning the economic life of a community." "If you say so. You remember Pasquale Peluso?" "No." "He's a construction worker. Without all that cement, he would lose his job." "Ah." "But he's a communist. His father, also a communist, in the court's opinion, murdered my father-in-law, who had made money on the black market and is a loan shark. And Pasquale is like his father. He has never agreed on the question of peace, not even with the communists, his comrades. But even though my husband's money comes directly from my father-in-law's money, Pasquale and I are close friends." "I don't understand what you're getting at." Lila made a self-mocking face. "I don't either. I was hoping to understand by listening to the two of you." That was it. She said nothing else. But in speaking, she hadn't used her normal aggressive tone of voice. She seriously seemed to want us to help her understand, since the life of the neighborhood was a tangled skein. She had spoken in dialect most of the time, as if to indicate, modestly, "I don't use tricks. I speak as I am." And she had summarized disparate things frankly, without seeking, as she usually did, a thread that would hold them together. And in fact, neither she nor I had ever heard that word formula loaded with cultural and political contempt. Shopkeepers. And in fact, neither she nor I knew anything about taxes. Our parents, friends, boyfriends, husbands, relatives acted as if they didn't exist. And school taught nothing that had to do even vaguely with politics. Yet Lila still managed to disrupt what had, until that moment, been a new and thrilling afternoon. Right after that exchange, Nino tried to return to his subject, but he faltered. He went back to telling funny anecdotes about life with Bruno. He said they ate only fried eggs and salami. He said that they drank a lot of wine. Then he seemed embarrassed by his own stories and appeared relieved when Pinuccia and Bruno, their hair wet, came back, eating coconut. "That was really fun," Pina exclaimed, but with the air of one who wants to say, "You two bitches, you sent me off by myself with someone I don't even know." When the two boys left, I walked with them a little way, just to make it clear that they were my friends and had come because of me. Nino said moodily, "Lena really got lost. What a shame." I nodded yes, said goodbye, stood for a while with my feet in the water to calm myself. When we got home, Pinuccia and I were lively, Lena thoughtful. Pinuccia told Nunzia about the visit of the two boys, and appeared unexpectedly pleased with Bruno, who had taken the trouble to make sure that her child wasn't born with a craving for coconut. "He's well brought up," she said. "A student, but not too boring. He seems not to care about how he's dressed, but everything he has on, from his bathing suit to his shirt and his sandals, is expensive." She appeared curious about the fact that someone could be wealthy in a fashion different from that of her brother, Reno, the Saladas. She made a remark that struck me. "At the bar on the beach, he bought me this and that without showing off." Her mother-in-law, who for the entire length of that vacation never went to the beach, but took care of the shopping, the house, preparing dinner, and also the lunch that we carried to the beach the next day, listened as if her daughter-in-law were recounting to her an enchanted world. Naturally, she noticed immediately that her daughter was preoccupied, and kept glancing at her questioningly. But Lila was just distracted. She caused no trouble of any type. She allowed Pinuccia to sleep with her again. She wished everyone good night. Then she did something completely unexpected. I had just gone to bed when she appeared in the little room. "Will you give me one of your books?" she asked. I looked at her in bewilderment. She wanted to read? How long since she had opened a book? 3, 4 years? And why now had she decided to start again? I took the volume of Beckett, the one I used to kill the mosquitoes, and gave it to her. It seemed the most accessible text I had. 47. The week passed, between long waits and encounters that ended too quickly. The two boys kept to a rigorous schedule. They woke at 6 in the morning. They studied until lunchtime. At 3, they set out for their date with us. At 7, they went home, had dinner, and resumed studying. Nino never came by himself. He and Bruno, although so different in every way, got along well, and especially when it came to us, they seemed to gain confidence from each other's presence. Pinuccia, from the start, did not share the hypothesis of their companionship. She claimed that they were neither particularly friendly nor particularly close. In her view, it was a relationship that was sustained completely by the patience of Bruno, who was good-natured, and so accepted without complaint the fact that Nino talked his head off from morning till night, with all that nonsense that was constantly coming out of his mouth. "Nonsense, yes," she repeated, but then apologized, with a touch of sarcasm, for having described in that way the talk that I, too, liked so much. "You're students," she said, "and it's logical that you're the only ones who understand what you're saying. But wouldn't you agree, at least, that the rest of us get a little fed up?" Those words pleased me greatly. They ratified in the presence of Lila, a mute witness, that between Nino and me there was a sort of exclusive relationship in which it was hard to interfere. But one day Pinuccia said to Bruno and to Lila in a disparaging tone, "Let's leave those two to act like intellectuals and go swimming. The water is lovely." Act like intellectuals was clearly a way of saying that the things we talked about didn't interest us seriously. It was an attitude, a performance. And while I didn't particularly mind that formulation, it annoyed Nino a lot, and he broke off in the middle of a sentence. He jumped to his feet, ran off and dived into the water, paying no attention to the temperature, splashed us as we started in, shivering and begging him to stop, then went on to fight with Bruno as if he wanted to drown him. There, I thought. He's full of grand thoughts, but if he wants to, he can also be light-hearted and fun. So why does he only show me his serious side? Has Professor Galliani convinced him that all I'm interested in is studying? Or is it me? Do I create that impression with my glasses, the way I speak? From that moment, I noticed with increasing bitterness that the afternoon slipped away, leaving words burdened with his anxiety to express himself, and mine to anticipate a concept, to hear him say that he agreed with me. He never took me by the hand, never invited me to sit on the edge of his towel. When I saw Bruno and Pinuccia laughing at silly things, I envied them. I thought, how much I would like to laugh with Nino like that. I don't want anything. I don't expect anything. I'd just like a little intimacy, even if it's polite, the way it is between Pinuccia and Bruno. Lila seemed to have other problems. For the whole week she seemed tranquil. She spent a great part of the morning in the water, swimming back and forth, following a line parallel to the shore and a few meters away from it. Pinuccia and I kept her company, insisting on instructing her, even though by now she swam much better than we did. But soon we got cold and went to lie on the hot sand, while she continued to exercise with steady arm strokes, feet kicking lightly, rhythmic mouthfuls of air, as Sarratore the father had taught her. "She always has to overdo it," Pinuccia grumbled in the sun, caressing her belly. And often I got up and shouted, "Enough swimming! You've been in the water too long, you'll catch cold." But Lila paid no attention, and came out only when she was livid, her eyes white, her lips blue, her fingertips wrinkled. I waited for her on the shore with her towel, warmed in the sun. I put it around her shoulders and rubbed her energetically. When the two boys, who didn't skip a single day, arrived, either we took another swim together, though Lila generally refused. She stayed on her towel, watching us from the shore. Or we all went for a walk, and she lagged behind, picking up shells. Or, if Nino and I started talking about the world, she listened attentively, but rarely said anything. In the meantime, small habits became established, and I was struck by her insistence that they be respected. For example, Bruno always arrived with cold drinks that he bought on the way at a bar on the beach, and one day she pointed out to him that he had brought me a soda, whereas usually I had orangeade. I said, "Thanks, Bruno, this is fine." But she made him go and exchange it. For example, Pinuccia and Bruno at a certain point in the afternoon went to get fresh coconut, and although they invited us to go with them, it never occurred to Lila to do so, or to me or Nino. It thus became completely normal for them to go off dry, return wet from a swim, and bring coconut, with the whitest flesh. And so, if it seemed that they might forget, Lila would say, "And where's the coconut today?" Also, she was very interested in Nino's and my conversations. When there was too much talk about nothing in particular, she would say to him, "Didn't you read anything interesting today?" Nino smiled, pleased, rambled a bit, then started on the subjects he cared about. He talked and talked, but there was never real frictions between us. I found myself almost always in agreement with him, and if Lila interrupted to make an objection, she did it briefly, with tact, without ever accentuating the disagreement. One afternoon, he was quoting an article that was very critical of the functioning of the public schools, and he went on without a break to speak disparagingly of the elementary school in our neighborhood. I agreed. I recalled how Maestra Oliviero rapped us on the knuckles when we made a mistake, and also the brutal competitions to see who was smartest that she subjected us to. But Lila, surprising me, said that elementary school for her had been extremely important, and she praised our teacher in an Italian I hadn't heard from her in a long time, so precise, so intense, that Nino didn't interrupt her to say what he thought, but listened to her attentively, and in the end made some generic remarks about the different requirements we have, and about how the same experience can satisfy the needs of one and be insufficient for the needs of someone else. There was also another case where Lila revealed a disagreement politely and in a cultivated Italian. I felt increasingly drawn to arguments based on the theory that the right kind of interventions, carried out over time, would resolve problems, eliminate injustices, and prevent conflicts. I had quickly learned that system of reasoning. I was always very good at that, and I applied it every time Nino brought up subjects about which he had read here and there: colonialism, neocolonialism, Africa. But one afternoon, Lila said softly that there was nothing that could eliminate the conflict between the rich and the poor. Why? Those who are on the bottom always want to be on top. Those who are on top want to stay on top. And one way or another, they always reach the point where they're kicking and spitting at each other. That's exactly why problems should be resolved before violence breaks out. And how? Putting everyone on top? Putting everyone on the bottom? Finding a point of equilibrium between the classes. A point where? Those from the bottom meet those from the top in the middle? Let's say yes. And those on top will be willing to go down? And those on the bottom will give up on going any higher? If people work to solve all the problems well, yes. You're not convinced? No. The classes aren't playing cards. They're fighting. And it's a fight to the death. That's what Pasquale thinks, I said. I think so too now, she said calmly. Apart from those few one-on-one exchanges, there were rarely, between Nino and Lila, words that were not mediated by me. Lila never addressed him directly, nor did Nino address her. They seemed embarrassed by one another. She appeared much more comfortable with Bruno, who, though quiet, managed, with his kindness and the pleasant tone in which he would call her Signora Caracci, to establish a certain familiarity. For example, once when we all went in the water together, and Nino, surprisingly, did not go on one of the long swims that made me anxious, she turned to Bruno, and not to him, to show her after how many strokes she should take her head out of the water to breathe. He promptly gave her a demonstration. But Nino was annoyed that he hadn't been asked, given his mastery of swimming, and he interrupted, making fun of Bruno's short arms, his lack of rhythm. Then he showed Lila the right way. She observed him with attention and immediately imitated him. In the end, Lila's swimming led Bruno to call her the Esther Williams of Ischia. When the end of the week arrived, I remember it was a splendid Saturday morning. The air was still cool, and the sharp odor of the pines accompanied us all the way to the beach. Pinuccia reasserted categorically, "Saratore's sun is really unbearable." I defended Nino warily. I said in the tone of an expert that when a person studies, when he becomes interested in things, he feels the need to communicate those interests to others, and for Nino it was like that. Lila didn't seem convinced. She made a remark that sounded offensive to me. If you removed from Nino's head the things he's read, you wouldn't find anything there. I snapped, "It's not true. I know him, and he has a lot of good qualities." Pinuccia, on the other hand, agreed enthusiastically. But Lila, maybe because she didn't like that approval, said she hadn't explained well and reversed the meaning of the remark, as if she had formulated it only as a trial, and now, hearing it, regretted it, and was grasping at straws to make up for it. He, she clarified, is habituating himself to the idea that only the big questions are important, and if he succeeds, he will live his whole life only for those, without being disturbed by anything else. Not like us, who think only of our own affairs, money, house, husband, children. I didn't like that version either. What was she saying? That for Nino, feelings for individual persons would not count? That his fate was to live without love, without children, without marriage? I forced myself to say, "You know he has a girlfriend he's very attached to? They write once a week." Pinuccia interrupted. "Bruno doesn't have a girlfriend, but he's looking for his ideal woman, and as soon as he finds her, he'll get married, and he wants to have a lot of children." Then, without obvious connection, she sighed. "This week has really flown by." "Aren't you glad? Now your husband will be back," I replied. She seemed almost offended by the possibility that I could imagine her feeling any annoyance at Reno's return. She exclaimed, "Of course I'm glad." Lila then asked me, "And are you glad? That your husbands are returning?" "No, you know what I meant." I did know, but I wouldn't admit it. She meant that the next day, Sunday, while they were involved with Stefano and Reno, I would be able to see the boys by myself, and, in fact, almost certainly Bruno, as he had the week before, would be minding his own business, and I would spend the afternoon with Nino. And she was right. That was what I was hoping. For days, before going to sleep, I had been thinking of the weekend. Lila and Pinuccia would have their conjugal pleasures. I would have the small happinesses of the unmarried girl in glasses who spends her life studying. A walk, being taken by the hand. Or who knows, maybe even more. I said, laughing, "What should I understand, Lila? You're the lucky ones who are married." 48. The day slid by slowly, while Lila and I sat calmly in the sun, waiting until the time when Nino and Bruno would arrive with cool drinks. Pinuccia's mood began, for no reason, to darken. She kept uttering nervous remarks. Now she was afraid that they wouldn't come. Now she exclaimed that we couldn't waste our time waiting for them to show up. When, punctually, the boys appeared with the drinks, she was surly and said she felt tired. But a few minutes later, though still in a bad mood, she changed her mind and agreed, grumbling, to go get the coconut. As for Lila, she did something I didn't like. For the whole week she had never said anything about the book I had lent her, and so I had forgotten about it. But as soon as Pinuccia and Bruno left, She didn't wait for Nino to start talking, and immediately asked him, "Have you ever been to the theater?" "A few times." "Did you like it?" "It was all right." "I've never been, but I've seen it on television." "It's not the same thing." "I know, but better than nothing." And at that point, she took out of her bag the book I had given her, the volume of Beckett's plays, and showed it to him. "Have you read this?" Nino took the book, examined it, admitted uneasily, "No." "So there is something you haven't read?" "Yes." "You should read it." Lila began to talk to us about the book. To my surprise, she was very deliberate. She talked the way she used to, choosing the words so as to make us see people and things, and also the emotion she gave them, portraying them anew, keeping them there, present, alive. She said that we didn't have to wait for nuclear war. In the book, it was as if it had already happened. She told us at length about a woman named Winnie, who at a certain point announced, "Another happy day," and she herself declaimed the phrase, becoming so upset that, in uttering it, her voice trembled slightly. Another happy day. Words that were unsupportable, because nothing, she explained, in Winnie's life, nothing in her gestures, nothing in her head was happy. Not that day or the preceding days. But, she added, the biggest impression had been made on her by a Dan Rooney. Dan Rooney, she said, is blind, but he's not bitter about it, because he believes that life is better without sight. And in fact, he wonders whether, if one became deaf and mute, life would not be still more life without anything but life. "Why did you like it?" Nino asked. "I don't know yet if I liked it." "But it made you curious." "It made me think. What does it mean that life is more life without sight, without hearing, even without words?" "Maybe it's just a gimmick." "No. What gimmick? There's a thing here that suggests 1,000 others. It's not a gimmick." Nino didn't reply. He said only, staring at the cover of the book as if that too needed to be deciphered, "Have you finished it?" "Yes." "Will you lend it to me?" That request disturbed me. I felt pained. Nino had said, I remembered it clearly, that he had little interest in literature. What he read was different. I had given that Beckett to Lila just because I knew that I couldn't use it in conversation with him. And now that she was talking about it, he was not only listening, but asked to borrow it. I said, "It's Professor Galliani's. She gave it to me." "Have you read it?" he asked me. I had to admit that I hadn't, but I added right away, "I was thinking of starting tonight." "When you're finished, will you give it to me?" "If it interests you so much," I said quickly, "you read it first." Nino thanked me, scratched away with his nail the trace of a mosquito from the cover, said to Lila, "I'll read it overnight, and tomorrow we can talk about it." "Not tomorrow. We won't see each other." "Why?" "I'll be with my husband." "Oh." He seemed annoyed. I waited fearfully for him to ask me if the two of us would see each other, but he had a burst of impatience. He said, "I can't tomorrow either. Bruno's parents arrive tonight, and I have to go sleep in Burano. I'll be back on Monday." Burano? Monday? I hoped that he would ask me to join him at the Maranti, but he was distracted. Maybe his mind was still on Dan Rooney, who, not content with being blind, wished to become deaf and mute too. He didn't ask me anything. 49. On the way home, I said to Lila, "If I lend you a book, which, besides, isn't mine, please don't take it to the beach. I can't give it back to Professor Galliani with sand in it." "I'm sorry," she said, and cheerfully gave me a kiss on the cheek. She wanted to carry both my bag and Pinuccia's, maybe to ask forgiveness. Slowly my mood cleared. I thought that Nino hadn't randomly alluded to the fact that he was going to Burano. He wanted me to know, and I decided independently to go and see him there. He's like that, I said to myself, with growing relief. He needs to be pursued. Tomorrow I'll get up early and go. Pinuccia's ill humor, on the other hand, continued. Usually she was quick to get angry, but quick to get over it too, especially now that pregnancy had softened not only her body, but also the rough edges of her character. Instead, she became increasingly fretful. "Did Bruno say something unpleasant?" I asked her. "No." "Then what happened?" "Nothing." "Do you not feel well?" "I'm fine. I don't even know what's wrong with me." "Go and get ready. Reno will be here." "Yes." But she continued to sit in her damp bathing suit, leafing distractedly through a photo novel. Lila and I got dressed up. Lila especially decked herself out as if she were going to a party. And still, Pinuccia did nothing. Then even Nunzia, who was laboring silently over the dinner preparations, said softly, "Pinu, what's the matter, sweetie? Aren't you going to get dressed?" No answer. Only when we heard the roar of the lambrettas and the voices of the two young men calling did Pina jump up and run to her room crying, "Don't let them come in, please." The evening was bewildering, for the husbands too. Stefano, by now used to permanent conflict with Lila, found himself unexpectedly in the company of a girl who was very affectionate, yielding to caresses and kisses without her usual irritation, while Reno, accustomed to Pinuccia's clingy coquettishness, intensified by her pregnancy, was disappointed that his wife didn't come down the stairs to greet him, that he had to look for her in the bedroom, and when finally he embraced her, he immediately noticed the effort she made to act as if she were pleased. Not only that, while Lila laughed heartily when, after a few glasses of wine, the two men started in with the lively sexual allusions that indicated desire, Pinuccia, at a whispered remark from Reno, laughing, jerked away and hissed in a half-Italian, "Stop it, you're a bore." He got angry. "You call me a bore? Bore?" She resisted for a few minutes. Then her lower lip trembled, and she took refuge in her room. "It's the pregnancy," Nunzia said. "You have to be patient." Silence. Reno finished eating, then, fuming, went to his wife. He didn't come back. Lila and Stefano decided to go out on the Lambretta to see the beach at night. They left laughing together, kissing. I cleared the table, as usual struggling with Nunzia, who didn't want me to lift a finger. We talked about when she had met Fernando and they fell in love, and she said something that made a deep impression. She said, "For your whole life you love people, and you never really know who they are." Fernando was both good and bad, and she had loved him very much, but she had also hated him. "So," she emphasized, "there's nothing to worry about. Pinuccia is in a bad mood, but she'll get over it. And you remember how Lena came back from her honeymoon? Well, look at them now. Life is like that. One day you're getting hit, the next kissed." I went to my room. I tried to finish Chabod, but I recalled how Nino had been charmed by the way Lila talked about that Rooney, and the desire to waste time with the idea of nationhood vanished. Even Nino is evasive, I thought. Even with Nino, it's hard to understand who he is. He seemed not to care about literature, and yet Lila randomly picks up a book of plays, says two foolish things, and he becomes ardent about it. I rummaged among the books in search of other literary things, but I had none. I realized that a book was missing. Was that possible? Professor Galliani had given me 6. Nino now had 1. One I was reading. On the marble windowsill, there were 3. Where was the 6th? I looked everywhere, even under the bed, and while I was looking, I remembered that it was a book about Hiroshima. I was upset. Surely Lila must have taken it while I was in the bathroom. What was happening to her? After years of shoes, engagement, love, grocery store, dealings with the Saladas, had she decided to revert to the person she had been in elementary school? Certainly there had already been a sign. She had wanted to make that bet, which, whatever its outcome, had surely been a way of demonstrating to me her wish to study. But had she followed up on that desire? Had she actually done it? No. Yet had Nino's conversation been enough, 6 afternoons of sun on the sand, to revive in her the desire to learn, maybe compete again to be the best? Was that why she had sung the praises of Maestra Oliviero? Why had she found it wonderful that someone should become passionate for his whole life only about important things and not those of daily life? I left my room on tiptoe, opening the door carefully so that it wouldn't squeak. The house was silent. Nunzia had gone to sleep. Stefano and Lila weren't back yet. I went into their room, a chaos of clothes, shoes, suitcases. On a chair, I found the volume. It was titled Hiroshima the Day After. She had taken it without asking my permission, as if my things were hers, as if what I was I owed to her, as if even Professor Galliani's attention to my education resulted from the fact that she, with a distracted gesture, with a tentative phrase, had put me in the position of gaining that privilege for myself. I thought of taking the book, but I was ashamed. I changed my mind and left it there. 50. It was a dull Sunday. I suffered from the heat all night. I didn't dare open the window for fear of the mosquitoes. I fell asleep, woke up, fell asleep again. Go to Burano? With what result? Spend the day playing with Ciro, Pino, and Clelia, while Nino took long swims or sat in the sun without saying a word, in mute conflict with his father? I woke up late, at 10, and as soon as I opened my eyes, a sensation of loss, as if from a great distance, came over me and pained me. I learned from Nunzia that Pinuccia and Rino had already gone to the beach, while Stefano and Lila were still sleeping. I soaked my bread in the cafe latte without wanting it. I conclusively gave up going to Burano. I went to the beach, anxious and sad. I found Rino sleeping in the sun, his hair wet, his heavy body lying, stomach down, on the sand, and Pinuccia walking back and forth on the shore. I invited her to go toward the fumaroles. She refused rudely. I walked for a long time alone in the direction of Forio to calm myself. The morning passed slowly. When I came back, I went swimming, then lay in the sun. I had to listen to Rino and Pinuccia, who, as if I weren't there, were murmuring to each other phrases such as, "Don't go. I have to work. The shoes have to be ready for the fall. Did you see them? Do you like them? Yes, but the things Lila made you add are ugly. Take them off. No, they look good. You see, what I say counts for nothing with you. That's not true. It's very true. You don't love me anymore. I do love you, and you know how much I want you." "No way. Look at the belly I have." "I'd give that belly 10,000 kisses. For the whole week, all I do is think about you." "Then don't go to work." "I can't." "Then I'll leave tonight, too." "We've already paid our share. You have to have your vacation." "I don't want it anymore." "Why?" "Because as soon as I fall asleep, I have terrible dreams, and I'm awake all night." "Even when you sleep with my sister?" "Even more. If your sister could kill me, she would." "Go sleep with my mama." "Your mama snores." Pinuccia's tone of voice was unbearable. All day I tried to figure out the reasons for her complaints. That she didn't sleep much or very well was true. But that she wanted Reno to stay, or that she really wanted to leave with him, seemed to me a lie. At one point, I was convinced that she was trying to tell him something that she herself didn't know, and so could express only in the form of peevishness. But then I forgot about it. I had other things to think about. Lila's exuberance, first of all. When she appeared at the beach with her husband, she seemed happier than the night before. She wanted to show him how she had learned to swim, and together they headed away from the shore, out where it's deep, Stefano said, even though it was really only a few meters from the shore. With her elegant and precise strokes, and the rhythmic turn of the head to breathe that she had by now learned, moving her mouth away from the water, she immediately left him behind. Then she stopped to wait for him, laughing until he caught up, clumsily flailing his arms, his head straight up as he snorted at the water that sprayed in his face. She was even livelier in the afternoon, when they went for a ride on the Lambretta. Reno wanted to drive around too, and since Pinuccia refused, she was afraid of falling and losing the baby. He said to me, "You come, Lenu." It was my first such experience, with Stefano in the lead, Reno following, and the wind, and the fear of falling or crashing, and the increasing excitement, the strong odor that came from the sweaty back of Pinuccia's husband, and the swaggering self-confidence that pushed him to violate every rule, and to respond to any protests according to the habits of the neighborhood, breaking suddenly, threatening, always ready to fight to assert his right to do as he pleased. It was fun, a return to those feelings of a bad girl, very different from the ones Nino inspired in me when he appeared on the beach in the afternoon with his friend. In the course of that Sunday, I named the two boys often. I especially liked saying the name of Nino. I quickly noticed that both Pinuccia and Lila acted as if it hadn't been the three of us who spent time with Bruno and Nino, but only me. As a result, when their husbands said goodbye, hurrying off to catch the ferry, Stefano asked me to say hello to Sacavo's son for him, as if I were the only one who would have the opportunity to see him. And Reno teased me with remarks like, "Who do you like more, the son of the poet or the son of the mortadella maker? Who do you think is handsomer?" As if his wife and sister had no basis for forming their own opinions. Finally, the reactions of both to the departure of their husbands annoyed me. Pinuccia became cheerful. She wanted to wash her hair, which, she said aloud, was full of sand. Lila lounged about the house listlessly. Then she lay down on her unmade bed, paying no attention to the mess in the room. When I went to say goodnight, I saw that she hadn't even undressed. She was reading the book about Hiroshima, frowning, eyes narrowed. I didn't reproach her. I said only, perhaps a little sharply, "How is it that you suddenly feel like reading again?" "It's none of your business," she answered. 51. On Monday, Nino appeared, like a ghost evoked by my desire, not at 4 in the afternoon as usual, but, surprisingly, at 10 in the morning. We 3 girls had just arrived at the beach, resentful, each convinced that the others had spent too much time in the bathroom. Penucha particularly upset about how her hair had been ruined by her sleeping on it. It was she who spoke first, stern, almost aggressive. She asked Nino, even before he could explain to us, why in the world he had turned his schedule upside down. Why didn't Bruno come? He had better things to do? His parents are still here. They're leaving at noon. Then he'll come? I think so. Because if he's not coming, I'm going back to sleep. With just the 3 of you, I'll be bored. And while Nino was telling us how terrible his Sunday in Burano had been, and so he had left early and, since he couldn't go to Bruno's, had come straight to the beach, she interrupted once or twice, asking in a whine, "Who's going to go swimming with me?" Since both Lila and I ignored her, she went into the water angrily by herself. Never mind. We preferred to listen attentively to the list of wrongs that Nino suffered at the hands of his father. A cheater, he called him, a malingerer. He had settled himself in Burano, extending his leave from work on the ground of some feigned illness, which had been properly certified, however, by a health service doctor who was a friend of his. "My father," he said in disgust, "is in everything and for everything the negation of the general interest." And then, without a break, he did something unpredictable. With a sudden movement that made me jump, he leaned over and gave me a big, noisy kiss on the cheek, followed by the remark, "I'm really glad to see you." Then, slightly embarrassed, as if he had realized that with that effusiveness toward me, he might be acting rudely toward Lila, he said, "May I also give you a kiss?" "Of course," Lila answered, affably, and he gave her a light kiss, with no sound, a barely perceptible contact. After that he began to talk excitedly about the plays of Beckett. Ah, how he liked those guys buried in the ground up to their necks, and how beautiful the statement was about the fire that the present kindles inside you. And even though among the 1,000 evocative things that Maddie and Dan Rooney said, he had had a hard time picking out the precise point cited by Lila. Well, the concept that life is felt more when you are blind, deaf, mute, and maybe without taste or touch was objectively interesting in itself. In his view, it meant, let's get rid of all the filters that prevent us from fully savoring our being here and now, real. Lila appeared bewildered. She said that she had thought about it, and that life in the pure state frightened her. She expressed herself with some emphasis. She exclaimed, "Life without seeing and without speaking and listening, life without a covering, without a container, is shapeless." She didn't use exactly those words, but certainly she said shapeless, and she said it with a gesture of revulsion. Nino repeated reluctantly, "Shapeless," as if it were a curse word. Then he started talking again, even more overwrought, until, with no warning, he took off his shirt, revealing himself in all his dark thinness, grabbed us both by the hand, and dragged us into the water, as I cried happily, "No, no, no, I'm cold, no!" And he answered, "Here, finally another happy day." And Lila laughed. So, I thought contentedly, Lila is wrong. So there certainly exists another Nino. Not the gloomy boy, not the one who gets excited only when he's thinking about the general state of the world, but this boy who plays, who drags us furiously into the water, who mocks us, grips us, pulls us toward him, swims away, lets us reach him, lets us grab him, lets us push him under the water, and pretends to be overpowered, pretends that we're drowning him. When Bruno arrived, things got even better. We all took a walk together, and Pinuccia's good humor slowly returned. She wanted to swim again. She wanted to eat coconut. Starting then, and for the whole week that followed, we found it completely natural that the boys should join us on the beach at 10 in the morning and remain until sunset, when we said, "We have to go, or Nunzia will get mad." And they resigned themselves to going off to do some studying. How intimate we were now. If Bruno called Lila Signora Caracci to tease her, she punched him playfully on the shoulder, chased him, threatening. If he showed too much reverence toward Pinuccia because she was carrying a child, Pinuccia linked arms with him, said, "Come on, let's run. I want a soda." As for Nino, now he often took my hand, put an arm around my shoulders, and then put an arm around Lila's too. He took her index finger, her thumb. The wary distances receded. We became a group of 5 friends who were having a good time doing little or nothing. We played games. Whoever lost paid a fine. The fines were almost always kisses, but joke kisses, obviously. Bruno had to kiss Lila's sandy feet, Nino my hand, and then cheeks, forehead, ear, with a pop in the auricle. We also had long games of tamburello. The ball flew through the air and was sent back with a sharp crack against the taut hide of the tambourines. Lila was good, Nino too. But most agile of all, most precise, was Bruno. He and Pinuccia always won, against Lila and me, against Lila and Nino, against Nino and me. They won partly because we had all developed a sort of automatic tenderness toward Pina. She ran, she jumped, she tumbled on the sand, forgetting her condition. And so we ended by letting her win, sometimes just to soothe her. Bruno reproached her gently, made her sit down, said, "That's enough," and cried, "Point for Pinuccia, excellent." A thread of happiness thus began to extend through the hours and days. I no longer minded that Lila took my books. In fact, it seemed to me a good thing. I didn't mind that, when the discussions got going, she more and more often said what she thought, and Nino listened attentively and seemed to lack the words for a response. I found it thrilling, in fact, that in those circumstances he would suddenly stop talking to her and start up with me, as if that helped him rediscover his convictions. That was what happened the time Lila showed off her reading on Hiroshima. A tense discussion arose, because Nino, I saw, was so critical of the United States and didn't like the fact that the Americans had a military base in Naples. But he was also attracted by their way of life. He said he wanted to study it. And he was disappointed when Lila said, more or less, that dropping atomic bombs on Japan had been a war crime. In fact, more than a war crime. The war had scarcely anything to do with it. It had been a crime of pride. "Can I remind you of Pearl Harbor?" he said hesitantly. I didn't know what Pearl Harbor was, but I discovered that Lila did. She told him that Pearl Harbor and Hiroshima were 2 things that couldn't be compared, that Pearl Harbor was a vile act of war, and Hiroshima was an idiotic, fierce, vindictive horror, worse, much worse than the Nazi massacres. And she concluded, the Americans should be tried like the worst criminals, those who do terrible things to terrorize the living and keep them on their knees. She was so passionate that Nino, instead of moving to the counterattack, was silent, very thoughtful. Then he turned to me, as if she weren't there. He said that the problem wasn't ferocity or revenge, but the urgency to bring an end to the most atrocious of wars and, at the same time, by using that terrible new weapon to all wars. He spoke in a low tone, looking me straight in the eyes, as if he were interested only in my agreement. It was a wonderful moment. He himself was wonderful when he was like that. I was so filled with emotion that tears rose to my eyes, and I had trouble repressing them. Then Friday came again, a very hot day that we spent mostly in the water. And suddenly something went bad again. We had just left the two boys and were going back to the house. The sun was low, the sky pinkish blue, when Pinuccia, unexpectedly silent after many long hours of extravagant playfulness, threw her bag on the ground, sat down on the side of the road, and began to cry with rage, small, thin cries, almost a moaning. Lila narrowed her eyes, stared at her as if she saw not her sister-in-law, but something ugly for which she wasn't prepared. I went back, frightened, asked, "Pina, what's the matter? Don't you feel well?" "I can't bear this wet bathing suit." "We all have wet bathing suits. It bothers me." "Calm down. Come on. Aren't you hungry?" "Don't tell me to calm down. You irritate me when you tell me to calm down. I can't stand you anymore, Lenu. You and your calm down." And she started moaning again and hitting her thighs. I sensed that Lila was going on without waiting for us. I sensed that she had decided to do so, not out of annoyance or indifference, but because there was something in that behavior, something scorching, and if she got too close, it would burn her. I helped Pinuccia get up. I carried her bag. 52. Eventually she became quieter, but she spent the evening sulking, as if we had somehow offended her. When she was rude even to Nunzia, brusquely criticizing the way the pasta was cooked, Lila flared up and, breaking into a fierce dialect, dumped on her all the fantastic insults she was capable of. Pina decided to sleep with me that night. She tossed and turned in her sleep, and with two people in the room, the heat made it almost impossible to breathe. Soaked with sweat, I resigned myself to opening the window and was tormented by the mosquitoes. Then I couldn't sleep at all. I waited for dawn. I got up. Now I, too, was in a bad mood. I had 3 or 4 disfiguring bites on my face. I went to the kitchen. Nunzia was washing our dirty clothes. Lila, too, was already up. She had had her bread and milk and was reading another of my books. Who knows when she had stolen it from me? As soon as she saw me, she gave me a searching glance and asked, with a genuine concern that I didn't expect, "How is Pinuccia?" "I don't know." "Are you angry?" "Yes. I didn't sleep a wink. And look at my face." "You can't see anything." "You can't see anything." "Nino and Bruno won't see anything either." "What does that have to do with it?" "You still like Nino?" "I've told you no 100 times. Calm down. I am calm. Let's think about Pinuccia. You think about her. She's your sister-in-law, not mine." "You're angry?" "Yes, I am." The day was even hotter than the one before. We went to the beach apprehensively. The bad mood traveled from one to the other like an infection. Halfway there, Pinuccia realized she had forgotten her towel and had another attack of nerves. Lila kept going, head down, without even turning around. "I'll go get it," I offered. "No, I'm going back to the house. I don't feel like the beach." "Do you feel sick?" "I'm perfectly fine." "Then what?" "Look at the belly I've got." I looked at her belly. I said to her without thinking, "What about me? Don't you see these bites on my face?" She started yelling. She called me an idiot and ran away to catch up with Lila. Once at the beach, she apologized, muttering, "You're so good that sometimes you make me mad." "I'm not good. I meant that you're clever." "I'm not clever." Lila, who was trying in any case to ignore us, staring at the sea in the direction of Forio, said coldly, "Stop it. They're coming." Pinuccia started. "The long and the short of it," she murmured, with a sudden softness in her voice, and she put on some lipstick even though she already had enough. The boys' mood was just as bad as ours. Nino had a sarcastic tone. He said to Lila, "Tonight the husbands arrive?" "Of course." "And what nice things will you do?" "We'll eat, drink, and sleep." "And tomorrow?" "Tomorrow we'll eat, drink, and sleep." "Do they stay Sunday night too?" "No. On Sunday we eat, drink, and sleep only in the afternoon." Hiding behind a tone of self-mockery, I forced myself to say, "I'm free. I'm not eating or drinking or going to sleep." Nino looked at me as if he were becoming aware of something he had never noticed, so that I passed a hand over my right cheek where I had an especially big mosquito bite. He said to me seriously, "Good. We'll meet here tomorrow morning at 7, and then climb the mountain. When we get back, the beach till late. What do you say?" I felt in my veins the warmth of elation. I said with relief, "All right, at 7. I'll bring food." Pinuccia asked, unhappily, "And us?" "You have husbands," he said, and pronounced husbands as if he were saying toads, snakes, spiders, so that she got up abruptly and went to the water's edge. "She's a little oversensitive at the moment," I said in apology, "but it's because of her interesting condition. Usually she's not like that." Bruno said in his patient voice, "I'll take her to get some coconut." We watched him as, small but well-proportioned, his chest powerful, his thighs strong, he moved over the sand at a steady pace, as if the sun had neglected to burn the grains he walked on. When Bruno and Pina set off for the beach bar, Lila said, "Let's go swimming." 53. The three of us moved together toward the sea, me in the middle between them. It's hard to explain the sudden sense of fullness that had possessed me when Nino said, "We'll meet here tomorrow morning at 7. Of course, I was sorry about the swings in Pinuccia's moods, but it was a weak sorrow. It couldn't dent my state of well-being. I was finally content with myself, with the long, exciting Sunday that awaited me, and at the same time, I felt proud to be there, at that moment, with the people who had always been important in my life, whose importance couldn't be compared even to that of my parents, my siblings. I took them both by the hand. I gave a shout of happiness. I dragged them into the cold water, spraying icy splinters of foam. We sank as if we were a single organism. As soon as we were underwater, we let go of the chain of our fingers. I've never liked the cold of the water in my hair, on my head, in my ears. I re-emerged immediately, spluttering. But I saw that they were already swimming, and I began to swim in order not to lose them. I had trouble right away. I wasn't capable of swimming straight, head in the water with steady strokes. My right arm was stronger than the left, and I veered right. I had to be careful not to swallow the salt water. I tried to keep up by not losing sight of them, in spite of my myopic vision. They'll stop, I thought. My heart was pounding. I slowed down. I finally stopped and floated, admiring their confident progress toward the horizon, side by side. Maybe they were going too far. I, too, in the grip of enthusiasm, had ventured beyond the reassuring imaginary line that normally allowed me to return to the shore in a few strokes, and beyond which Lila herself had never gone. Now there she was, competing with Nino. Despite her inexperience, she wouldn't give in. She wanted to stay even. She pushed on, farther and farther. I began to worry. If her strength failed, if she felt ill. Nino was expert, he'll help her. But if he gets a cramp, if he collapses too. I looked around. The current was dragging me to the left. I can't wait for them here. I have to go back. I glanced down, and it was a mistake. The azure immediately turned bluer, darkened like night. Even though the sun was shining, the surface of the sea sparkled, and pure white shreds of cloud were stretching across the sky. I perceived the abyss. I sensed its liquidness, with nothing to hold on to. I felt it as a pit of the dead from which anything might rise up in a flash, touch me, grab me, sink its teeth into me, drag me to the bottom. I tried to calm myself. I shouted, "Lila!" My eyes without glasses were of no use, defeated by the sparkle of the water. I thought of my outing with Nino the following day. Slowly I turned around, on my back, paddling with legs and arms until I reached the shore. I sat there, half in the water, half on the beach. I could just make out their heads, black dots like abandoned buoys on the surface of the sea. I felt relieved. Lila not only was safe, but she had done it. She had stayed with Nino. How stubborn she is. How she overdoes it. How courageous she is. I got up, joined Bruno, who was sitting beside our things. "Where's Penucha?" I asked. He gave a timid smile that seemed to conceal a worry. "She left." "Where did she go?" "Home. She says she has to pack her bags." "Her bags?" "She wants to go. She doesn't feel she can leave her husband alone for so long." I took my things and, after insisting that he not lose sight of Nino and especially Lila, I left, still dripping wet, to try to find out what else was happening to Pina. 54. It was a disastrous afternoon, followed by an even more disastrous evening. I found that Penucha was really packing her bags, and that Nunzia was unable to quiet her. "You mustn't worry," she said to her soothingly. "Reno knows how to wash his underwear. He knows how to cook. And then there is his father, his friends. He doesn't think you're here to have fun. He understands that you're here to rest so that you'll have a fine, healthy baby. Come, I'll help you tidy up everything. I never went on vacation, but today there's money, thank God. And although you mustn't waste it, a little comfort isn't a sin. You can afford it. So Pinu, please, child. Reno worked all week. He's tired. He's about to arrive. Don't let him find you like this. You know him. He'll worry. And when he worries, he gets angry. And if he gets angry, what's the result? The result is that you want to leave to stay with him. He has left to be with you. And now, when you'll be together and you ought to be happy, instead you're torturing each other. Does that seem nice to you?" But Penucha was impervious to the arguments that Nunzia rattled off. Then I began to enumerate them too, since we had reached the point where we were taking her many things out of the suitcases, and she was putting them in. She cried. She calmed down. She started again. Eventually, Lila returned. She leaned against the doorpost and stood looking, with a frown, a long horizontal crease across her brow, at that disheveled image of Pinuccia. "Everything all right?" I asked her. She nodded yes. "You're such a good swimmer now." She said nothing. She had the expression of someone who is forced to repress joy and fear at the same time. It was evident that the spectacle of Pinuccia was becoming increasingly intolerable to her. Her sister-in-law was again displaying her intention to depart. Farewells, regret that she had forgotten this object or that, sighs for her rinuccio, all interwoven in a contradictory fashion, with regret for the sea, the smells of the gardens, the beach. And yet Lila said nothing, not one of her mean statements, or even a sarcastic remark. Finally, the words came out of her mouth, not a call to order, but the announcement of an imminent event that threatened us all. "They're about to arrive." At that point, Pinuccia collapsed, disconsolate, on the bed, next to the closed suitcases. Lila grimaced, went off to dress. She returned soon afterward in a clinging red dress, her black hair pulled back. She was the first to recognize the sound of the lambrettas. She looked out the window, waved enthusiastically. Then, becoming serious, she turned to Pinuccia, and in her most scornful voice hissed, "Go wash your face and take off that bathing suit." Pinuccia looked at her without reacting. Something passed rapidly between the two girls. Their secret feelings darted invisibly. Infinitesimal particles shot at each other from the depths of themselves. A jolt and a trembling that lasted a long second. I caught it, bewildered, but couldn't understand, while they did. They understood, in something they recognized each other. And Pinuccia knew that Lila knew, understood, and wished to help her, even with contempt. So she obeyed. 55. Stefano and Rino burst in. Lila was even more affectionate than the week before. She embraced Stefano, let him embrace her, gave a cry of joy when he took a case out of his pocket, and she opened it and found a gold necklace with a pendant in the shape of a heart. Naturally, Rino too had brought a present for Pinuccia, who did her best to react as her sister-in-law had. But her painful fragility was visible in her eyes, so Rino's kisses and embraces and the gift had soon swept away the form of the happy wife within, which she had so hastily enclosed herself. Her mouth started to tremble. The fountain of tears erupted, and she said, in a choked voice, "I've packed my bags. I don't want to stay here a minute longer. I want to be with you, and only you, always." Rino smiled. He was moved by all that love. He laughed. Then he said, "I also want to be with you, and only you, always." Finally, he understood that his wife was not just communicating how much she missed him, and how much she would always miss him, but that she really wanted to leave, that everything was ready for departure, and she was insisting on that decision with a real, unbearable grief. They shut themselves in the bedroom to discuss it, but the discussion didn't last long. Rino came out, shouting at his mother, "Mama, I want to know what happened." And without waiting for an answer, he turned aggressively to his sister. "If it's your fault, by God, I'll smash your face." Then he shouted at his wife, "That's enough. You're a pain in the ass. Come out now. I'm tired. I want to eat." Pinuccia reappeared with swollen eyes. When Stefano saw her, he made a playful attempt to diffuse the situation, embracing his sister and sighing, "Ah, love, you women drive us crazy for it." Then, as if suddenly recalling the primary cause of his own craziness, He kissed Lila on the lips, and in observing the unhappiness of the other couple, he felt happy at how unexpectedly happy they were. We all sat down at the table, and Nunzia served us, one by one, in silence. But this time it was Reno who couldn't bear it. He yelled that he wasn't hungry anymore. He hurled the plate of spaghetti and clams into the middle of the kitchen. I was frightened. Pinuccia began to cry again. And even Stefano lost his composure and said to his wife, sharply, "Let's go. I'll take you to a restaurant." Amid the protests of Nunzia and even of Pinuccia, they left the kitchen. In the silence that followed, we heard the lambretta setting off. I helped Nunzia clean the floor. Reno got up, went to the bedroom. Pinuccia locked herself in the bathroom. But then she came out and joined her husband. She closed the door. Only then did Nunzia explode, forgetting her role of tolerant mother-in-law. "Do you see how that bitch is making Renuccio suffer? What's happened to her?" I said I didn't know, and it was true. But I spent the evening consoling her by romanticizing Pinuccia's feelings. I said that if I were carrying a child in my belly, I, like her, would have wanted to be with my husband always, to feel protected, to be sure that my responsibility as a mother was shared by his as a father. I said that if Lila was there to have a child, and it was clear that the cure was right, that the sea was doing her good, you only had to look at the happiness that lighted up her face when Stefano arrived. Pinuccia instead was already full of love, and wished to give all that love to Reno every minute of the day and night. Otherwise, it weighed on her, and she suffered. It was a sweet hour, Nunzia and I in the kitchen that was tidy now, the dishes and the pots shining because of the care with which they had been washed. She said to me, "How well you speak, Lenu. It's clear that you'll have a wonderful future." Tears came to her eyes. She murmured that Lila should have gone to school. It was her destiny. "But my husband didn't want it," she added, "and I didn't know how to oppose him. There wasn't the money then, and yet she could have done as you did. Instead, she got married. She chose a different path, and one can't go back. Life takes us where it wants." She wished me happiness with a fine young man who has studied like you. She asked if I really liked the son of Sarratore. I denied it, but I confided to her that I was going the next day to climb the mountain with him. She was glad. She helped me make some sandwiches with salami and provolone. I wrapped them in paper, put them in the bag with my towel for swimming, and everything else I needed. She urged me to be prudent as always, and we said goodnight. I went to my room, read a little, but I was distracted. How lovely it would be to go out early in the morning, with the cool air, the scents. How much I loved the sea, and even Pinuccia, her tears, the evening's quarrel, the conciliatory love that week by week was increasing between Lila and Stefano. And how much I desired Nino, and how pleasant it was to have there with me every day, him and my friend, the three of us content despite misunderstandings, despite the bad feelings that did not always remain silent in the dark depths. I heard Stefano and Lila return. Their voices and laughter were muffled. Doors opened, closed, opened again. I heard the tap, the flush. Then I turned off the light. I listened to the faint rustle of the reeds, the scurrying in the henhouse. I fell asleep. But I woke immediately. There was someone in my room. "It's me," Lila whispered. I felt her sitting on the edge of the bed. I was about to turn on the light. "No, she said. "I'll stay only a moment." I turned it on anyway. I sat up. She was wearing a pale pink nightgown. Her skin was so darkened by the sun that her eyes seemed white. "Did you see how far I went?" "You were great, but I was worried." She shook her head proudly and gave a little smile, as if to say that the sea now belonged to her. Then she became serious. "I have to tell you something." "What?" "Nino kissed me," she said. And she said it in one breath, like someone who, making a spontaneous confession, is trying to hide, even from herself, something more unconfessable. "He kissed me, but I kept my lips closed." 56. The account was detailed. She, exhausted by the long swim, and yet satisfied that she had proved how proficient she was, had leaned against him so that it would be less effort to float. But Nino had taken advantage of her closeness and had pressed his lips hard against hers. She had immediately compressed her mouth, and although he had tried to open it with the tip of his tongue, he hadn't been able to. "You're crazy," she had said, pushing him away. "I'm married." But Nino had answered, "I've loved you long before your husband, ever since we had that competition in class." Lila had ordered him never to try it again, and they had started swimming again toward the shore. "He pressed so hard he hurt my lips," she concluded, "and they still hurt." She waited for me to react, but I managed not to ask questions or comment. When she told me not to go to the mountain with him unless Bruno came too, I said coldly that if Nino had kissed me, I wouldn't have found anything bad about it. I wasn't married and didn't even have a boyfriend. "Only it's a pity," I added, "that I don't like him. Kissing him would be like putting my mouth on a dead rat." Then I pretended to be unable to repress a yawn, and she, after a look that seemed to be of affection and also of admiration, went to bed. I wept from the moment she left until dawn. Today, I feel some uneasiness in recalling how much I suffered. I have no sympathy for myself of that time. But in the course of that night, it seemed to me that I had no reason to live. Why did Nino behave in that way? He kissed Nadia. He kissed me. He kissed Lila. How could he be the same person I loved, who was so serious, so thoughtful? The hours passed, but it was impossible for me to accept that he was as profound in confronting the great problems of the world as he was superficial in feelings of love. I began to question myself. I had made a mistake. I was deluded. Was it possible that I, short, too full-figured, wearing glasses, I, diligent but not intelligent, I, who pretended to be cultured, informed when I wasn't, could have believed that he would like me even just for the length of a vacation? And besides, had I ever really thought that? I examined my behavior scrupulously. No, I wasn't able to tell myself what my desires were with any clarity. Not only was I careful to hide them from others, but I admitted them to myself in a skeptical way, without conviction. Why had I never told Lila plainly what I felt for Nino? And now, why had I not cried to her the pain she had caused me with that confidence in the middle of the night? Why hadn't I revealed to her that, before kissing her, Nino had kissed me? What drove me to act like that? Did I keep my feelings muted because I was frightened by the violence with which, in fact, in my innermost self, I wanted things, people, praise, triumphs? Was I afraid that that violence, if I did not get what I wanted, would explode in my chest, taking the path of the worst feelings? For example, the one that had driven me to compare Nino's beautiful mouse to the flesh of a dead rat? Why, then, even when I advanced, was I so quick to retreat? Why did I always have ready a gracious smile, a happy laugh when things went badly? Why, sooner or later, did I always find plausible excuses for those who made me suffer? Questions and tears. It was daybreak when I felt that I understood what had happened. Nino had sincerely believed that he loved Nadia. Of course, aware of my reputation with Professor Galliani, he had looked at me for years with sincere respect and liking. But now, at Ischia, he had met Lila and had understood that she had been since childhood, and would be in the future, his only true love. Ah, yes, surely it had happened that way. And how could one reproach him? Where was the fault? In their history there was something intense, sublime, elective affinities. I called on poems and novels as tranquilizers. Maybe, I thought, studying has been useful to me just for this, to calm myself. She had kindled the flame in his breast. He had preserved it for years without realizing it. Now that that flame had flared up, what could he do but love her? Even if she was married, and therefore inaccessible, forbidden, marriage lasts forever, beyond death. Unless one violates it, condemning oneself to the infernal whirlwind until Judgment Day. It seemed to me, when dawn broke, that I had gained some clarity. Nino's love for Lila was an impossible love, like mine for him. And only within that frame of unattainability did the kiss he had given her in the middle of the sea begin to seem utterable. The kiss. It hadn't been a choice. It had happened. Especially since Lila knew how to make things happen. Whereas I don't. What will I do now? I'll go to our meeting. We'll climb Epomeo. Or no. I'll leave tonight with Stefano and Reno. I'll say that my mother wrote and needs me. How can I go climbing with him when I know that he loves Lila, that he kissed her? And how will I be able to see them together every day, swimming, going farther and farther out? I was exhausted. I fell asleep. I woke with a start, and found that the formulas running through my head really had tamed the suffering a little. I hurried to the meeting. 57. I was sure that he wouldn't come, but when I got to the beach, he was already there, and without Bruno. But I realized that he had no desire to look for the road to the mountain, to set out on unknown paths. He said that he was ready to go if I really wanted to, but he predicted that in this heat we'd get unbearably exhausted, and dismissed the idea that we'd ever find anything as worthwhile as a good swim. I began to worry. I thought he was on the verge of saying that he was going to go back and study. Instead, to my surprise, he proposed renting a boat. He counted and recounted the money he had. I took out my few cents. He smiled. He said gently, "You've taken care of the sandwiches. I'll do this." A few minutes later, we were on the sea, he at the oars, I sitting in the stern. I felt better. I thought maybe Lila had lied to me, that he hadn't kissed her. But in some part of myself, I knew very well that it wasn't so. I sometimes lied, yes, even or especially to myself. She, on the other hand, as far as I could remember, had never done so. Besides, I had only to wait a while, and it was Nino himself who explained things. When we were out on the water, he let go of the oars and dived in. I did the same. He didn't swim the way he usually did, mingling with the undulating surface of the sea. Instead, he dropped toward the bottom, disappeared, reappeared farther on, sank again. I was alarmed by the depth, and swam around the boat, not daring to go too far, until I got tired and clumsily pulled myself in. After a while he joined me, grabbed the oars, began to row energetically, following a line parallel to the coast toward Punta Imperatore. So far we had remarked on the sandwiches, the heat, the sea, how wise we had been not to take the mule paths up Epomeo. To my increasing wonder, he hadn't yet resorted to the subjects he was reading about in books, in journals, in newspapers. Even though, every so often, afraid of the silence, I threw out some remark that might set off his passion for the things of the world. But no, he had something else on his mind. And eventually he put down the oars, stared for a moment at a rock face, a flight of seagulls. Then he said, "Did Lena say anything to you?"